All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the April 4th edition of the Energy Code Tag Commercial. We've already met 6 times. We've gotten through 49% of the 160 proposals, so we're about half done, but I think we've taken care of some of the big stuff and we've gotten the big debates done with those. So I'm hoping that we only need this meeting plus 3 others to get through all the 2024 Commercial Energy Code items. So today we are covering a variety of items, including some work groups that are reporting back 411 and some other stuff. Next week on the 11th, we're hoping to cover proposal 208 about building performance, go through 279 again, both the Gary and the Johnny version, and then cover chapter 5 as well, which is existing buildings. After that, we are likely to switch gears and cover the 2021 Commercial Energy Code, or I-2066. Any changes for that? The code window, the proposal window is closing very soon, and that the code proposals will get to the council, which will then probably give them to us to start looking at on the 25th of April, which will be our next meeting after the 11th. My tentative guess is that we will cover that in 2, possibly 3 meetings, and then we'll get back to the 2024 code. And then there's a bunch of remaining items, but if we can get through the items today, we have 30 some items on the agenda today. We have 30 some on the next meeting, and if we can get through those, we will be almost done, and then it'll just be some cleanup items and then some of the bigger items that we've deferred to later. So that's the overall schedule as I see it. We all know how this works. We've done this 6 times, so let's do a roll call and see who is here.
Okay. Joe Anderson,
I'm here.
Margaret Montgomery,
Here.
Marty Brennan, Kim Barker, are you here, Kim? Todd Blevins, I didn't see him on the list either. Dwayne Johnlin, Ray Althouse, are you there, Ray? Don't see him on the list. Okay. Eric Bedell,
Here, however, I will be out from 10 to 11:30ish and then after 2ish today. So just FYI. Nick will be taking my place in those instances.
Nick Massey,
I am present.
Sean Vig,
Here.
Kevin Roberts. Kevin, are you there? Greg Johnson,
Present.
Nathan Miller,
Here, I'll probably need to leave at 2:15. I've reached out to my alternate, but haven't heard back yet if they can cover that last bit.
Nathan,
Okay.
I don't know if you have proposals after 2:15, but if you did, you could suggest that we cover them before you leave.
I'm not on the agenda this week.
Okay.
Prem Kumar Siddharth, Irina Respetness,
Here.
Kevin Duell, Kevin, are you there? Ian Casey, I don't see Ian. Okay, Poppy Storm,
I see Poppy's name in the attendee list.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
yes. Shailesh Desai,
Here,
Larry Andrews,
present.
Eric Olnon, Lisa Rosenow,
Present.
Rick Blumenthal, Irina Cicerova,
Here.
Andy Burnham,
Here.
Sloan Ritchie,
Here.
Brett Conway,
Here.
Luke Howard,
Present.
Marcus Furta, Marcus, are you here? Kevin Sharp,
Here, I'm covering for Marcus.
okay. Alessandra De La Torre,
Present.
Deepa Savarajan,
Present.
okay, we do have a quorum.
All right, thanks, Krista. And I saw a few more people trickle in as you were doing roll call. So at some point, if we have a roll call vote, we'll have to see who's actually here. But since we have a quorum, we can proceed. Okay, let's look at the minutes. Or no, I guess I was going to ask if members of the public want to introduce themselves, but Eric, you have a hand up? Go for it.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask our tag committee if I can move up my proposal, proposal 298 earlier in the agenda today. To do with me being out starting at 10 for a couple hours.
Sure, yeah, and there are other adjacent proposals we'd move up about humidification, right?
Yeah, I just would appreciate that if I can do that. It could be
Yeah.
at 9:30 at 9 or sometime about that.
We
Thanks,
could
Jeff.
we could cover those first if we wanted.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
It's out there. It's sitting over there.
Okay. All right, so we're going to review and approve the agenda. Does anyone want to make a motion to move those up to the top and approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, thanks. All right, we have a motion and a second to move these to the top and then approve the agenda as written or as modified. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. We have an agenda. Is there anybody from the public who wants to introduce themselves? Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Torsky with Cascade Natural Gas. Thank you.
Thanks for joining. Okay, all right.
One more, sorry. I couldn't find the hand button. This is Michael Ivanovich from AMCA International. And we do have a couple of the representatives from the fan manufacturing community attending as guests as well. And I just want to say thank you for having us today.
Great, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
And Dwayne Johnlin is online.
Okay. Hey, Dwayne. All right, let's look at the minutes from our the meeting on March 7th. All right, we have a motion to approve the minutes as shown.
I'll move.
So moved. Okay, second, Dwayne.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All right, all in favor of the motion to approve the minutes, say aye, or yes, rather.
Yes, yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, we have minutes, we have an agenda. Let's get to the proposals. So we're gonna start with, so Larry and Eric both have proposals about humidification in systems. We've discussed these proposals before and we've discussed the concept before. So let's get to any revisions, any new information on these. So let's go to 281 first. Larry, you have the floor. Was there a work group on this or was it individual modifications or suggestions?
No, there was not, at least in my proposal, there was not a work group.
Okay. Did you make modifications, Eric?
I did make modifications to the code, but it was based not on the code. It was based on what the IECC language put in. It has nothing, my proposal at least has nothing to do with 2066. I think this is Larry's proposal, to be fair. That's on the
This
screen.
is Larry's. And both Larry's and yours cover humidification, so we figured we'd tackle them at once. So before we vote on them, ideally, let's go through Larry's. And Larry, do you want to talk about the proposal?
Yeah, sure. I sent all kinds of information to Krista. I'd like to see all that up on the screen. Each of you should have it. Hopefully you got it.
That's like 120 pages though, Larry. We're not gonna go through all of that at the meeting.
Well, I think you could at least go through the first part of the major studies that were there. So if you want to eliminate a lot of those pages at the end, they're all group studies of what happens in humidification. Okay, so if you can bring up the first few sheets, the first thing I sent you, the second thing I sent you, and maybe a few of the third thing I sent you. And that should have went to every one of you. But I don't know if it did or not. But
It's on the website along with the code proposals.
okay. So the biggest thing here is the 30% cutoff on humidity. It's very clear with all these studies that we should be running 50% humidity. And there's numerous health reasons why, for the mold, infectious diseases, and all of that. And if you read the first title, which is bold underline, infectious microorganisms don't care about your existing policies. Okay. So the existing policies that we have that we're trying to implement here are going to make us sicker by a lot. And we should be targeting in all these public buildings 50% humidity as best as we can. You know, if you're extremely cold out, they have outside sensors on the humidity to rack it back for those periods where it's extremely cold and you could have problems with your windows and your walls. And but every one of these studies come back that says we should be in the 50% area. If we want to be less sick and healthier, we'll target the 50% mark. If you want to be sicker and go to the doctors and pay all the medical bills, then you can drop to your 30% or less or above 60%. And that's why we've got problems in the Spokane area in the summertime, we have extreme problems with asthma and stuff over here because we're so dry. And the only way to get the humidity when we're air conditioning is with steam, okay? That's the only way you can do it. And we need to be able to use the steam humidification to do this. And the only way I know how to use a steam humidifier, there's two ways, is one with electricity and one with steam made from boilers on the large scale. So when we're doing production steam, we need to be able to make it with the boilers because that's how everybody's doing it. And if you look at the footprint, you're much better to use a steam boiler than you are electricity right now by far. But in the smaller applications, like commercial buildings, small commercial buildings, where we're just pumping up a little bit of humidity here, electricity is overall the best. Okay. And we need to give the engineers that ability to improve our humidity levels in all our buildings, and we'll be a whole lot less sick. And it just needs to be. We can't do things the way we did in the past because the microorganisms, they don't follow those rules. Okay. They have their own rules, and at 50% are infectious diseases and stuff like that don't hardly exist. And if you want to make people healthier, that's what we need to do. Okay. It's probably not as much of an issue over on the west side because you guys have a lot more humidity than what we do over here on the east side and through the Yakima Valley and the Tri-Cities. All those areas are extremely dry in the summertime and cause a lot of summer colds that if we had more humidity, we wouldn't have these problems. Any questions about this? But I mean, there's 116 pages, like Krista said, of documentations of studies that the Cochrane Library put out, of page after page after page of study after study after study showing the benefits of humidity at 50%. And you can't stop it. Even ASHRAE has come to that conclusion. And we need to be going that way. One of the things is when you have 50% humidity and somebody does a discharge out of their nose or their mouth, that discharge is about a third of the distance at 50% humidity versus 30% humidity. So it's going to get to the floor before anything else. Otherwise, it's mixing in the air and it's being spread even worse. And so it's much better to have that humidity at 50%. Thank you. Any questions?
Thanks, Larry. And I appreciate the documentation. That's great. So let's get to the code proposal and what you're proposing on specifically changing in the code. So what you're saying is that 2024 IECC is bad practice in this area.
It's bad practice. Yeah.
2024 IECC language, and we should leave. Go ahead.
I think we should keep it at 50% instead of 30%. And and then we got to give the ability to use electric for most installations, and then in large volumes amount of steam where you're making up huge amounts for production and other things, we need to allow natural gas to be used or some form of a boiler to make that amount of steam. Okay. So to me, it's
the code that you struck out says you can use fossil fuels or electricity to get to 30% humidity. but you can't use fossil fuels or electricity to get above that. That's what I see.
Right. The only thing that I think above that would be in a production. But Dwayne said there was something in here that if you're in production, you're allowed to do that. I'd like to see it. I couldn't find it, Dwayne. And that's fine as long as they can do that. I mean, you have the proof boxes where most of the bread rises in the whole United States. You have
Yep.
humidity is critical in bakeries and stuff like
Yeah,
that. And then
definitely.
in the grain process, in the actual process of making grain. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Dwayne.
Yeah, I've got a few things. One is I'm just coming from an ASHRAE meeting, and I did talk this exact language is in ASHRAE 90.1, and sorry, I'm in a train station, but ASHRAE 90.1 and it's in IECC has been thoroughly vetted. There's one edit that I think needs to be made, and I checked to make sure this was correct, but the term electricity should be electric resistance. And sorry, I'm waiting for this train to come in. So then there are many other and far more efficient means of humidification available that do not use electric resistance or fossil fuel. There's adiabatic and several other types of humidification.
Dwayne, I'm going to
Yes.
answer that. There's two forms of way to do humidification. It's adiabatic. There's evaporative cooling, which we don't use generally in the Pacific Northwest, or there's steam. And I would love to have Nathan Miller answer that question if he knows of any other form of humidification. I don't want to muddy this with that there's many forms, because there is not many forms. There's 3 forms. How you make steam, that could be electric or gas. You could use evaporative cooling, which is non-applicable in many cases, or there's adiabatic. And Nathan, maybe you can answer if you know of any other forms of humidification.
I know that was addressed to me, but I got to be honest, humidification is not my expertise.
Yeah, there are in an article I'm looking at right now a number. You've described what are the main methods, but centrifugal humidifiers, ultrasonic, compressed air, atomizers, high pressure cold water fogging.
That's all adiabatic.
That's good.
That's all forms
So,
of adiabatic.
Yeah, let me get through this then. This is they're saying yes, they're not saying you cannot have 50% humidity. They're saying if you're going to go above 30, then you have to use some form of adiabatic cooling or humidification, and that is the intent here, and it's now part of both national standards. And there isn't any reason that Washington State should have worse efficiency for humidification than the rest of the country.
Dwayne, you can't put steam in air conditioning with abiotic pads, okay, in the summertime. You cannot do that in without huge expense and huge energy waste, okay? And
it's not
just
steam.
Listen for a second, Dwayne. Okay, you guys all huddle together down in this area about this stuff, and you don't invite other people into your committees, okay? And that's why we are where we're at. I've given you 112 pages of documentation why 50% humidity is so important. Okay. And then on top of it is we're telling you, you don't have this problem over on the west side, but we do have it in Spokane. And we're not going to put those humidifier pads out in front of our air conditioners because it's just going to drip in the duct. We need to get the temperature up so we can get the humidity up in the Spokane area so we don't have 20% humidity when we're air conditioning over here because we're already so dry. And so you need to consider what we do in the east part of this state.
So I
Thank you.
can respond. I am absolutely with you that life is much better and more comfortable if we have 50% humidity, and the entire country, which gets a lot more humid and difficult elsewhere than we do on our east side, is now on this standard. It's not a secretive process huddling together. This is a huge committee with ASHRAE and a huge committee with IECC, and they have representation from all the different parts of the market. So it is not,
Okay.
we can get to 50%, but this is saying, no, we can't use the old inefficient methods anymore to get there. We have to use high efficiency humidification.
Okay, let's talk about this real sternly to you, Dwayne. Okay, because the only place that has the problem in the whole country with humidity like this in the summertime is from the east side of the Cascades to the west side of the Rockies, all the way down the United States. All the equipment manufacturers, they design for the southeast corner of the country for air conditioning. Okay. All the equipment is designed for that because that's the way the majority of the country is. You're on the other side of the mountains where you're more worried about too much humidity. But by doing what you're doing here, puts Spokane and Tri-Cities and Yakima people at a huge disadvantage. And it's not right. You exclude the Eastern Washington people all the time, the Tri-Cities and the Yakima, and what you're putting on paper. And you talk to any of the equipment manufacturers, they all design for the Southeast because you got the Midwest, you got the East, they all have high humidity in the summertime. So when they build equipment, they're building it for that because we're such a small percentage of it. And when you grab people from those areas, you're going to have these kind of issues. The only thing you're worried about in the summertime in those areas is dehumidification. You're not worried about putting humidification in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Well, let's take a few more comments and then let's get to the other proposals about this same area of the code. And then we can decide among them or decide if modifications are warranted. Patrick.
Just to back Larry up, real world story. My sister was in Vegas on Sunday, flew back here on Monday, started with a small cold Monday morning. By 7 o'clock, she was admitted into Overlake Hospital. It has accelerated into a fungal pneumonia. Yesterday, they put her on a ventilator. She's in Overlake, sedated on a ventilator, clinging to life. And it's all about what Larry's talking about.
Yeah. And Patrick, I think you're going to hear this from my my proposal, and I'm going to go a little bit into that portion. So more to follow on that as a response.
Sorry to hear that, Patrick. Greg.
Yeah, I was just going to offer up a idea for everyone to mull over for possible compromise. What if we did two things? We said zone 4, zone 5, so that way those on the west side could have this stringent requirement, and those on the east side, considering the difference, that would that be a good way to resolve it? And then secondly would be, what if we threw in a requirement to say, if you're on zone 5 or on the east side of the mountains, you have to have an ERV if you're going to do humidification. So that way we're not controlling even how they do humidification or the levels, but we would be preventing them from adding humidity and then losing it right out. So just want to throw out those two concepts, ideas of maybe do an ERV instead on zone 5 and then have this for zone 4.
Thanks, Greg. I think those are good ideas. Let let's get to the next code proposal about the same subject. Larry, if you want to speak for a minute, go for it, and then we'll get to Eric, who has another code proposal about the same subject. Go ahead, Larry.
288. That's 288, right? Is that what we're talking about?
There's 288, 281.
Yeah,
Yeah,
281, I
281
think.
is humidification, 288 was dehumidification.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought 288, I thought 281 was how we were going to do the humidification, and 288 I thought was the humidification that I sent all the paperwork on. That was my impression of the code.
Okay, so we just covered 281, which is about humidification. Now we're getting to 298, which is also about humidification. So let's go to 298, and Eric, you have the floor.
Mine's a little bit simpler, you know, and it's based around just giving the engineers a choice, the mechanical engineers who do, so I get what IECC has done. They removed any form of steam humidification out of the code. I've been maybe a little bit more simpler. I get where we are going with gas to steam or electric to steam. I did not propose a gas to steam solution. It's just an electric to steam solution, but I do feel that there's a steam solution. If you scroll down a little bit, I want to just give the high level pros and cons to humidification. And I would love to, I think Dave Neeren is actually on. I think Andy Burnham's on. We have a couple mechanical engineers on this phone call. I'd love to hear your input. You know, adiabatic humidification is it's a great solution. I have no issue with this solution. It's very energy efficient, as most people here know. What it does is it either through multiple different it nozzles, I think you heard fogging. It converts water to a water vapor, right? And that basically an aerosol. But there are some significant cons to using adiabatic humidification, which you probably have heard. The first one is it is in the perfect environment to do Legionella. And if anyone here is familiar with Legionella, healthcare facilities or people in general, it is transmitted by aerosols, generally actually in the domestic hot water scenario, but in also humidification. So there's a lot of preventive maintenance related to adiabatic to stop that. That is UV filters, that is RODI skids, and that is general maintenance. There's some other pros and cons to adiabatic, but I don't want to get into the minutia of that. I would just say from a safety standpoint, everything has a pro and a con, extremely energy efficient, but there is a very large safety component. So what healthcare facilities have done in the past in laboratories is use a steam solution, and steam, just like anything, is basically kills everything, but you have to boil water. And in this case, as Larry mentioned, either use electricity to boil that water or you use gas. So my proposal does not use gas to boil that water. It's just giving the mechanical engineers the ability to still make humidification by using electric to steam, basically, as Dwayne mentioned, using resistance. That's all it is. So if you scroll back up, you'll see I've added to the IEC language, and I've just said, hey, it's very simple. Use either adiabatic type or electric to steam type humidification. And then that's basically in a nutshell my proposal. And maybe Dave Neeren, I would love to hear you're on this phone call. I respect you. Dave Neeren's the engineering manager, chief engineer for Hermanson Company. If you have any opinions on this proposal. I know I'm putting you on the spot right here. Oh, maybe he's not even. I don't know if Dave's on there. Maybe even Andy Burnham. I don't know if there's any other mechanical engineers who are on this, but I would absolutely love to hear your feedback on this.
I have a question while we wait for mechanical engineers to raise their hands and get on the horn. Which is, so I guess I have a concern when we say electric to steam type that
Mhm.
I-2066 might suggest that we shouldn't do that.
I am absolute. I had a feeling that question was going to be asked. I'm
Yeah.
trying to stay as far away from 2066 conversation as
Yeah.
possible. To
Well,
be fair, so
still-
if we,
So it's still, we're still directed to
to yeah,
use
so
I-2066 as a guidepost for the time being. So
in that scenario, it would be if 2066 is allowed, right, and found, yeah, it would be or steam type. It wouldn't say electric to steam. It wouldn't say gas to
yeah, or
steam.
steam type. Okay.
It would just
Yep.
say or steam type.
Yep. And
Period.
then I have another question, which is about, so for those in the Spokane area, about how much energy would one of these humidifiers use in a year as a percentage of a, I don't know, the type of buildings you're thinking that this would go in, not laboratories but in, I guess, healthcare environments or office environments or other things. About what percentage of the building's energy use would this steam humidification be?
I could answer that question a little bit. So generally, humidification is only needed either for two reasons, right? For health and process. That's actually, I want to say three reasons, or comfort. Comfort is generally a arbitrary item where it depends on the owner if they want to provide humidification in a building, where I'll be upfront and frank, adiabatic would be perfect as long as that system is used or maintained in, after construction. The other one is different. It's healthcare basically, where, in operating rooms, you absolutely are required by code to have humidification. In laboratories where humidification is required, for example, or process
And
facilities.
healthcare is a specific exemption here.
It is. Yeah, it is absolutely a specific exemption because,
Yep.
Safety trumps everything. And where I'm going with this, shell, or my proposal was, we have to be honest with ourselves in our industry, and especially in the construction industry, where maintenance probably falls at the wayside in 4 to
Yep.
7, 10 years.
Definitely.
And that's where if you do put in adiabatic, you have to have that understanding that you are now providing an aerosol for Legionella or a virus if you don't maintain your system, that it can absolutely grab on and hurt people. So that's why I was just saying, hey, just give the engineers an option to put in steam type, even if it is less energy efficient, but it is a safer solution.
Yeah. Okay. And then if you got steam up to 30% and you use pads for above 30%, is that equally safe? Because that's what's specifically allowed by the code with no modification.
That's a great question. I don't have an answer for you on that. It seems, I mean, I have an opinion on that. No one is going, my opinion on this is actually, it's not a direct answer. I guess I am answering it. Is no one's going to put two forms of humidification in a unit. Adiabatic it is very difficult. So everyone here has to know that adiabatic is extremely difficult to put in a ductwork scenario. Extremely difficult. So it's generally put in air handlers, and those air handlers grow tremendously in a commercial situation. And when I say tremendously, it could be a third of the unit, because it needs all that distribution size to actually atomize that air and make it actually entrenched in the airstream. So the air handlers are become very, very large. Where steam, of course, it could be done as point of use, which is done normally as a point of use situation.
Okay. And I guess one area I was going with here is if humidification by steam was a huge energy use, could it be a credit table option to go to a non
Oh yeah, that's
to more efficient form of humidification, but if it's a small amount of energy use.
No, that
then-
is a, to humidify, it doesn't matter if it's adiabatic or steam, right? Let's just be real here. It is an energy intensive process, no matter any solution you use. You are adding energy, again, for either a process or a comfort solution to the building. So, of course, electric to steam, it's going to take a lot of kilowatts to boil that water, depending on how much you need. And then gas is actually could be potentially more efficient or less expensive. But adiabatic, same thing. You're making high pressure water. Your maintenance, all the RODI water systems, the UV, the filtration, all these things cost money. So
Yep.
when I look at this, that could absolutely be a energy credit or a credit within the C406 table to go to adiabatic if you're using steam. And if you go to adiabatic and you want to have the increased maintenance, I feel like that could be absolutely a solution on this.
Okay. All right, Larry, go ahead.
Yeah. So as Eric said, the places that I've been, when you put the pad system in, we had a separate duct system for that because it, like he says, it becomes extremely expensive to do it with one standalone duct system. So the ones that I've seen that have had successability is you have a whole nother duct system and you put the pads in and you run it that way. And I am a person that's had Legionella. Okay. I have experienced it. And because we were the ones doing the maintenance and you got into the ducts and there it was. And I walked away from it. And within a day, I was in the hospital for over 2 weeks trying to get back on my feet again. You can do, we didn't have UV lights back then, but you would need to put UVA lights down that duct system to stop that. Because we were putting in chlorine tablets in the water. But what we found out was the chlorine didn't transfer down the water good enough. And it was in the duct system. And we were in there trying to clean it out. And here I got it. And you think about what's going on in smaller systems, okay, that like offices that could use this stuff. The steam system is by far much safer, more cost effective. If you're talking to me, the energy that you're spending is energy spent well. Okay. And the other thing is Gregory on his EVR, I would tend to go to the to have an HVR heat reclaimer system because you could use it in the summer and the winter. And if you look for the recommendations, if you want to require that, I think that's a great thing because it does save immense amounts of energy. And when you look at the pie anymore of where the energy's going, it's all about the air makeup. That's the biggest part of the pie of the cost of a building now is how much air you're moving. But I must emphasize to you, when we don't have the air exchanges where we need to have them, we're going to have sickness. And we need to really take a harder look at more air exchanges, especially in places like restaurants and where we have lots of people crammed
That's the
together.
mechanical code, Larry.
Yeah.
And they have separate meetings. So I guess I had
Well,
one
that's
question.
energy, Shell. That's
It is
huge
energy.
amounts of energy.
I know that, but
it's the biggest part of the pie now. If
It is.
you do energy costs,
but the minimum air change is in the mechanical code,
yeah.
not the energy code. That's what I'm saying is if you want to do a code change proposal for more fresh air, I agree we need more fresh air. I mean, buildings are for people and people need to breathe clean air, and the more air you get inside the buildings, more fresh air, the better off the people will be. I totally agree with that. But that's the mechanical code that tells us the minimums for that. I did have a question for you, which is your paper. The papers that you sent talk about 40 to 60% being the right range. Is 40% better than 30%? If we
40%'s better than 30%. Yes.
So if we went to 40% instead of the 30%, that would be Would that solve the problem in your?
I don't
Review.
think that solves, I think if you could bring up the next chart that I have a chart in there that shows you the graph of how things interact. And I think Krista should have that. She should have it. I sent it to her. And it shows where we really need to be targeting the 50% by far. And right back there, Krista, you went past it. Down, right there. I think it's right here. Isn't that it? There it is. Okay. Now you can see viruses, one of the worst things that can happen to us. They don't go down real quick until you get to that 50% mark. Okay. You still have a pretty good problem at 40%. Okay. But your bacteria is in that optimum zone that whites them out. Okay. But
Yep.
it's viruses that we're really worried about. Okay. And at 50%, they just don't grow, period. And that's going to cut medical bills and save people's lives. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Greg.
Yeah, I just had two things. Way early in my career, I worked, I was doing electrical design on an ABSL3. And I was just, it brings me back memories. When I was doing that, I mean, given ABSLs for animals, but wondering what would it be like to clean the nozzles on a BSL3 or BSL4?
You
for
know, it's
80
funny you mentioned that, Greg. We are just finishing up a BSL3 lab that's my project personally, for the University of Washington. The University of Washington used a steam humidifier. Not only did they use a steam humidifier, the most sustainable jurisdiction, I don't know what you want to call it, entity in our region used a gas to steam humidifier for their BSL3s. Again, there's an exception. That's why I put laboratories where humidification is required and exceptions. So Poppy, you can answer that, but it's in Renton. It's the UW DLMP. McDonald Miller's the engineer, but they decided, even though how much their electrification needs and their wants and their basically sustainability goals, the University of Washington used a gas to steam humidifier for their BSL3. That's how critical that area is in their portfolio. So a BSL3 lab is safety paramounts everything related to efficiencies and energy. I just want to make sure everyone here knows that. It just does. It is what it is.
Thanks, Eric. I want to start getting towards code language that we can look at on the screen, and Greg had some suggestions earlier.
So I was going to move forward to one of the suggestions. That's what my next point that I was going to hit.
Okay, great. Thanks, Greg. Go for it.
So what I really like the suggestion you made, Chell. So what if, which I think I like that even better, what if we took the C403.3.2.7, we delete all the exceptions, delete the or electric to steam type proposal, and we just make that a credit instead. And so if we're deleting now we also do have to change the C403.4.13, but we could do similar stuff. Like if we just moved, moved it to saying it's in the credit table and you got a credit for doing adiabatic, but then we don't have any restriction on using steam type. And that would that solve, do you think that would address the issue of energy? We're encouraging energy efficiency, but we're not putting people in a box. Any thoughts on that, Eric?
I have no issue with that. I think the credit solution is a phenomenal idea. So I do, however, think that exceptions need to be done for healthcare facilities because and laboratories. Healthcare facilities are governed by different codes. I understand, but they're not looking at credits. They're looking at safety of their patients. Paramount.
Well, they'd have the ability to do it. They just wouldn't get the credit.
You get like they would never even think about adiabatic. It just
which is fine. They just get credits in other locations. So
I think you're putting a disadvantage to a healthcare facility for something
Yeah,
of a safety
I
issue.
would suggest we keep the exceptions, but that if we're gonna go in the credit option, that we keep just put, you know, the language kind of that allows electric or fossil fuel steam type, and then you get a credit if you use a better, a more efficient type there. But I also like the idea of, if you're going to use steam or fossil fuels, use an ERV. I like that from your suggestion, Greg. And I also liked, I mean, to Larry's points, maybe this is a climate zone 5 thing and not a climate zone 4 thing, because we don't have those issues in climate zone 4. So I would like to not do too much wordsmithing online, or I mean live. So let's each have a little bit of input, and then maybe someone can write this up and send it to Krista for later in the meeting, because I think we're getting towards a solution. So go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, I definitely agree that these systems need to be safe and healthy. There's still just a little bit of a disconnect for me, and this is just mainly a clarification question, and that's that we have these national codes and standards, the IECC and the ASHRAE 90.1, and as Dwayne mentioned, there was a process for coming to the conclusions that they came to in those codes and standards, and I'm still not following how those could be so detrimental to health. And I'm not questioning it. I'm not necessarily pro or con on this at all. This is really about clarification, because they're addressing the entire nation and they're responsible for ensuring the health and safety of these buildings across the country. And it doesn't seem like one part of the country would have such a significant influence on those discussions that they would somehow come up with something that is extremely unsafe for us and our Eastern Washington environment. But that's just kind of a remaining disconnect for me, and I was going to see if anybody had any ideas on that.
Poppy, I could maybe answer that. And you know, adiabatic humidification is phenomenal, like in the right situation. If you have the maintenance on the system and you put all the right safeguards in it, it really is an efficient, it's a good form of humidification. Again, what my proposal is just giving the engineer a choice or the owner a choice to use steam. That's it. That's all it is. But yeah, from an efficiency standpoint and hopefully a maintenance standpoint, if you maintain adiabatic, it works. It works great.
And why would they restrict that?
I
mean,
don't know. That was a great
yeah.
question. I don't know why they would
Interesting.
restrict steam type. I would love to be a fly in that room to understand that. I don't know why they would have. It is not as efficient if you're just looking from efficiency standpoint. Adiabatic is a solution, but if you're looking at a safety standpoint, you would 10 out of 10 times go with steam.
And may I respond to the ASHRAE IECC question that you had also? So this is anecdotally, and it's not related to the national committees, but what I found is the larger, more reputable the company or organization is, the more likely I've seen throughout my career errors to be uncaught. And that's because people assume that, oh, this organization or group has it all together. But at the end of the day, it's just all people working on it. And so whether it's a big organization or a small little company, there's good people and there's bad people. And that's where one of the challenges is people stop checking people's work when they just see the big recognizable name. They say, oh yeah, they have it together. So anecdotally, I don't, you got to double check everything.
Dave.
So since Eric asked me to speak, I'm happy to do that. Hopefully this is working. First time trying to do this. I think it's been well covered as far as the health concerns that happen with the adiabatic style units. We love to use those in the right applications, but it's frustrating to get our hands tied when and where we can't do those in the proper application point. There's cost issues, first cost wise on the adiabatic style. They've gotten less expensive over the years, but they're still much more expensive first cost on the systems when they get installed. The need for the RODI system that Eric mentioned is critical for those to function properly. When you don't do that, you can have a ton of other issues downstream with particulate, with air quality issues. Maintenance on the nozzles becomes quite an issue as well too, that if the systems aren't properly maintained, which the code is going to have issues with from an owner's perspective, that can drive us into significant problems operationally. Cooling is something that always happens with the adiabatic style, which is why they're so nice. So when you get that, it can be a good option for you, except in the cases when you don't want it. So we've designed clean rooms where we've had adiabatic style that's been proposed. When you go with that, you get subcooling effects that happen as your space temperature drops because of the subcooling effect. Your humidity level also increases, which can drive us into other problems with the need for dehumidification on those systems too. So there's proper places to use adiabatic style. There's places you do not want to use it. Having this set up as a credit option, I think is a fantastic way to be able to do it. Get it out of the code, remove the tying of our hands, let us design the right systems, and then go ahead and give the credits where needed to apply this properly.
Thanks, Dave. And while we're doing this, I'm looking up the cases of Legionella in the state of Washington, and there were 3 in Spokane from drinking water in 2011, 3 in Thurston County from drinking water in 2015, 10 in Chelan from cooling tower in 2015, 2017, 2 in King County unknown, 3 in Benton County from recreational treated water, 2 in Yakima from the same thing in 2017. The 2023 had 2 in King County unknown and 3 in Walla Walla unknown. So those are over the last 25, 30 years, the cases of Legionella in
So Shell, I
state of
actually did a little
Washington.
research on that, and I'll send you it. It was more. There was 10 deaths in 2023 and 135 cases of Legionella in the state of Washington. I'll get you that. It was from the
Okay,
NIH.
this is the Department of Health website for the state
Yeah,
of Washington.
hold on. I want to get that from you because
Okay.
I did a little bit of research on that it was 2 months ago, and I got to find it.
Okay. All right. I think we're getting some ideas here. Okay, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I think we need to have it HRV because that would give us benefits for the winter time and the summertime. The difference between an ERV and an HRV is the ability to defrost the unit, okay? And we're going to heat 9 months out of the year. So if we use an ERV, it wouldn't be as helpful as an HRV. The HRV will cover us both ways, and there's not much significant cost between the two, but the energy that we would save is huge. And I think that would be important. I like the HRV idea that Greg came up with, or the ERV, but I'd prefer it in our area to be an HRV. It will do the same thing, but be able to work in the winter time. And in fact, you probably come out on the plus side of things actually by doing that. Thank you.
Thanks. So what I'm hearing is HRV required if humidification above 30% uses ER, electric resistance, or fossil fuels. One of the challenges is if we give credits for a diabetic, someone who didn't install a humidification system would not have the opportunity to get those credits, whereas someone who did install a system like that would get credit. Okay, Lisa, go for it.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not going to jump in about any of the particular details. It's been covered quite well, and thanks to everyone who provided that information. Just a quick question about the language I'm seeing on the screen, just from the perspective of we're going to have to explain it to folks if they have questions about it. So, Eric, is that last, like the second half of the sentence there, is the purpose there, and there's a parenthesis which I'm not sure about, is the purpose there to just say that the humidifier type shall be either the adiabatic type direct evaporative media, that's the term,
Yeah.
or fog atomization type, is that, so it's this or this, is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
so what we're seeing in adiabatic, there's multiple types of adiabatic as yeah, direct evaporative media or fog would work for like an atomization type. Yeah, so that would work. Again, I would love to have direct evaporative media or fog or steam. So again, it's the steam that you really is just again, as Dave mentioned, it gives the mechanical engineers the option. Simple as that. And Shell, I just sent you that email on the latest Department of Health to validate the deaths. So if you go to page 23 on that, you'll see 10 deaths and 131 cases.
I see. So basically what you're proposing is the change on the screen, and then Larry's proposal, it a request to add steam as an option. So
No,
that's,
my proposal did just add steam, but I said electric to steam. So if you see the red is I think Krista just she put new language in there. I still don't accept that as an amendment.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I don't accept. I would love mine just to hold its own and just maybe it as is just that. Yeah, I don't want to strike this. I think it's a very binary either or scenario. Either we vote this down or we accept that. It's very simple. It's just to add steam type humidification. And I want to make sure that everyone here knows back into our code. We just did not allow steam type because the IECC didn't removed it from their code.
But
Which we've already seen an issue with that, I think, at our last meeting.
well, Eric, I think we were doing the same thing. What that edit was that Krista, and maybe missed it, or maybe you did catch it, but she was moving it to a different section. So basically, she was deleting out all humidification requirements.
Oh, and you're moving it to
Yeah,
C406.
C406, and so that way you would have steam as an option. So you would have it all, and then what it would be is that we just had it was a credit option. That's why steam is not listed because it's a credit. So being a credit, then you
I
win.
get it. So yeah, it would say directive, but it would have one last thing. Um, if an air conduit is used for humidification equipment is provided, then a humidifier shall be adiabatic type, and that is in the C406, and that gives you a credit.
It gives you
Got it.
credit. Yeah, and we might want to change that wording a little bit, just saying, you know what I mean? But like the credit is something to like all humidification equipment is adiabatic with an economizer, and then that would give you
I could
credit.
work on that. I could wordsmith that with some help of some other mechanical engineers.
I guess
So
I was
that's why we
thinking,
would delete all the exceptions because it's just a credit. And so healthcare facilities who say, well, I can't do that, well, they don't have to do it. It's just they don't get the credit. They get credits other places.
I was thinking in the base language, it would require an ERV if you're going to go above
We could do that.
humidification.
Well, we could just say HRV or ERV or economizer, which I think the economizer has both built in, but
But I was thinking that'd be in the base language, not in the credit. So I think we need to have somebody come up with some language, have a couple people perhaps come up with some language and look at some language and then debate it.
could we put this, what about postponing this till next meeting just to give us time to, and then we can do a quick,
I think so.
we could get together and come up with some good language that way.
I think that would be best.
Okay, I'll motion to postpone these three proposals until next meeting, so we have time to do a work group.
I will second that. And
Okay.
I want to hear
I do want to hear from
Miller.
Nathan Miller.
Yeah, I do want to hear from Nathan, actually.
Go ahead, Nathan.
The only thing I wanted to point out is just that, we're dealing with between the sort of two or three proposals that are on the table about humidification and dehumidification. Some of this is dealing with new 2024 language, but some of it would be essentially correct what we feel as a correction to what was already in the code in 2021. So folks may want to review what was already in the code, which was this requirement that if you're doing humidification to be adiabatic, the new sections in 2024, as far as I can tell, relate to what percentage of humidity we control to either through humidification or dehumidification.
So the integrated draft shows what is new IECC 2024 language versus what is existing language, and that's, I think, what you're referring to, Nathan.
Right, mostly that we've gone through a code cycle where the adiabatic humidification requirement was in place, and we can decide that that was inappropriate and it caused too much headaches, but that's not new 2024 IECC language.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone this until the next meeting with a potential work group. Who would want to be in that work group?
I'll spearhead it. I have no issue, and then whoever wants to be part of that. I'm
Okay.
also gonna talk to other mechanical engineers
Yep. Anybody else
in
want to
the-
just unmute yourself and say you want to be part of the group?
Yeah, this is Kevin Noel.
Thanks, Kevin.
By the way,
Johnston.
I just want to join the meeting late, so.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I'd like to be in that group, Larry.
No problem, Larry. Okay,
Thanks.
Larry.
Okay, and then I'll be part of the work group too, Eric.
You got Shell.
And Greg Johnson.
Greg, you got it.
Yep. Okay, we have a motion to postpone, and we have a second for that. I'd like to vote on that unless anyone wants to speak against the motion to postpone. Patrick?
I just have a, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. Does the motion to postpone, is that only for 298 or is it also for 288 and
It's
280?
for three proposals, 281, 288, and 298, I believe. Okay, all in favor of postponing these three, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. These are postponed. Next time we get together and discuss this, I don't want to hear the same issues brought up over and over again. We should have some good language. Ideally, it's sent out a little bit in advance, and we can quickly get to what is the right way to move forward with this. Okay.
Shell, could I just ask a quick question? When are we meeting next Friday, or we're meeting the following Friday? So just I know the time
We're
frame.
meeting next Friday, the 11th, and then
So we
not
want
again
to have
until
it
the
done.
25th.
All right, so we want to have the language done by the 11th. Is that what I hear?
If we want to discuss on the 11th, ideally it would be done before then. So we may need to not consider this again until the 25th.
All right, let's just say the 25th, and we'll do the 25th. It makes our lives easier.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
My birthday's on the 11th, Larry. Okay.
All right, Larry, we'll sing happy birthday over Zoom to you next week. All right. We are on to 87 Hayes. Patrick, are you around?
I am here. I'm ready.
Okay.
I got some work done while you guys were arguing.
Great. Glad somebody did.
Okay,
Otherwise, we get
so
discussion.
I did the drawing of how 90% of these podium buildings are built. That's the drawing on the right, which Shell tuned up so it could go in the code book. Both these conditions exist. The one on the right is the more common one. The one on the left is the least common one. I think it's really, really important that we insert this new drawing. So prior to speaking with you people, I did some thinking, and I could drive you by 10 to 15 buildings in Snohomish County and the city of Everett, including every one of those apartment buildings on the waterfront in Everett, that the mass transfer deck slab was not even addressed. The permits got signed off, there's no insulation on them, nothing was counted. And it's because of lack of understanding by the municipality, because the language is complicated, but it's accurate. But the new drawing on the right, as they say in Chinese, a picture's worth 1,000 words. I think it would help enforcement and save energy. That's what you would get out of it. Energy savings.
Thanks, Patrick. I did do a slight revision to this because the code language is only refers to mass transfer deck slabs. It doesn't refer to an edge. So I just sent one this morning to Krista and Patrick that referred to the dashed line as a mass transfer deck slab, because that's what the definition refers to and the code language refers to. Go ahead, Nathan.
So I'm not remembering how we came up with the definition of what was a mass transfer deck slab when we first inserted in this code, but the definition talks about laterally transferring load, which is that what's happening in that second? Maybe we want to pull up the definition of a mass transfer deck, because I'm not clear that that's what's happening in the second, or if that matters.
Well, what I'm trying to express, Nathan, is like I have a project, 450 units in Redmond, and we have more than one mass transfer deck. We have units in the type 1. It's not just the top of the podium, now it's like the top 2 are really thickened slabs, but then the lower ones where the parking is, they're only 8 or 10 inches. But then as you get near the top, they're now 12 or 15 inches. So they're still doing that job as a mass transfer deck, but they're an intermediate slab. And
I guess can we go back to the diagrams that the new diagram that was being proposed? I mean, I don't love like having to coordinate these things, but doesn't what's shown there have the opportunity to add exterior insulation to protect that slab edge somewhat? Whereas the one on the left, you really can't, right? Like it's a continuous pour slab. There's no ability to put a thermal break in there. But couldn't you insulate the one on the right?
absolutely, all day long. I do it
So
all
you're
day
referring
long.
to external insulation going past all the way down to, I don't know, the conditioned space. Is that what you're referring to, Nathan?
Yeah, I mean, there's issues with when insulation jogs from inside to outside and whatnot, but it's.
I mean, you'd still have a concrete bit that's uninsulated.
The one on the right, I could insulate that whole thing. I hang the stud over the edge, I butt the insulation into the bottom of the dense glass, and then I have the WRB go over the whole works, and then it gets cladding. I do it all day long.
So Patrick, are you saying the diagram on the right is not correct?
Well, I didn't draw the insulation in, Shell. I was after what the definition is. Now, I could give you another drawing that shows the method of how to do it.
So really all that matters is that if you can classify something as a mass transfer slab edge, you get a slight relaxation in the baseline U factor you compare to, right?
Yeah, its average needs to equal R5 instead of R10.
Right. So was the thought process when we created this definition to take less penalty in general when you have any transfer slab condition, or to take less penalty when you had a slab edge that you couldn't insulate? And I'm not saying that the diagrams dictate that or not. Maybe their definition dictates that, but.
Well, Nathan, as you know, Nathan, when you plug these things into the computer, the biggest hole in the calculation is the mass transfer deck, even at R5. If you don't insulate it or insulate 2/3 of it, I mean, it's a lot of times, Shell, you cannot insulate the whole thing. So you balance it out, but in my calculations, it shows UA net difference. So you can go by any component and see which ones are working well and which ones are not. And the mass transfer deck always is the worst component. And so this diagram, I mean, as far as the building code is concerned, this diagram will help, I think, municipalities like Snohomish County and the city of Everett enforce
Since
this
we're
part
not,
of the
since we're not
code.
changing code language, if
No.
the diagram, we're not changing code language here. If the diagram's adequate, then this seems fine. If someone thinks the diagram is not good, then let's continue to discuss it. So are you saying, Patrick, that the diagram is not good? Or Nathan, is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the diagram's just fine.
Okay. Nathan, are you suggesting the diagram could use some improvement?
I'm not clear that this means that it's showing a condition where we are, when we read the mass transfer deck definition, it's where a slab is designed to transfer structural load from the perimeter laterally to an offset wall. Doesn't, I mean, to me, when I'm looking at it, it looks like those are in line, but maybe the offset's happening above the top part there, Patrick.
Not following you. The diagram on the left is actually very poor because that's not how we build them. You would need a column underneath that vertical wall on the diagram on the left. And you wouldn't hang that vertical wall.
Maybe, I mean, maybe
the
the diagrams don't serve a good useful purpose. Then I don't know. I'm having trouble seeing how the second diagram is showing a lateral offset, which is the first diagram. Maybe it's imperfect and it's not realistic, but shows that we're offsetting.
Okay, let's hear from Dwayne.
The diagram on the left is what we decided on like 4 code cycles ago. I can remember being in the room for that one weird condition, like has already been mentioned, where you're transferring a load laterally several feet and there's just no way to insulate it. So we have made a special condition for that. But the diagram on the right is something we deal with in about every building, and that's how we design it. It's just not a problem, and it's not the same as a mass transfer deck. So I would like to actually just make a motion right now to disapprove this change.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to disapprove this, meaning we would go back to just the diagram on the left, which is what we have in the code already. Okay, there's a motion and a second to disapprove this. Patrick.
Well, there's an ideology here going on. This original proposal was put in the code in 2012 by myself, and then Dave Balin helped modify the language. And we did not have that drawing to the left. That drawing on the left came during Dwayne Johnlin's tenure as the chair.
Yep.
And I don't even know how it got in there, Shell. It was not.
Okay, well, it did. It got in there. The tag voted for it, the council voted for it. We don't need history. What we need is this a good proposal or not a good proposal? And how does it, how do the drawings reflect the language and communicate the language?
Yes, it does. The drawing on the right and the drawing on the right is how 90% of podium buildings are built, if not 95. The drawing on the left is hardly any. And I average 55 projects a year, and I do what's on the left once every 4 years. The ones on the right, 25, 30 a year.
I guess, Patrick, how, if you didn't have the diagram on the right, how would you address it? Are you calling it a mass transfer deck slab edge in your current permit drawings, or
I do, but it gets confusing sometimes with plan reviewers. And if you have the drawing on the right, I think the confusion would go away. and enforcement would be increased, as in Snohomish County and City of Everett and probably other municipalities like SeaTac and places like that that don't quite have as sophisticated energy plan review as the city of Seattle does. I recently permitted some in Maple Valley and the city of Kent. And
Okay,
city
thanks,
of
Patrick.
Kent actually called me up and said, wow, we've never seen this condition addressed. So there you have it,
Okay,
you know.
thanks, Patrick. Lisa.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around the proposed change, and so maybe a question to Patrick. So for the diagram on the right, in a UA calculation scenario, am I correct to understand that there's no insulation? This is solid concrete across the slab floor to this the concrete vertical element. Is that correct? There's no insulation there?
If this was my project, Lisa, either the wood stud, which is more typical, if it's 2x6, I hang it off the slab edge in 7/8 of an inch. And then I run 1.5 inches, either XPS or polyiso, up to the bottom of the stud. And the 1.5 inch polyiso then is in line with the exterior dense glass sheathing. And then I would carry that down to the lower slab. And then I would run the WRB, which stands for weather resistance barrier, over all of that.
So
So it's,
Larry, Patrick, sorry, just to be clear, I drew up what you sent me, which does not include an exterior insulation going down below the slab edge on the top. I think what you're describing is not what you sent me. So
well, here it is. I mean, this is the first
Can I complete
drawing.
my question?
yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, thank you. So without the proposed way to insulate it, I understand that it looks like there's a way to accomplish it. As it's shown, that concrete slab is not thermally broken, right? It's directly connected to the vertical element. So the question would be, is that counted in the UA calculation as a mass transfer deck slab edge? Or would it be just considered perimeter edge of a mass floor? Like,
No, it's
a
a mass,
U-factor perspective, what's the difference?
it goes in as mass transfer deck slab edge. And as I said earlier, Lisa, I could redo the drawing with insulation, but
I understand that, but my question is, why is the number different? And the reason why I asked the question is that it's a higher penalty if it's considered a perimeter edge of a
correct,
mass, right?
correct. But at the podium levels, you typically cannot insulate 100% of these conditions. And so it goes in the UA calculations as an average. You have one thermal calculation of uninsulated slab edge, and then you have another one where it is insulated and it averages into one number, and it usually doesn't hit the 0.2 U factor. It's less than that, and it's the largest hole in a UA calculation.
If you need to do the mass transfer slab edge, you have to use the UA calculation, and this just gives you a 0.2 instead of something else. And this is, okay, I want to be clear, this is not the most important thing we're covering today. This is about adding a diagram to a language without any language changes. So I don't want to spend hours on this. We have a motion to disapprove it. On the floor, I'd like to hear people speak clearly and concisely for or against that, and then we're going to vote. Go ahead, Larry.
I think what we should do is have Patrick and Shell go back to the drawing board and redraw it with the insulation. And what I see with what Patrick says here, that wall would be fairly well insulated by what he's talking about. But I think the whole thing here was a structural thing, and now we've turned it into an insulation thing. And what he explained there to me would do a great thing for insulation. But I think we need to maybe have a drawing there that shows better detail of what the end result would be. And I'm sorry it took to this, but I think that's best to present that back to us with the insulation drawn on it. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Andy.
Yeah, going back to Nathan's comment, I have not been interpreting this condition shown on the right as a mass transfer deck slab. I think that's just at the edge of a mass floor and doesn't get the better treatment because, to Patrick's point, you can insulate it. So this doesn't align with my current interpretation of the code language definition of mass transfer deck slab. So I don't agree with that diagram on the right as it's shown.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Kevin.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what's been said. And would it be possible to share my screen? Or is that going to take too long?
I mean, go for it, Kevin.
Okay. I guess I don't have the button for that. Oh, there it is. Okay. Great. And so what I'm showing is from a manual called The Design of Transfer Slabs, who was co-authored by a fellow named Patrick Hayes, same spelling, an Englishman. And I have to agree with what Andy and excuse me, what Mr. Andrews and Andy said about I think we're mixing structural with energy here. That there is an actual transfer of load from one load-bearing element to another laterally through a slab. That's a structural definition, but I think this definition before us has gotten into some difficult waters. So I think there needs to be additional work done here. And I would support what Larry was saying about doing some extra work on this. So thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Andy.
Yeah, just a process question. Do we have any opportunity to modify any of the language of the mass transfer deck or the requirement of it within this proposal? Because, I mean, I think if the whole point is that it's just the spaces you can't insulate and then still having an R5 requirement where you still have some partial penalty, like, is there any opportunity to revisit that and maybe just give mass transfer decks an exception, but making it more explicitly clear it's just where you can't insulate, so not that condition on the right? Like, is there any ability to do that as part of the current process, or because that's not the proposal?
If someone has a suggestion, if you have a suggestion to modify the mass transfer deck slab language somewhat so that it matches Patrick's intent of the proposal, I think you could do that.
Okay, and I know that we already passed Lindsay Gaunt's proposal for kind of similar, from just an impossible to insulate conditions in like back of house spaces. And that similarly had a lower but not zero requirement. Is there, maybe that's just a public comment at this point since that's passed?
No, I mean, we can revisit past code proposals if necessary. We have a motion on the floor to disapprove this. I'm hearing some people saying maybe we should postpone it and revise it. If somebody wanted to make that motion, they could. Otherwise, we're going to vote on the disapproval of this.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to postpone.
Okay.
I'll second that.
We have a motion to postpone. All right.
I would like to not postpone. I would like to just vote on this. I think it's going to be very straightforward. So I would vote against the motion for postpone.
Yep. Yep. I think there's valid reasons for and against. All right. The motion on the floor right now is to postpone this with the idea that further work will be done on diagrams or possibly language. Let's do a roll call vote on this, the motion to postpone.
Margaret Montgomery,
No.
Kim Barker,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Eric Bedell,
I didn't hear you, Eric, if you said something. You might be gone, I guess.
yeah, he might have left. Nick Massey,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
No.
Irina Resputness,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Irina Sesarova, Irina, are you there?
No.
That was a no.
Yes, no.
Sloan Ritchie,
No.
Luke Howard,
Abstain.
Kevin Sharp,
Abstain.
Alessandra De La Torre,
No.
motion fails 5-8 with 4 abstentions.
Okay, motion fails. We're on to the main motion, which is to disapprove this code proposal. Let's take I'll risk a voice vote on this. All in favor of the motion to disapprove, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote. So it's disapprove this is the motion.
Margaret Montgomery,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Nick Massey,
No.
Sean Vig,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Abstained.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Irina Resputness,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Irina Sesarova,
Yes.
Sloan Ritchie,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Abstain.
Kevin Sharp,
Abstain.
Alessandra De La Torre,
Yes.
okay, motion carries 8-4 with 5 abstentions.
Okay, motion passes. This is disapproved. We are on to the next proposal. You all didn't like my drawing.
Well, Shell, my original proposal was to remove the drawing on the left. I don't think that vote was done correctly.
The motion was just what we see in front of us is the current proposal, as I understand it. It's the revised proposal, and the motion was to disapprove the revised proposal.
Well, my original proposal was not to produce a new drawing. That came
Okay.
out of the tag from Larry Andrews, but my original proposal was to just remove the drawing on the left.
Well, did you send this to Krista as a revised proposal?
I just sent the drawing to Krista. I didn't revise the proposal.
Okay, well, if you, what I understood and what I think the tag understood is that we were voting on the revised proposal, which took the place of the main proposal.
That's not the way I understood it. I thought Larry asked for a drawing for clarification of what I was verbally articulating. I didn't revise the proposal. I didn't put anything in writing. I was doing a service to the tag.
So what you're saying right now is that you didn't revise the proposal.
I did not. I did
You
a
did not
service.
revise the proposal.
Larry asked for more clarification. I did not revise the proposal. My original proposal said to just remove the drawing on the left because it's not how we build the buildings, and just leave the language alone. And to the gal that asked about modifying the language, I probably read that language 15 times before I wrote the proposal and said, I think the language is fine. We just got to get rid of the drawing. And that's what my proposal was. The second drawing was a courtesy to the tag that Larry asked for.
Okay, Patrick, you didn't make that clear before the tag discussed or debated this, that this was not in fact a revision that you supported.
I don't know how you can twist it up. That's what happened, Shell. I drew that drawing because a tag member with a vote asked for more clarification. And you didn't even have to put it into the proposal. It was just an option to look at. It wasn't an either or thing.
Could we clean up the issue by simply voting again on just a proposal to delete the drawing?
Yeah, I think
I will make a motion to reconsider.
who's that make?
Rick Massey.
I'll second that.
A motion to reconsider what? To reconsider the proposal?
The original proposal that was submitted by the proponent, it sounds like the proponent has not accepted what's on the screen as a friendly amendment.
I just did the drawing as a courtesy to Larry Andrews, who wanted more clarification of why the drawing on the left is not the real world. So I just drew up how 90% of the buildings are built. I didn't insert it into the code. I didn't do anything.
Okay, we have a proposal to reconsider as only the original proposal, which is to remove the diagram. Was there a second for that?
It's already been seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to just strike both diagrams, no language changes, just strike both diagrams. Let's vote on that. Let's do it. Larry, you go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's what Patrick said. I was the one that looking for better clarity, and I don't think we got better clarity. I mean, we started to get better clarity, then we got cut off. So I'm the one to blame here. I'm sorry. And Patrick's right. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No worries, no worries. We're all just trying to do the best we can here, Larry. No issues. Okay, we have a motion to reconsider. The motion was made by someone who voted yes to disapprove, as I recall. So
No, Nick voted no to not disapprove.
What was that? Who voted no?
My motion was original. I accept whoever was the second that brought on to clarify that as a friendly amendment to my motion.
Yeah, both the maker of the motion and the second of the motion were on the minority
Okay.
of the vote to disapprove.
Okay, so the only way to reconsider is for someone who voted yes to disapprove.
I will make that motion. This is Dwayne.
Can I second that as someone who abstained?
I can second. I voted with Dwayne.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by people who
I'm
voted
going to
yes.
make a point of order here.
Go ahead, Nick.
Okay, there is nothing in Robert's rules that says I can't make a motion to reconsider even when I was on the minority of the vote last time.
My understanding is that's exactly what Robert's rule says, is the only people who can make a motion to reconsider are people who voted in the majority.
That is correct.
Okay, I stand corrected then from the parliamentarian.
Can I get a quick clarification? What about people who abstain? Are they counted as people who could?
What I heard was that Margaret, who voted yes on the last motion, was willing to second it, so we don't have to go there.
Okay, perfect.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to reconsider. If this motion is successful, we will take another vote on the original proposal. So all in favor of reconsidering, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, we are now reconsidering it. The proposal is just to strike out the diagram. Does someone want to make a motion to approve the proposal to strike the diagram?
I make a motion to approve.
Okay.
I'll second. This is Kevin.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the proposal which strikes the diagram from mass transfer decks. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
Wait, we didn't even have a chance for discussion.
I didn't see any hands up. Okay, go ahead.
That diagram is helpful because, as couldn't be seen from this argument we've just had, that it's hard to get just from the words what we were trying to get at, and it's clear that mass transfer deck, which is just what it shows on the diagram, that it's offsetting, is what our intention was. And so for that reason, that diagram is useful to let people know what is and is not included, and we should keep it. It's certainly not doing any harm.
Okay. I guess I didn't probably allow enough time for discussion, so and I didn't get through the vote entirely on that. So let's discuss. The motion is to approve the proposal, which is to strike the diagram and have no diagrams for this. Patrick.
The diagram that I'm trying to remove is not necessary. Let the language stand by its own. It's not real world. It's not the only condition out there, and it makes it very confusing for building officials and plan reviewers to enforce the code, because it implies that that's the only condition. And if you read that language, that drawing that I did, and there's language in there that says, but not limited to, which means you can have multiples. And the drawing on the left indicates that you can only have one. It is not an indication of the language or how the bulk of these buildings are built. And I've been making my living building, the nickname for these buildings is called 5/2s. And
Yeah.
I've been making a living getting permits on those for 30 years.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. Margaret.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get why condition on the right happens almost all the time, but I don't understand how that could be called a mass transfer deck, because I'm not sure that it actually meets this definition and should be considered here. Because it's not transferring anything laterally.
You're talking about the image, the
Yeah,
diagram.
that diagram that showed up this time.
Yep.
So
And the
yeah,
diagram that should be here is just the original diagram that was in the
right.
code for the last 4 cycles.
Okay.
Okay.
And that's the reason that that confusion that we just had for this last half-hour discussion is the reason that the diagram is important to remain. So you know that that diagram on the right is not the mass transfer deck.
Okay. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I do struggle with this one because I understand the perspective of a lot of the folks here. There are many conditions that the code describes in words. And as has been described, there are a variety of ways that a building can have a mass configurations for a mass transfer deck. We do get questions about this from folks who think that the only condition that qualifies for this or that meets that term in the U factor table and the R value table is what matches that diagram. And we have to explain to folks that that is an example that shows what it could look like, but there are other situations. And the only other diagrams we have in the code are for the for lighting, or I'm sorry, daylighting conditions. And those are very clear. That is the only condition, and the diagram describes it to match the words. I mean, I understand the value in having a diagram to show that this is an example of what it might look like. But unless we put some wording in there that says that, you know, this is an example of one condition, but not the only condition, that I would agree that it is causing some confusion. So,
Okay. So
helps,
you're
but
in
yeah.
favor of the motion, which is to remove it from the.
Yeah, I mean, I understand
Okay.
why it was put in the first place, but at the same time, I would agree that it is unfortunately creating some confusion.
Okay. Thanks, Lisa. Larry.
What other, Lisa, could you just tell us like what other conditions it could possibly be?
I'm not a structural engineer, so I'm not going to be the one to say what it is, but I would defer that to the folks here who actually work on buildings that where they have mass transfer decks that are configured differently. Obviously, Patrick would be a good reference for that. But I would agree that the diagram on the right that is now not being considered, that doesn't meet the definition, and so that didn't belong. But unless that diagram that we're looking at right now, unless that is the condition, so you have a description and you've got a diagram that matches the condition, that's what it is. If there's any other way this can be configured, it's going to cause confusion for jurisdictions. That's been our observation. So that's why I'm right now leaning towards removing the diagram.
Thanks, Lisa. Larry.
Well, I kind of thought, like Lisa said, maybe we should have some bold print if we were to leave the diagram in there, that this is just one of many conditions here that could be. I mean, it does look like this is the only way you can go. And it sounds like to me I'm not a structural engineer, but it sounds like there's many different ways this could be done. And I think you either start including a few more, but I think you could just say this is just one example of many that is shown here. And we need to have some wording. Otherwise, this is it. And I don't think what we've heard of, there's many different ways to do this. And so by just showing the one, if we don't show a few more, then we're kind of locked in here. Thank you, Lisa.
Thanks, Larry. All right. We have spent 2 hours today and we have postponed 3 proposals. We need to come prepared. We need to come to talk about things, and we need to say things quickly and concisely and get to the point of things. We cannot meet 20 times as a tag. That's just too many. I love you all and I appreciate your technical expertise, but we need to make progress on there. We have 30 proposals to go through today. We haven't done any, we haven't approved or denied anything today. We need to move forward much more quickly than we are. We have a motion on the table, which is to disapprove this. We'll hear a few more comments and then we're going to vote on this. Or sorry, the motion on the table is to approve this, which would remove the diagram. Kim.
Yeah, as a building official, I do find the diagram helpful, and the wording in the actual definition says examples of this condition include but are not limited to. So I would be supportive of keeping the diagram and adding some sort of language, like a figure title that says example.
Thanks, Kim. Poppy.
Yeah, I guess this is just getting a little confusing because nobody has clarified whether or not this is actually the only example or not. And so if it is actually the only instance, then it may be those other people, Lisa, that are actually confused about thinking that some of those other instances actually do align with this definition. So I think that if that's something that needs to be clarified, and I just wanted to see if anybody had any input on that, because otherwise I agree with
Okay, does anybody have any input on this?
That was why I raised my hand. There's a cantilever, so if you cantilever the slab, that's another option. Usually, if you did the wall that's supporting above is usually not concrete. Usually it's like wood framed wall. And then you'd have concrete for the mass transfer deck and the wall below. But those are so either this configuration or the cantilever is what I'm aware of. But I'm not a structural, so there's probably some other options too.
Yep, there's also options in the text about a column, and this appears not to be a column, but a concrete wall or something like that. Shailesh.
Yeah, I would say that if we see other options that qualifies under this definition, nobody have presented so far. So before we remove the helpful sketch here, unless we see another configuration that qualifies under this definition, we should not remove this one. This is helpful. Thank you.
Well, I just mentioned one was where it's cantilevered instead.
And a cantilevered balcony is explicitly not a mass transfer deck slab, but a cantilevered structural condition could be. Dwayne.
That was my point, that it's another good example of the usefulness of the diagram, because a cantilever is not a method of transferring a load from, several feet laterally. And is not included in this because there are other ways we're dealing with it.
Thanks, Dwayne. Patrick.
When these conditions, lateral transfer is done by columns, and it doesn't have to look like this. The original drawing that I sent to you, Shell, had the slab thicknesses that identified what a mass transfer deck. I had 3 slab thicknesses, the top one being 15 inches, the next one down was 12, and the next one down was 8 or 10. And the 8 or 10 is not a mass transfer deck. Like Greg said, structural engineers are very creative, and we build these things. If you remove the drawing, the language stands alone, and that was my original proposal. I see these things all the time, and what causes problems is this drawing. And that's why I asked to just remove the drawing and let the language stand by itself. Like Lisa said, the only other diagrams in the whole code are the daylighting diagrams. And when I proposed this, and I've been thinking about this for 3 years of how do we fix it? And I came up with, well, let's just remove the drawing.
Yep. Okay. All right. we have a motion, and that is to approve the proposal, which would remove this diagram from the mass transfer deck. Let us take a roll call vote on that.
Okay, Margaret Montgomery,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
I apologize, I'm confused on what the yes and no vote is. I would like to keep the diagram.
Okay, a yes vote would be to remove the diagram from the code.
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Nick Massey,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Irina Resputness,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Irina Sesarova,
No.
Sloan Ritchie,
No.
Luke Howard,
Abstain.
Kevin Charup,
Abstain.
Alessandra De La Torre,
Abstain.
Ooh, motion carries 6-5 with 6 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. The diagram is removed from the code, and what the tag will present to the next committee and the council. Thank you, everybody. We are going to take a 5-minute break. And then we'll get back to the next code proposal. See you at 10:34. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are on to another Patrick Hayes proposal. Patrick, you have the floor.
Okay, everybody. This is an affordable housing proposal. And over the last cycle, when this came in, my clients are some of the largest developers in the region. Intercorp, Alliance, Mill Creek Real Estate, Trent Development, the list goes on and on. So they asked me to do the calcs on a 3-story walk-up that had a double-loaded corridor. I put them all together off of a base plan that Intercorp had. And when they costed it out the difference between doing it as a residential building and then doing it under the commercial code. The dollars came back from Intercorp and Alliance, almost identical, at $1.5 million on 100 units. And the net result of that was a project in Olympia, a project in Lacey, a project in Marysville, and a project in Sumner did not get built. They were scrapped. They didn't buy the property. And this all would have been affordable housing. And another one, so then it evolved to, and it started with HNN. who's one of the largest tax credit Section 8 developers in Washington State. And Tom Neubauer called me up and he said, would you put a proposal into the State Building Code Council to remove that so that we could build double loaded corridor, 3-story and less buildings? In Tom's words, and I've known Tom for over 30 years, those are the lowest cost buildings we can build, is a double loaded corridor, 3-story walk-up building. They don't have elevators, and so the second part, so it's all about affordable housing. Then I had another project this year, and I think this is equally as important, called the Hawthorne Apartments. It's on 212th Street in Kent, and the project I actually did 30 years ago with John Sue. And they are renovating all these, they were long-term housing for Boeing subcontractors. And they're renovating them to be apartments now. And I had to go to the site twice. And the external stairs on these buildings, I could only go in 2 buildings because the external stairs had rotted off and were unsafe. You couldn't go up them. And so that furthered it's like, man, we should go back to and use the definition that is in the IRC and the IBC, and we should be in line with that and be able to do this super affordable, double loaded corridor, walk-up building. If anybody here doesn't know what that is, that means that the stairs are inside and the apartment buildings have 1 common or 2 common entrances. It's also a security thing. They're the most secure buildings, and for low-income housing, some of them are built in neighborhoods that are not the most safest neighborhood. And so each apartment dwelling would, have the security of the 2 entrances with key cards or however you get in there, as opposed to a 24-unit building with 24 entries. And so I think it's a really great proposal. It saves energy, it saves costs, and it will get what Washington State is after, affordable housing. My final comment is when I'm in town, I listen to news radio pretty much every day, not all day. I just listen to it intermittently. Probably the single most common topic on news radio is affordable housing. And we're not helping the cause with this language. We're making what could be affordable unobtainable. And I think in my world, I saw 500 units not get built straight up because of this language.
Great. Thanks, Patrick. And to be clear, in the 2018 code, residential buildings under 3 stories or less were all under the residential energy code. In the 2021 code, that was changed so that if they had exterior entrances, they would be under the residential energy code. If they were under the had interior entrances or corridors, then they were under the commercial energy code. So this changes it back to how we had it prior to that. Go ahead, Greg.
I see you went on mute, so I assume you want me to go?
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding, this would be in alignment with our energy goals because we're baseline off the 70% savings baseline off the 2006, and 2006 classified these buildings as residential, right?
I don't know that for a fact, but
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Okay.
So we would still we'd still be in line with our goals of 70% reduction by making this change, and then also this would comply with the Ferguson's Executive Order 2502 2, which is for affordable housing. So this appears to be a win-win to me. If anyone sees any reason why we shouldn't do this, let me know.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, actually, I'm not supportive of this proposal for a couple of reasons. So there are elements of a central corridor multifamily building where the residential energy code does not govern. And that includes elements like the balanced ventilation requirements for the central corridor. There's some other components with regards to service water for central corridor buildings that have central service water heating systems that require specific controls to control the zones and whatnot. So there are multiple requirements in the commercial energy code that apply much more directly to a central corridor multifamily. And if this is put back, and a lot of those requirements were incorporated into the 2018 and 2021 code. So there's a little bit of what was going on in the code at that time. And so at this time, I do not support this because the current 2021 code has been written around the current definition, which puts those central corridor multifamily buildings into the commercial code, and that to just strike it out of the definition would ignore all the other consequences throughout the 2021 and to be the 2024 code. Thank you.
What you just recited is where your $1.5 million comes on 100 units.
Thanks, Patrick. And Lisa, Kevin.
Yeah, motion to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve in a second. Kevin, do you want to?
Sure.
Say anything else?
Yeah, to speak to the motion, just wanted to point out this is for 3 stories or less. And I do agree that it's nice to align with model code and every other state's code. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Larry, did you have something to say as well?
Yeah. So I'm just trying to get an understanding here because I'm not an architect. Okay. So we're talking a corridor and you got apartments on both sides of the corridor. And then we come up through a door that has a key. And then we have maybe at the end of the corridor, we have another set of stairs. Is that correct?
Usually they have 2 sets of stairs. For
Right.
the code.
Right. And so I see that as an energy win myself. Okay.
Yep.
Because you've cut off the one whole side or probably more of energy loss that we're going to gain on, because the inner side of that building is going to be much more warmer than it is straight to the outside. And so when you're coming through that corridor, you're not going to have the loss of energy coming in that door like you normally would go to the outside. And I think that does 2 things for us. I mean, number 1, it gives us some security. Number 2, it reduces energy, which we're trying to do. And then it also gives us buildings in these areas where we need to have some buildings. Thank you.
It also.
Thanks, Larry. Greg, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, so Lisa, what if we move this into the residential? What if we worked in the residential, since we still have code proposal period for the residential? What if we address some of your concerns there in the residential code instead of making it go through the whole commercial? Because even if we added a provision for the shared common spaces, that might be an easier way to deal with it in the IRC or in the residential energy code. Because the commercial code is pretty hard to navigate for a lot of the low-cost builders.
Are we talking about just difficulty of understanding the code itself, the commercial code, or taking into consideration all the requirements in the commercial code that would be applicable to multifamily that now are no longer going to be enforced, meaning that someone would have to write proposals. Well, first they'd have to scan the commercial code, figure out what those provisions would have to be, and then proposals would have to be submitted to add that language into the residential code so that those energy efficiency measures currently in the commercial code are not lost. So it isn't a minor undertaking. I mean, somebody would have to be pretty motivated to go through that effort.
Well, I'm not suggesting we bring everything over, but I was suggesting what if we just looked at those things that pertain to the things you mentioned, like the shared hot water heating, if we have that, or if we have the ventilation and heating for the common corridors. What if we just, because really those are the two big things that we're looking at. What if we just looked at those two things and when that way we don't miss anything you want. And put that in the residential code and then make this change here.
Tell you honest truth, Lisa, if we built a 3-story and less double-loaded corridor, those developers would pressurize the corridors anyways on their own. They wouldn't need code because we pressurize all those corridors positive.
To keep
I understand, but that again, well, I'll leave it at that. At this point, that would be my concern. And if I do recall, there was quite a bit of analysis that went into this to make this change in the Washington State Code. So I perhaps lean into the proponent of that original proposal that got it in there. And I do believe that there was some analysis that worked out the cost difference. And it wasn't conclusive, and I'd have to dig out the language from that analysis. It wasn't conclusive that building to the residential code was a lower cost than to the commercial code when you consider what requirements would apply to that building.
Hey, Lisa, the people that costed it out for me, they are pros. They're owner builders. That's all they do for a living. It's not some study. This was real work done by real people that build the buildings. When I say 1.5 million on 100 units, you can call up Intercorp yourself and they'll recite the number. Those are real numbers.
Thanks, Patrick. Dwayne.
Yeah, following on what Lisa was saying, the when we went through this last code cycle, it became clear that if anything, building to the commercial side of the code was slightly less expensive than building to the residential code. And for that reason, the home builders representatives on the count tag did not oppose it. And even though they had started out in opposition, it was clear by the balance of the different kinds of credits that you have to get for residential versus commercial, that it was either a complete wash or it was actually slightly less expensive to build to the commercial code. And the reason we did this whole thing was so that all multifamily of all heights gets to build to one standard, and that we don't have a separate standard for a 3-story apartment building as for a 4-story apartment building.
That is simply not true, Dwayne.
Patrick,
I don't like people
have the
not-
opportunity to rebut everyone.
I understand, but
So
I don't like
please raise your
people-
hand and we'll get to you in the order in which you talk, in which you raise your hand, okay?
Okay.
David.
Yeah, we work on these buildings as well, both buildings that look at enclosing the corridor or the stairwells and not enclosing them. And I agree with Patrick that most of the contractors we work with recommend enclosing them for the stairwell durability issues that he pointed out. But I do think that, well, first of all, I see an issue with this proposal in that it strikes out that language there, but it doesn't strike out the sentence below, Group R2 buildings with dwelling units access. I think if I understand what you're trying to accomplish here, Patrick, you'd have to strike out that sentence that follows the bulleted points.
That's correct, David. I missed that one. I
No.
sent
But
this in.
in any case, I don't agree with the proposal. I do think there are issues with commercial code as it stands for these building types that should be addressed, namely the load management requirements and some of the other requirements that don't quite fit with this building type. Like I believe one of the issues is whether you go central water heating or not, and most of these buildings would, in most cases, prefer to go unitized water heating. So I do think there's some issues that need to be addressed to make it potentially a better fit for this building type, but I don't agree with this change here.
Thanks, David. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I would think a central heating system for the hot water would be very expensive. And for Lisa, I would think that what we need to put in here is we would have individual hybrid water heaters in each of the apartments. And I think that would take part of the problem out of it. But what about this? Why not have two different ways to go so the builder has either or to choose from? So he could go with the interior corridors, or he can go with the outside ones, and let the builder make the choice of what's the best for them. But then in these interior corridors, we wouldn't have central hot water systems, okay? And I think most builders or owners would want that anyway, because then each person has his own meter, and each, and that way the owner isn't trying to divide it up, what the cost of the hot water is. And I think we should give more flexibility here so the builders can do what they need to do and get us more buildings built for our people. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Nathan.
Can I answer that quickly and make it clear that building to the commercial code does not prohibit, doesn't say you have to build one system type or another. I'm purely stating that if the choice was to install central system for surface water heating, the commercial code has provisions on how to do it. That's the only reason for that statement.
Okay, thanks. Larry or Nathan.
Yeah, the only project I went through where they actually had the choice to consider, should we change the design to be interior corridor or exterior entrance and flop which code we're under, was for Peninsula Housing Authority. They evaluated and decided to stick with the commercial code for their particular project, 2-story affordable housing job, because they felt like the cost of getting the R406 credits, R406 credits actually exceeded the C406 package. So in that one case, they evaluated and decided the commercial code was actually the more affordable route. So it's not universal, although I do appreciate that we need to find ways to build simple buildings cheaply for a variety of reasons. And just one more quick thing. I don't think having a corridor at all makes it more efficient than the exterior entrances. Corridor is just space that you're lighting, heating, and sometimes cooling that's not actually serving the direct needs of the people. If you just eliminate it, yeah, you lose some of that vestibule effect, but I think you actually end up with lower building energy use if you have exterior entrances directly to dwelling units.
Thanks, Nathan. Go ahead, Patrick.
Okay, I would like to dispute what Dwayne Johnlund said, because he doesn't have access to the people that I have. It costs a lot more. Second, to chime in with what Larry said, when you do build a 3-story double-loaded corridor, only the end units have 2 walls. The rest of them down the middle, which we call the shotgun units in the business, have 1 cold wall, where when you do a walk-up with external stairs, you get a minimum of 2 cold walls and sometimes 3 cold walls. So they are more efficient. I have a project on my desk right now in Sumner, 160th Street Apartments with Tarragon. And it has double loaded corridors, but due to this language, they are external. And to make it all work and avoid the commercial code because of the dollars, now we have entrances with steel gates and external stairs that actually have a roof above them. And so you don't have a pressurized corridor because you're still outside, but even though it has a roof, but it's operating as a double loaded corridor under the residential code, straight up because of money. And Tarragon told me, they're another ones that asked me to put this language in the code. They said they would have built it totally different, and they would have had closed entrances, and they said they would have pressurized the corridors all on their own, just like you would on a podium building. And as Kevin said, we should have language in our code that is the same as the model codes everywhere else in the country. And I put this together at the request of 7 developers who all want to build affordable housing, whether it's market rate or Section 8, with HNN, who's one of the largest Section 8, if not the largest, in the whole state of Washington. They control over 5,000 units, and they build 750 units per year, 100% Section 8 housing. And that's housing for what everybody's after. This is a good proposal, and it'll save energy all on its own. It's not a takeaway. It's a positive for the state of Washington.
Okay. Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead. Dwayne had your hand up. You just put it down.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that everybody's clear on the fact that this is not about whether interior corridor buildings are allowed. We've had the interior corridor buildings are by far the most common for low-rise housing, both before and after this rule. So this is the idea that we have to go back to the residential code to save money is a particular limited opinion, but it's not everybody's opinion.
Thanks, Dwayne. Larry.
Well, when you talked about the 2-story versus the 3-story, the 3-story is going to use less energy than the 2-story because you have more roof coverage per unit than you would in the 3-story. Okay. It's much more efficient to build it the way Patrick's talking about when you start running all the heat loss, heat gains than what you are with all this stuff coming from the outside like this. And when you run the numbers are clear. The clear would be to have the interior corridor as tall as you can build it because you have less outside area to roof, okay, per unit. And that's just fact. And then the thing that you really haven't talked about here is what the cost is for the individual person being there. Okay, that individual person that's renting or leasing that building is going to pay less through Patrick Hayes's plan here than it would be on the outside. And as the prices go up for energy, it could be a significant number. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Kim.
Can I clarify, is there a motion on the table?
I believe there was a motion to approve this, and I believe it was Greg that made that.
Kevin.
No, that was Kevin and Larry.
Kevin and Larry. Okay, sorry.
Would it be appropriate to call the question?
Yes, I think if your hand goes down, we would probably vote. Okay, I think this is, I'm gonna anticipate that we need a roll call vote on this. So the motion is to approve this, which would change it so that residential buildings R2, R3, and R4 with entrances from an interior corridor would be part of the residential energy code and not part of the commercial energy code as they are in the 2021 codes. So a yes vote approves the proposal. Let's do a roll call.
Margaret Montgomery,
Abstain.
sorry, my computer's being weird here. Okay. Kim Barker,
No.
Dwayne Johnson,
No.
Nick Massey,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Irina Resputness,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Irina Sesarova,
Abstain.
Sloan Ritchie,
No.
Luke Howard,
No.
Kevin Sharp,
No.
Alessandra De La Torre,
No.
okay, motion fails 5-8 with 4 abstentions.
Okay, motion fails. We are on to the next proposal. Which is Lisa 154. Gary.
Wanted to let you know I'm here.
Oh, welcome.
Thanks.
All right, Lisa, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is on this kind of the same topic. So what this proposal does is it just does a little bit of clarifying for both the Group R and residential building definitions. It does two things. It makes it clear that, let's see, make sure I get this all in here correctly. Yeah, it's just some more just editorial type updates that clarify that commercial buildings or portions thereof include all Group R1, Group R2 that are greater than 3 stories in height, Group R2 where the dwelling units are accessed from interior corridors or other interior spaces, another Group R occupancy buildings that are greater than 3 stories, Group R4, and then also the final item number 5, it just again editorial states that it includes certain I occupancies in accordance with C101.2, which is just a little bit more clear than as specified in. If you scroll down, and this change is actually something that we're attempting to address a question that we've received actually several times from jurisdictions, and that is with regards to mixed residential and commercial buildings. And so what we're proposing is that a Group R2 building 3 stories or less in height above grade, where a portion of the dwelling units are accessed directly from the exterior and a portion are accessed from the interior, that shall comply with the commercial code. It's not really clear. And when you have that situation where what appears based on the definition, you're straddling two codes, which one should govern. And so this clarifies that detail, that if you have a mix, then it would fall into the commercial code. And that's my proposal.
Thank you, Lisa. Kim.
Yeah, I really like the proposal in general. I have one question, just a clarification question, and that's on item number 5 with the group I occupancies. The way it's included in both definitions, I'm a bit confused what the intent is. Can you help me with that, Lisa?
Yeah, the only reason why we're proposing to put it under residential buildings is that if you've got the situation where you have an I occupancy, maybe assisted living or something like that, that where the access is actually like Woody Walkup, that would fall under the residential building definition, and not the commercial. But that last item 5, and actually it's taking where it says group R2 buildings with dwelling units access from interior corridors, that element, we're striking that. But it's just adding that detail to the residential building definition to make it clear. But if it's deemed redundant, I'd accept it as a friendly amendment to take that out.
Well, I think that I like it in the residential building definition, but then having it in the commercial building definition seems to imply that we're putting I occupancies in commercial.
Well, I occupancies, they are. I mean, that's described in section C 101.2. But they're considered, they fall under the group R. But we've got these two different conditions that we just talked about, where you've got exterior access, which falls under the residential building definition, and then interior corridor, which falls under the commercial buildings. So that's the reason for both, but it sounds like maybe that's going to cause confusion.
I think a little bit. I'm not sure if there's a better way to word it. I understand now what you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could potentially take that out of the residential building definition. It wasn't there before. And just leave it as is. I'd be fine with that. So that would be striking item 5 in residential building.
Thanks, Lisa. Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I like the definitions. I think it is a little confusing, but what you're saying is very clarifying, actually, that whether you expect it or not, certain I occupancies are residential. So I think I kind of like number 5 in both instances. What I had a question about further down in the C101.2, we could scroll to that. So without the new language, does a building, I think the code says it pretty clearly that you consider each portion separately. So if let's just call it the Woody Walkup portion would fall under residential, and the non-Woody Walkup portion would fall under commercial. Is that correct reading?
Yeah, that's how you could interpret it. And functionally, that gets really complicated from an enforcement perspective, that's the feedback we were getting from jurisdictions where they're saying, if you've got a building and you've got a mixture, which actually it's not uncommon when you have apartments that are ground floor, that you might have some exterior apartments that actually have it or ground floor units that actually have an exterior entrance.
Sure.
And then others are central corridor. We've heard about that. There's a lot of ways that these buildings are being built now. And so jurisdictions are kind of scratching their head going, well, what code do I apply to this building then if it's split up like this? And so this just clarifies that if you have that condition that you only apply one code to that building, and we're proposing that it be the commercial code versus the residential code.
Gotcha. And I'm just wondering if you'd be amenable to dividing the question between the definition change and the C102 change.
I see, as two separate proposals.
Yeah.
So that they would be voted on separately. Sure. Yeah, because one's in theory more editorial, where this one would be considered a scope change. So I'd be open to that. So we don't lose the whole thing if everybody wants this second part.
Good deal. We'll see how this goes, but thank you.
Thanks. Kevin, Greg.
I just had a question on the C102. What if instead of saying that it's complies under the commercial code, what if you said it should comply with whatever the majority is, under a single code of what the majority is, or maybe make a threshold like 60% or something? I'm just trying to think of the edge cases. Like, what if you had, you know what I mean, 80% of the had exterior, but only 20% had interior or something like that? Would you be okay with something like that, Lisa?
Yeah, I'd accept that as a friendly amendment. It would make sense. This was written just from the perspective of just being simple, but you know, I imagine that jurisdictions, I'd like to hear back from jurisdictions on this one, on whether that would help. Just kind of give them that flexibility, that if it's just, a couple units that are accessed from the exterior and the rest are all interior corridor, then that's how the dividing line would be made. So we just have to come up with wording for it.
Do you think we should say just the majority, which would be 51%, or do you think we should say if the units accessed directly have to be over, I don't know, 70% or 80%, or what do you in your mind think the dividing line should be?
In my mind, I would say, maybe something closer to like 70%, if we were to put a number on it.
So for expediency, what if we just change, don't add the new text down below that you have under C102, and instead we just say, add a sentence that says where 70% of the I'm doing this on the fly, but
I have some language, Greg, that I think might help. If we go back to the original.
Okay, yeah, go back to the original.
And we go back to the original and we say where, instead of above grade plane, where a portion of the units, if we say where more than 30% of the dwelling units are accessed directly from the exterior.
Yeah, something like that. That would do it.
Or I guess it's what it should say. No, I think what we're trying to say is where more than
it would be more than
less
we're
than
less than, just change it. We're less than.
Be less than.
Yeah, that takes care of it.
Perfect.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Joe.
So I would like to make a motion to accept, but also I'd want debate on the what that 30%. So I guess based on what Kevin said, I'll make a motion to accept the first part. We'll do the divided question. Just do the first part, accept the above, and then we'll take care of this next part second.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the first part of the proposal and a second for it. Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, what I was just going to mention, it relates to the discussion before. I don't want to confuse people because there's an motion on the floor, but don't forget, we have to remind ourselves that, the residential code, the IRC does not use occupancy types. It doesn't, in other words, even though we say, well, it's like an R3. Well, it's like an R3, but it's not an R3. It's not an R3 unless it's covered by the building code. And so we just have to be careful when we start to mix the language like that. You sort of are confusing things as it relates to the way those codes are written. And and I've made the same mistake myself, and I just point out, so if we, you know, and we know that the RCWs do allow specific types of, you know, I-type occupancies to be housed in residential buildings, you know, that are covered by the residential code. So theoretically, they're not I occupancies, they're like an I occupancy if they would have been in the building code. So it's a fine point, but just something to pay attention to.
So Ray, can I ask you a question about that? And thank you so much for that explanation. So in your opinion, is item 5 in the residential definition, is that technically incorrect? Or, I mean, would it be best to remove it?
Well, that's what I'm thinking, because to remove it, because we know that that, you know, where the RCWs allow these types of uses in residential, that's pretty clear, and that's the basis for it. So attempting to try and rewrite, you know, the I codes to necessarily reflect that is a little problematic definition wise. That's all, but it's not a hill to die on.
Sure, no, fair enough. As I mentioned, I would be fine with striking item 5 unless the tag feels strongly about keeping it. It wasn't there before, so if it's not adding value, then there's no point in including it. So I'd be comfortable striking it.
Okay.
Thanks,
Lisa,
that.
included in the motion to strike number 5. Is that what you were saying, Lisa?
Yeah, unless anybody's really opposed to that, I would say, sure, go ahead and do that. Sounds like we're more.
Friendly to the makers of the motion.
I'm
I'm
game
fine
with
with
that.
that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin Rose, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. I think my comment mostly just went away with that change to the motion, but I was going to say in both, it's just a grammar thing, but for both of those number 5s, to have parallel structure, you could get rid of the group R also includes and just start the phrases with certain I occupancies. Just trying to save a couple of lines of the code here, but if we're not adding it in that case, that's half of the value of the change gone there. So minor thing.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, I see no more hands up. So we have a motion to accept the first half of the proposal as shown with one modification. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. We're on to the second part, C101.2. There's a slight modification in there that clarifies. Does anybody want to make a motion or modification of the second part of this proposal?
I'll make a motion to approve as amended by the tag.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Kevin.
Yeah, if we're adding in less than 30%, then I think something like where it says and a portion of the dwelling units in the second line there should probably say something like and the remaining dwelling units.
Yep, I think that sounds reasonable. And remaining units, remaining portion, or and other dwelling unit and the rest of the, yeah, something.
Yeah, and the remaining dwelling units, yeah, strike the, let me read it again.
About too.
Yeah.
Is that good, Lisa and Margaret?
Yeah, strike that of.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nathan.
I guess, does this really eliminate the confusion or just move it to a different place? So if you have 40% of your dwelling units access from the exterior, are we still in the situation where you might split between resi and commercial, or does it?
You would be, if that was not the case, oh, I see what you're saying, that maybe you
What if we add a sentence that just at the end of the residential provisions on the paragraph right above to say can comply with either code? So that way they have a choice with either code if they're, but then otherwise they go the 30%.
And that would be too broad, right? We'd have to. I mean, this is really just trying to clean up that situation where you just have a couple exterior access spaces. That's what we're hearing.
I agree that another sentence about the other option could be good, saying that other buildings or something that can comply with the, I don't know. I don't have an answer.
Yeah, I think I misstated my concern. 40% is obvious because you'd be in the commercial code here, I guess like 25%. If you're at 25%, does that split it, or does it just say you're defaulting into the Resi code for the entire thing?
Oh, right. It would go back to split. You're right.
But on the split, you just have to, at the end of provision, you just say, but not both. Shall comply with applicable provisions from the commercial or the residential, but not both. So it's kind of like they choose one.
Oh,
But is that really what we want to do? Because the ground floor retail space is a really different thing from the upstairs apartments.
Right.
And they might want to just test them. And they're completely divided from each other, so they might want to just test them separately.
Yeah.
Yeah, and common spaces are often in the commercial code. Some common spaces in residential, in buildings under the residential energy code.
Yeah, I wouldn't mess with the core language because it was added as only group R2.
Yeah, and this is only where you've got dwelling units, from ground floor all the way up.
Yeah.
Where the ground floor units have exterior access.
Oh, with that then I'm fine with how it is shown on screen.
Yeah, I mean, back to the original question about, is this just moving the confusion? Yeah. You'd be back to the split provisions if you're greater than 30%, right?
You would, but this kind of takes care of the lion's share,
Yeah.
what we've been hearing.
That's a good experiment, like Dwayne said.
Okay. Not seeing any more hands up or hearing more discussion. We have a motion to approve this as modified on the screen. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. So this whole proposal now passes. Okay, we are on to 183 Gary. So you have the floor, Gary. And you had a revision to this, right?
Yeah, I did. And I had sent it. I don't know if Kristen has it handy. It looks like she does. So we kind of had reviewed the original proposal before, and the main thing here is striking the fossil fuel path. And so, the majority of the first part of the proposal here is just simply striking the fossil fuel path. We'll stop right there. Striking again fossil fuel, since we're striking fossil fuel path. I keep on going down a little bit. And stop right there. And we reviewed this before. This looked like some pretty good language to retain, but just changing some of the words rather than saying primary heat pump system sizing, just saying heat pump system sizing and then referencing where used. And the same thing for the heat pump system design there, where used, you use these guidelines. So for system sizing and system design, retain that language. So keep on going down. Now these yellow highlighted, got a frog in my throat today. These yellow highlighted areas are where I made changes to my original proposal. My original proposal did not recommend any changes to this table C4061, which is the energy measure credits requirements for these different types of buildings. And so acknowledging that this would need some analysis by PNNL and arbitrary, but not necessarily so arbitrary, I've increased all the credit requirements by 50%. That seems to be somewhat consistent with the direction that standards like a 90.1 are headed. I don't think they've landed on those in particular, but I'm recommending, at least as a starting point for PNNL, to analyze increasing the number of credits by 50%, which would increase the level of energy efficiency. That is one of the questions that had been asked. So that's one change from the original. So if you can keep on scrolling down, stop there. I had originally recommended retaining both of the energy efficiency credits tables there, C40621 and C40622. 2.1 addresses electrical equipment. 2.2 had addressed the fossil fuel path. After looking at that and thinking about it, it made sense, I think, to simplify into one credit, similar to what Johnny had proposed, although the credits are probably different. And about the only significant difference then between the paren 1 efficiency credits and paren 2 was for the high efficiency water heating gas fired. So what this would do is pull that line item up into the one credit table, and those credits are just cut and paste from the credits that are shown currently in the fossil fuel path table. So keep on going down. Stop there. Allowing a little bit more of a loosening the cap just a little bit on the calculation for credits. This is also consistent with a current proposal under consideration at the IECC to increase this from 20% to 30% to allow more credits where credits are due for higher efficiency equipment. And then it also does add some language where used for gas heat pumps, and that they shall be tested and rated in accordance with that standard at an outdoor temperature of 17 degrees. And just some language that that would be expressed as a coefficient of performance. So keep on going down. Stop there. And because I referenced it above, just striking this exception because I think it's covered under the language above, and then striking this particular equation because I think the existing equation that we looked at above will work, can work. And then keep on scrolling. I think those were the changes that had been made, except for that. I had originally recommended striking this. First of all, it looks like I had the incorrect reference to the table. But after looking at it, I don't think it's necessarily to strike that. So I'm just saying that leave that table alone where it's at. And again, I think that's basically it. Simple, easy peasy, right?
Thanks, Gary. Could you, so the tag has already passed a version of 279 that strikes the fossil fuel pathway generally and incorporates the credits into a more combined
Right.
fashion. And are you on that work group as well?
I had been in some of those discussions, but if there's been a separate working group meeting on a regular basis to do that, I have not been involved in any recent meetings. I've been involved in.
I haven't either. I was just wondering. I was wondering if you could speak for a minute about how this is different, or what is different about this than the 279 proposal that we passed, and then you also did a 279 version of your own. Just what is, like, if we passed this today, what would that mean? Do you see this as a parallel path to this 279 path where we would present the council with two options? Or do you see this as modifying 279 in some ways, or do you see this as something else?
Well, I suppose it could be modifying or parallel. It might be best, unless people are willing to get together to see if there's a compromise to merge the two. It might be better to consider as a parallel path. I think the primary difference, unless 279 has changed, is that 279 uses the minimum efficiency gas equipment, either for space or water heating, as the basis for the calculation of credits on a site energy basis. And what I have stated before is I believe that's, and I realize that that 2066 may be a bit in limbo right now, but I don't think that whole issue is over. If 2066 stands, then I would, it would be my opinion that basing the credits as they are in 279 would be in violation of that law, because it would be an extreme penalty against natural gas and in violation of the law. The construct that I'm proposing does use site energy to calculate the credits, because I really haven't changed the number of, well, I haven't changed the methodology to calculate the credits that are in those tables. The credits in those tables, I believe, use site energy, but they did not compare the different energy sources. They did not compare heat pumps, for example, to minimum efficiency natural gas. They compared like technologies, which works just fine when you're using site energy. So I guess I would be interested to hear from the TAG on what they thought in regards to whether this ought to be a parallel path or ought to try to merge in some way. I would love to hear from the TAG.
Thanks, Gary. Greg.
So I was looking at this, and I'm not sure if I'm at the right spot, but equation 4-17 maybe might be in your equation. Wondering if there's a room to maybe divide the question, like what you brought up is about what level of efficiency of gas appliances are we using? Are we using the 80% efficient or the 95% efficient? I wonder if there's a way we could just embed a equation that, you know what I mean, that adjusts the credit tables. And so if we were to do that, like, is there, and maybe it's a modification of this thing, is there a way we could like divide that, something that would be applicable both in yours versus Johnny's? You know, is there something we can account for the efficiency as a baseline?
Not 100% sure what you're trying to get at there, Greg. This equation, what this equation does, and there's two equations here. There's an equation kind of in the middle of the language there, where the HEI calculation. So that HEI is basically the the increase in efficiency. So it's a simple calculation. If you're comparing, for example, a 95% unit to an 80% unit, you would do 95 divided by 80, subtract 1, and you basically have a percent or a fraction better. Then you use that HEI up above to calculate a multiplier to apply to the base energy credits, the EEC5. There are the base energy credits in the table. And so you go through that complicated looking calculation there to come up with a multiplier to get there. And in this particular case, the minimum efficiency is the minimum efficiency for that particular class of unit, whether it be a gas rooftop unit, a gas boiler, or a heat pump. But they compare against their own class. So a high efficiency heat pump compared to a minimum efficiency heat pump, or a high efficiency boiler compared to a minimum efficiency boiler. And in this particular case, it also incorporates some gas heat pumps.
And I guess what I'm trying to, I think you've highlighted a gap that was in Johnny's proposal, like his Johnny has two tables and he doesn't actually differentiate between what's the efficiency of the across the gas stuff. And so I'm wondering if we can extract out, you know, I mean, and you've partially got it here, and maybe it requires some additional work, but I wonder if we could extract out that little piece of your proposal and we can embed that into Johnny's somehow, so we can actually accommodate just like what you said.
Well, I probably the simple answer would be yes, you probably could. The question is the construct is definitely a lot different. In Johnny's proposal, again, his HM minimum is always the minimum efficiency gas unit, whether you're comparing heat pumps or other gas equipment. In this construct here, you're comparing the minimum required heating efficiency to whatever is in the table in that same class. So it compares gas to gas and electric to electric. So again, simple answer is yes, you probably could. The real question though is you know, would that be acceptable, ultimately acceptable to the tag?
Yeah, and I just want to say I divide the question because I think there's whether we want this as a separate option should be a separate question, as opposed to whether we want to capture that gap that you know what I mean, include that gap. So those are two different things. Value in considering both.
Okay. Thanks, Greg and Gary. Lisa.
Yeah, I've got a couple observations that are not a part of this current discussion about the equation. Should I wait until the other people continue with this?
At this point, we're discussing the whole proposal. So no one's made a motion to do something with only part of the proposal yet. So we're discussing the whole proposal. Okay.
So Gary, I have two comments looking at, so if you scroll to section C503.5, so I think these changes perhaps have an unintended consequence because the exception that as structured is that it listed the following equipment is not required to comply with C401.3 or C404.2.1, and then it listed different equipment types. And the exception applies to the whole section, and that whole section is requiring compliance with just the fundamentals of C404, 408.3, 501.6, and 506.1. And so I don't know if that was the intent to say that replacement equipment doesn't have to comply with any of the requirements of section C404, but as written, that is exactly what this does.
Well, that might be a mistake, Lisa. I guess I would have to look at that.
Yeah, I think just
401.3 there. I don't think I think the intent was to strike anything related to the fossil fuel path, and I may have struck this in error. I need to go back and take a look at C401.3, I guess.
yeah, that's what I suspected was the case, just, because of the way the exceptions are structured, that is functionally what those exceptions now do, is it exempts all those equipment types from all of the surface water heating requirements in the code. So I would recommend that that particular change under the exceptions be re-evaluated so that we don't have a big reduction in efficiency by exempting a lot of equipment from the code. So that was my first comment. And then the second one was with regards to the supplemental heating provision. And if you can scroll up to that, Krista. Let's see where it is. That is back.
I think you just went back, yeah.
Yeah, there it is. And just a quick question on what is the purpose of striking the requirement to limit the capacity of supplemental heating? Because that's functionally what this does. I don't see any other language that addresses supplemental heating. So that, anyway, that's my question.
Yeah. No, great questions. I may have gotten a little over enthusiastic maybe here with some of my strikeouts. But I think that's worth a closer look.
Okay, thanks. And I'll look at it again from that perspective. Those are just the two that just kind of caught my eye. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Lisa. Go ahead, Larry.
I'm looking at it's 2.1 C503.5 in the exceptions there. Do you see that? So I see that 12 kW input there. That doesn't correlate to really what you can get in water heaters, because we have to take a 1.25 multiplier on that. And so now you're over a 60 amp breaker. You're into probably an 80 amp breaker because, so I'm thinking that we should move it, the 12 up a little bit or down just a little bit, so we can hit the breaker size that would be appropriate. And I'm looking at cost here. I mean, usually in these heaters, you got 5 kW elements. So you'd move to 15 kW, okay? Or you move to 10 kW because of the way it works in the electric layout in the water heaters. And so I think it's kind of useless to have a 12 kW if we can't ever get there. So so either move to a 15 kW or we drop down to the 10 kW, one or the other. I personally,
Yeah, that's
because of the
Larry,
bold.
that's, yeah, this is existing language.
Yeah.
In there, so I didn't change that. The only thing I changed was the numbering.
But that's
And
something that I see we need to kind of fix a little bit here, you see.
well, but that's, I think,
That's
one of
existing
those
language.
one of those cutoff sizings. I think that's embedded in the efficiency tables where, you know, something is either above or below 12 kW. It kind of puts it into a different class, I believe. So I'm not sure if that's something that we can actually change. I think that might be very much related to the efficiency tables. Dwayne could probably help me with that one, and I know he's got his hand up, probably for other reasons too. But,
Yeah, I guess I have kind of a suggestion. This is a big proposal, and it's a directional proposal to some degree. I mean, Greg talked about maybe parting it out, which could be an option as well. But this is kind of a big directional proposal, and I think we can talk about the smaller aspects of the proposal. But if the tag were to pass this, it would probably be a parallel path, or the tag could part it out and suggest that we do something else with the pieces of it. But it's a big and directional thing. So I don't want to get lost in the details of it, unless they affect the overall legitimacy and usefulness of the proposal. I'm trying to figure out how to move towards seeing if the tag thinks this is a good overall option to move forward with, where pieces of it might be improved, but because we've heard a couple things that might be improved about it.
Yeah, I
Or
would
if
agree with
we
that.
want to not have a parallel path and instead part this out. So I kind of, before we get into all the nuances, I kind of like to get a directional idea of what the tag wants to do with this, and I'm not sure how to do that. Because I don't think I can do a straw vote on something like that. So anyway, I'd like the tag members to think about how we'd want to propose with this kind of proposal, which is also a big one, just like 279, where if we approve the whole thing, it would be a parallel path, or parting it out, and how we would want to approach that. Just so we can be expedient with our time. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, question for Gary. The original tables were based on the discrepancy between conventional gas-fired equipment and heat pumps efficiency. But what is the difference in efficiency kind of overall between the gas-fired heat pumps and electric heat pumps?
On a site energy basis, probably the best gas-fired heat pumps will operate somewhere COP of 1.4 to 1.5 at 47 degrees. Down to 17 degrees, they're probably in the 1.1 to 1.2 or so range on a site energy basis. So on a site energy basis, yeah, the efficiency does not look as good as electric. But I think if you compared them on a source energy or even emissions basis, they're much closer.
So how do they compare on
performance?
How do they compare on a source energy basis?
Depends on what source energy factor you apply to the.
For Washington State, I think it's 2.4, isn't it?
Well, then I guess you would just take your
We're not
COP
using
of
source, so I don't really want to talk about source at this point.
So using 2.4, they'd be closer, but the electric might still be a little bit better, but I haven't done those calcs.
So then I would, to help gel along, I would like to make a motion to disapprove the proposal.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove. Is there a second? Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. I didn't hear anyone seconding it. Joanne, do you have anything else?
I was going to second it, but I couldn't get to my audio in time.
Okay, sorry. So we do have a second for the motion to disapprove this. Dwayne, did you want to say anything else?
No, I think that if we could just vote now with no further talk, then we would see where the tag is at.
Okay, thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a quick note, question for Gary. As I understand it, what this proposal does is puts the code and the credit calculations on a similar track to, say, International Energy Code and many other state codes, that is comparing like to like fuel sources. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, and I think that is probably the biggest piece of this proposal as I heard Gary talk about it. Lisa, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. So I'll just say that I find the vote for this particular proposal quite difficult because there are some elements that do appear to address some of the I-2066 responsibilities that we have. But as I noted under section C 503.5, I would be quite concerned that this would create a significant rollback in the code with regards to surface water heating systems. And so it's like there's multiple proposals all in one document. So I'm just noting that if we've been splitting proposals in other for other proposals, perhaps that would be the appropriate approach for this, but just indicating that makes a vote on this particular proposal difficult.
Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, the motion is not to split it right now. I don't know if someone could make a motion like that or I think the motion is to disapprove, so I guess that's what we'll eventually vote on unless somebody makes a mandatory motion. Go ahead, Larry.
I just want to bring up that with what I've been told by the manufacturers of the gas equipment, heat pumps, that they don't need a defrost cycle. So that's a great advantage in our part of the woods, is that their rating is up there without a defrost cycle in that really cold weather. So as it gets cold, then the gas heat pumps come up in line with the electric heat pumps. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Greg.
I was wondering, Dwayne, would you expect as a friendly amendment that you would qualify your motion to disapprove as a second parallel path, and then we'd have we could still consider some of the elements as I mean, on the C406 stuff, some of the elements of that on its own.
No, my intention here is to just see where we're at as far as disqualifying the entire thing, and then if that fails, then we could you could maybe introduce a different concept.
But what I mean, if your motion succeeds, then we wouldn't be able to consider any of the small elements. Versus if you did it as a parallel, if you just said it as a parallel path, then we'd basically have direction that we're going to, we could still consider little elements of it.
I think I'll leave this as per the original motion and see what happens.
Okay, well, I'll make it a motion to amend then. Motion amend as a parallel path, and then so we still have the door open to take elements.
Motion to amend could you clarify? I don't understand.
Motion amend that Dwayne's motion would be as his motion to disapprove as a parallel path. So just adding the qualifier, it's parallel path. So we still have the ability to accept portions of this.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. Okay, we have a motion, an amendatory motion, which is we would not create a separate parallel path with this proposal, but would then, I don't know, it wouldn't be disapproving the proposal, it would be, I'm just trying to figure out what then we would be able to do, because if we disapprove it, we are not going to consider bits of it, but if we disapprove it as a parallel path, then we could consider bits of it in our code. Okay, I guess I understand that. Did we have a second for that?
I'll second. This is Kevin.
Okay, so we have an amendatory motion. I stated that. Gary?
Well, I guess I was actually going to speak to Dwayne's original motion.
Yeah, right now
allows-
it's to speak to the amendatory motion.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
So I'll just, I'll put my hand down and be quiet.
Okay, Kevin.
Sorry, I just got dealt with.
Okay, Poppy.
Yeah, I think that I am not for the amendatory motion because I feel like although I agree with Lisa that this proposal is trying to grapple with a lot of issues related to the credit table, we already have a pretty robust process and context within which we're doing that same thing with the Johnny 279 proposal. And so I just don't think that this really makes sense to devote a lot of additional tag time to, even though it is sincerely trying to address some issues. I also think that we have to use a 2006 baseline, which is a combined baseline. And so I definitely oppose those other aspects that would be brought in somehow as a parallel path. We can't have like for like. So it just doesn't make sense to move forward with this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Poppy. I am not seeing hands up, so I'm going to restate the motion. The motion is to change Dwayne's motion, is an amendatory motion, is the motion we'd vote on. So a yes vote would change Dwayne's motion so that we would not have this as a parallel path, but could use it for other purposes. That's the motion as I understand it. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, sorry to get my hand up there before you got to that point. Just a couple comments. It has been the precedent of this tag to pass proposals that are imperfect, but to agree to their general direction. I know that's not quite on the table at the moment. Also, I don't know that the 2006 code was a blended code. I don't think until 2021 or perhaps 2018 did the Washington Code start comparing across the fuel lines, shall we say. So thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, so the motion we're about to vote on, and this is going to be a roll call vote, is to disapprove, or so it's an amendatory motion which would amend the main motion, which we would vote on later, shortly. So this is to amend Dwayne's motion so that the motion would be to disapprove 183 as a parallel path, but would still leave open a possibility of using the pieces of it elsewhere. So a yes vote would change Dwayne's motion. A no vote would not change Dwayne's motion. All right, roll call. Roll call.
Margaret Montgomery,
Yes.
Kim Barker,
Abstain.
Dwayne Johnman,
No.
Eric Bedell, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back, but I'm gonna pass off this vote to Nick. I just got back
You
on.
can't do that.
Oh,
If you're
Abstain.
here, you have to vote.
Abstain.
Sean Vig,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
No.
Irina Respetness,
No.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Irina Sisorova,
No.
Sloan Ritchie,
I think Sloan is out.
okay, Brett,
Abstain.
Luke Howard,
No.
that was a no.
Correct. That was a no.
Thank you. Kevin Charup,
No.
Alessandra De La Tour,
No.
motion fails 4-10 with 3 abstentions.
Okay, motion fails 4-10. We are back to the original motion, which is to disapprove this proposal. Gary.
Thanks, Joe. I would just, I guess, ask the tag to consider that it appears that Lisa has found a couple of items here that where I may have gotten over rambunctious with the strikeouts that need further review and refinement. And I'm certainly would like to work on that. I also think this is this could be a pretty good parallel path, because I believe that proposal 279 in its current construct will be in violation of 2066 if 2066 stands, and that this could provide a good parallel option for the Code Council to consider, with maybe some further improvements or refinements. So I would commit to taking a closer look at and working with Lisa and whoever else to make sure that the language is good and correct, and to still have this considered by the tag at a future meeting to provide as a parallel path to 279. So that's that would be my ask of the tag, to disapprove Dwayne's motion and or move to postpone.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Larry.
Yeah, I would like to come forth with a vote here to give Gary the time to make the changes. I need a second.
Is a motion to postpone, is that what you're saying?
Right. With him making the changes, yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone. Sounds like we need a specific time. I'm guessing it's not going to be next week. It would be the end of the month, end of April, when Gary would be able to come back with this. Okay, so there's a motion to postpone in a second. Let's do a roll call vote on the motion to postpone this proposal 183. A yes vote is to postpone it, a no vote is to get back to the main motion.
Margaret Montgomery,
Abstain.
Kim Barker,
No.
Dwayne Johnson,
No.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
No.
Irina Respetness,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
I didn't
Larry,
hear you, Larry.
Yes, sorry.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Irina Sesarova,
No.
Brett Conway,
Yes.
Luke Howard, Luke, are you there?
No.
Kevin Charup,
No.
Alessandra De La Torre,
No.
motion failed 5-10 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion failed. We're back to the main motion. Let's do a roll call vote on this. This is to disapprove 183.
Okay, Margaret Montgomery,
Abstain.
Kim Barker,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Eric Bedell,
No.
Sean Vig,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Irina Sesarova,
Yes.
Brett Conway,
Abstain.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Kevin Charup,
Yes.
Alessandra De La Torre,
Yes.
motion carries 11-4 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. 183 is just approved. We are going to take our lunch break right now. So 15 minutes. We will see you at 12:25.
And I'll need to step away, perhaps for the end of the meeting. I'm not sure.
Do you have an alternate, Kevin?
My alternate is on vacation, unfortunately.
Oh, no. Okay.
I think there's still a quorum though.
Yeah, there'll still be a quorum. All right, we'll miss you, Kevin. All right, see you all in 15 minutes at 12:25. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are on to 201 Johnson is the next one. Greg, you
I'm
have the
here.
floor. All right, go for it.
So there was a significant flaw in the 2021 Washington State Energy Code, and that did not comply with EPCA. Also didn't comply with I-26-6. So I submitted this proposal to help address that issue. After I submitted this proposal, Johnny's recognized the flaw and he's incorporating some qualifiers in his equations to address this also. Now, is the changes that Johnny's putting in his proposal sufficient to cover it? Not sure, because we're still modifying the code, and and our code's a pretty big code, and I'd have to comb through it at the final draft to see if we've dealt with it. So that's one question on whether adding this language would be a way to address it also as a second, as a redundant means. But also our current 2021 code, it has the gaping hole in it. So this would need to be considered also as part of the I-2066 adoption to go back to our old code to fix that non-compliance with both EPCA and 2066. So I guess I'm open to either direction, whether we add this this language to both the 2024 and we accept it on the 2021, or whether we're just going to defer this just the 2021 address. So I'm open to either approach.
So just to be clear on process here, any code proposal submitted for this code cycle that says 2066 somehow in it, or is applicable, will be automatically considered for the 2021 codes if and when we talk about those, which is probably about 3 weeks from now or so, or 4 weeks from now. So if we disapprove this today for the 2024 code as an example, it would still live as a potential 2021 code proposal. Does that make sense? So whatever we do with this today, it will still be a valid 2021 code proposal. Just so everybody's clear on that.
Do people need to elaborate on why our current code is non-compliant? I can do that real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Essentially, so EPCA requires a 1-for-1 equivalency on energy use or cost basis. So we've been focusing on energy use. It looks like the council decides site energy, but regardless, on site or versus source, a 1-for-1 use means if you're measuring on a capacity basis, that capacity is not use. And so you could do like EUI calculations and use capacity as an approximation to simplify the equations. Not 100% accurate, but that's what we've done. That is a good approximation, more or less, when you're talking about primary versus primary. For the most part, there's some flaws to it where it breaks down, but when you start comparing primary to supplemental systems that don't run at the same amount of time, like supplemental is only supposed to be for when it gets really cold out, it really breaks down because you can have a huge capacity on supplemental that sits there and is turned off, and so but you're comparing the nameplate capacity on it even though it's not running. And so there's the problem. And so now you're not compliant because you're basing on the nameplate, not on the actual energy it uses. So that's what this is addressing, is saying, you know what, we're not going to consider supplemental in the same bucket as primary heating.
I had just one comment for this, which is it should, in my opinion, say refers to the primary heating equipment unless specified otherwise. Because in some places we do talk about supplemental, and maybe that's not the intent of the proposal, but I feel like there are times in the code when we're talking about supplemental, and so when we do so, we're specifying that in the code, so it should say unless noted otherwise, or that kind of thing.
That's acceptable qualifier. I mean, most of the places we're referring to as equations and stuff and how we calculate things, but yeah, we can, that's an acceptable qualifier.
Yeah, it would say, or calculation refers only to the primary heating equipment and systems, comma, unless noted otherwise. Or it could be after the very end where it says this code. Unless noted otherwise. Unless noted otherwise is a classic architect phrase.
UNO, on plans, UNO.
Please, CEO of the floor.
Hi, thank you. So I just did a quick search on the document, and the term supplemental is actually pops up 32 times. And I think for the purpose of this particular provision, we need to clarify what you mean by supplemental. Because what I'm hearing in your description is that you're talking about capacity that is intended to kick on when the primary system does not have sufficient capacity to meet the demand, whether that be low ambient air conditions or something like that. However, there are provisions like C404.2.1.4, which at this time I have not heard that provision has been removed from the code. And it refers to supplemental heating as including things like temperature maintenance, defrost for compressor coils, heat tracing. So I think we need to be careful right now as written. It really muddies the waters with how that term supplemental is used in some of the provisions. So I'm not sure how to address it other than perhaps making it clear, supplemental capacity for the purpose of, and make it clear the exact scope that you're talking about. And also to make it clear, are you talking about space heating and surface water heating both, or just one or the other? Again, I think more language is needed to make this provision more clear.
Yeah, to clarify, specifically, this was targeted, when I wrote this, it was targeted the fossil fuel pathway equations 4-17 and I think it was 4-18, or I might be off. I don't have it up on my screen, but those equations where they're doing the ratio of what credits you need from what table. So that was specifically where this mostly applies, because they're talking about the BTU, 1,000 BTU hour ratio of your equipment. So it's the nameplate capacity. So maybe the best way to phrase that is say nameplate capacity. We're adding the word nameplate in front of the word capacity on this little, so we're clarifying that. And it also, this is applicable a little bit. I mean, Johnny's added the word primary qualifier in his equations to clarify that, but in any place we missed it because there's a lot of equations. So if we just had nameplate in front of capacity everywhere.
Thanks, Greg. Dwayne.
There's another spot right at this top line, heating system nameplate capacity.
I guess what's throwing me is the location of the provision, because this is it's under C401.2.
That's because fossil fuel pathway was in C401.2. So that's why the location is right there next to where it tells you where to go in the code.
Okay. I mean, I don't disagree with the direction it's going, but I still think as written, it's problematic with the language and some other provisions that are not referring to the specific scenario that you're describing, which is things like temperature maintenance systems and that kind of thing. I don't know how this impacts that, but yeah, that would be my concern about not providing a little bit more detail in this provision on exactly what it applies to.
Yeah, I think ideally we do the tougher one that you mentioned, Greg, which is go through and make sure that it's specified at every point in the text rather than pointing back to this. But because we don't know the unintended consequences of this is if supplementals used 32 times. So kind of agree with that as well. Go ahead, Dwayne.
My concern would be just with one word, the word backup is a little ambiguous. And would the better word be redundant for this location?
No, supplemental. Oh, so you mean the backup? Well, supplemental is not redundant. Supplemental is like when you.
I know. I'm saying instead of backup, use, because you still have that word in there, right?
Oh yeah.
And so instead of backup, to use the word supplemental, would that, use the word redundant, or is there a better word that's not that's more clear about what it means? Because backup could be interpreted a few different ways.
You could say standby. That would be
Standby,
probably
that's best. That's the word I was searching for and didn't get, but I would change backup to standby. Thanks.
yeah, standby is fine. And if everyone's happy with what we could potentially do is table this till the end of the code and see if we've addressed it, and if not, we can add the fix if that's easier way to deal with it. And have this be like the last proposal we consider at the very end to see if we caught anything or missed anything, or we could proceed now.
I say let's get something done now.
Yeah. I'm tired of tabling things. Larry.
I personally prefer backup, and here's why. Normally, if you got the heat pump over here running, we're going to run it as deep as we can and still get an energy break on it. And then you have your switch point if you're running gas. And but let's say the heat pump does die, which they do, okay? And so then I'm using the gas heat as a backup because the heat pump has failed, and until I get a part or a new heat pump in there, it's being used as a backup, not as a standby. A standby would, to me, be as like a generator sitting out there, and if I lose power, then the standby generator comes on. But to me, in our industry, we classify that as a backup. Supplementary, being that the heat pump can't go as deep as it needs to. So we have the supplementary heat kick in. And then if we do lose our heat pump, we have a backup that we can switch it over to gas or electric, and we can continue on. To me, standby is more like it's sitting out there and we either lose gas or power and we got something that kicks on. Thank you.
Nathan.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not opening up the door, since supplemental is not a defined term. We're not setting ourselves up for any like 51%, 49% calculation where you call it supplemental because it's ever so slightly smaller. But I think we're covered. I just wanted others to think this through with me. Like, we already have all the notes in the heat pump sections that kind of define how much supplemental heat can be provided on those system types. So I think we're hemmed in. Are there other systems other than heat pumps that you would want supplemental on? Where, because I don't think we have any notes about that would limit to make sure, again, you're not really kind of faking a secondary system that's most of the same size as the primary. Or not intended for backup, but just saying, oh, well, the primary can't cover it, so I'm switching over my supplemental system. But does anybody else have any thoughts of if we've already got it hemmed in enough with the language?
I think we got it hemmed in because we have a different term for if you're talking about surface water heating, where while in real life you build your system supplemental heat and primary heat, but according to our code language, which maybe Lisa could talk better about, which we were just talking about this last week, was about how there's another bucket that we have defined for primary heating for the hot water. I don't know if you want to weigh in, Lisa, on that term.
Oh, sorry, you're referring to with surface water heating. We basically have primary capacity 1 and primary capacity 2, where the first primary is the first 50% and the second primary is the second 50%. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I believe that covers. So when we use a supplemental, we're not here. This is not causing a conflict because we already have it. Is that your understanding also?
Well, yes, because supplemental is not a component of that, like the system sizing or the, how you divide up the required capacity. It's all considered primary, and secondary, as it currently sits, NC 404, or supplemental, I mean, is truly just well, other than what I've mentioned before, which covers other systems that are not a part of the primary system, but it also includes backup or low ambient conditions. That's considered the supplemental capacity, which I think is what we're talking about here. So this idea to change the term, by the way, from backup to standby, if we did that, we'd have to do that in more than one location because the word backup is used in a few locations. I think we have to just come to an agreement on, what's the correct term for what we're trying to apply this to.
To make this easier, I would suggest we just go back to the backup terminology so you don't have to change anything. And I think this is congruent with your proposal, Lisa, that you, if we get to it today. So.
Yeah, well,
Okay, I'll agree with that too, if it's already used elsewhere.
Yeah, and the only other thing I was going to say about that is that it is referred to in one of the exceptions as emergency backup. So I don't know if we're talking about emergency backup or just, I mean, I understand backup can be a pretty loose term. So I don't know if
the reason why I don't like the word emergency is because some of the codes use emergency to refer to things that are legally required versus optional standby back or optional backup is a different category. So just the word backup is more universal and it covers both the optional and the legally required stuff.
Okay.
So
And what it
people
says,
tend to say the word emergency, but I try to stay away from that because it's emergency is a separate category that's life safety focused.
The integrated draft currently uses the word backup 4 times in relationship to this. And 3 of those times the word emergency, no, 2 of those times the word emergency precedes backup. One time it's about secondary backup and the other one just says backup.
Well, it's a separate side. We should remove the word emergency from our code because that typically refers to life safety things like egress out of a building in a fire and things like that. But that's a separate issue.
okay. Well, I was just going to say, if it just as a pointer for how it's described in another section under C404.2.1.4, I think is what it is right now. It does describe supplemental heating as backup or low ambient, for low ambient temp conditions. And it says where all the following are true. And it says during normal operation, supplemental capacity is controlled to operate based on the entering air temperature, and that the primary water heating equipment cannot satisfy the system load due to equipment failure or entering air temperature below 40 degrees. So it's clearly defined in that item number 4.2. And if I'm understanding, that's the time that you're referring to when you are talking about supplemental in this provision?
Yes.
When the primary water heating or space heating cannot satisfy the system load due to equipment failure or entering air temperature below 40 degrees. So, perhaps that language would be helpful in this section to make it clear what it applies to. That'd be a suggestion.
If we want to add more descriptor on what conditions and stuff, we could do that, or we could put a qualifier and refer to other spots in the code where it's already defined. Or we could put in as defined in C403 and C404.
Okay, thanks.
Larry.
Yeah, I'm getting a little nervous here with when I'm talking about retrofit, and I'm thinking this is going to apply to retrofit. I mean, existing systems, and because traditionally, if we have a heating cooling system, it's been a 20-degree delta T. And so when we put in these factors about bringing that air conditioning system into a heating system, and then we look at much larger delta T that will be required for the retrofit system, that the ductwork will not be big enough to handle this. And you don't want to go with a super big fan with super high static because that defeats the whole purpose of energy efficiency. So I think we need to make adjustments here that existing ductwork won't allow these, because you have to run these CFMs. If you don't run these CFMs, you're not going to get the efficiency, and we will ruin the heat pumps. So we would be better off to reduce some of that for a retrofit system, so we get the benefit of the heat pump, but yet we still have the ductwork with the gas backup that can do it. And I'm really concerned about that, because when you start going into ceilings and trying to change the ductwork, it gets dramatically expensive, because sometimes we've got to drop the ceilings and all kinds of stuff. Thank you.
Well, Larry, I don't think this really addresses that. This doesn't touch the whether you can or can't do that. And maybe I should add a word to clarify it, where on reading it says heating and system nameplate capacity noted in any measure. I should probably put value there, equation or calculation. So I mean, that's really what scope is. The energy efficiency measures, the equations, and the calculations. So that's really what we're doing is it's really trying to focus down on anywhere we say this is the amount of additional energy efficiency credits you need, and this is the value of energy efficiency credits. We're just kind of excluding supplemental heat because from primary heating.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with what you've written here, Greg, but what I'm coming to the realization of all of these numbers throughout these sections, and I looked at what these delta T's are and what we're trying to achieve, it's starting to become glaring to me, the problems that we could have in the future, not so much with what you're talking about, but other sections of the code where we're specifically specifying the how deep we want to go. We want to go to 40, 35, or 30, wherever it is. I mean, on a retro, it's great in a new building.
Okay, Larry, next meeting, we're going to talk about chapter 5, which is about retrofits. So let's hold that discussion until we get there on retrofits, because I think you're bringing up good points. So let's talk about the issue at hand. So what we have at hand is a proposal on here. We could approve it, deny it, postpone it.
Motion to approve as modified on the.
Thanks.
I'll second that.
Motion second, Lisa.
Hi, yeah, I just sent an email to Krista with some recommended additional language that clarifies what we're referring to in this provision with regards to supplemental.
I wasn't quite fast enough.
No.
We'll see how fast the internet is today.
Uh-huh. You can just look at it. If you like it, great. If you don't, then skip.
No caller.
All right.
We're all waiting with bated breath.
Mm-hmm.
So Lisa, could we, instead of just say supplemental refers to as defined in C403 and 404, so that way we don't really get into defining what it is, we just defer to the other sections of the code?
I don't know if there's a definition for this in C403.
403 has the temperature bands of when supplemental can operate. And it varies by, I think it might change underneath some of the system types.
I mean, that'd be fine too. I just think this definitely needs to be clarified in some way in pointing to making it clear that this is just for when the equipment cannot satisfy the system load.
Okay.
So supplemental heating in accordance with C403 and C404. Supplemental heating is defined as defined.
As described, maybe. As described in C40, as you said.
Well, that doesn't fix the problem that supplemental heating is also considered temperature maintenance systems.
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't fix that.
I don't know that we need the extra language. I think supplemental heating is described in places. If we want a definition, we could put in a definition. I guess what's the purpose of describing supplemental heating here?
Because it's saying the heating and system nameplate capacity in any equation only refers to the primary heating equipment. Um,
I'm trying to understand the problem that we're trying to solve.
Can I bring up just one thing? Why are we primary water heating? Why isn't it just primary heating? Why are you singling out water?
I don't say the word water in there, and I don't say
Well,
space. I just said
Oh,
heating.
that was, okay,
Yeah,
that's
that's in what Lisa sent.
Oh,
past. Well, if you did that, just put supplemental heating as defined or described, that probably takes care of it.
or what about just supplemental heating must be installed per this code. So that or other provisions.
I mean, if we're saying that, why not just not say anything at all? Because
Okay, yeah, that's fine. We don't have to say anything at all.
Okay, fair enough.
I feel like we don't need the
You don't think
extra
it's necessary? Go
sentence
ahead, strike it.
because we're close to what it is. Okay, we have a motion to approve this as modified, what we see on the screen. We have a second for that. Is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, thank you, Greg. 201, that was 201. We are on to some Mike Kennedy proposals. Mike, are you in the room?
Mike was not able to attend today, so there were
Okay.
3 of his proposals on the agenda.
Okay, so we'll postpone. We don't need a motion to do that. We'll postpone 141 and 142. That means we're off to 217. So that is Fisher.
Shoot, I don't know if she's back yet. She had to go run.
Diana Fisher or
Yeah, let me ping her, but can we maybe bump it down? In the
okay. We'll defer. We'll then go to 236 is the next one. $236 is Andrew's price. This is about heated hot water supply piping.
And Larry sent in a modification this morning that goes quite a bit beyond his original proposal.
That is an entirely new proposal, not a modification.
Yeah, that's not what I have for 236. That's not what I have in my agenda.
that's what it says. Brief description, heated hot water supply piping. And this whole section deals with that. And so I think it is valid. I spent days on it.
When I click on the agenda and I click on 236, there's no actual code language there. So I guess I'm a bit confused here, but
I spent a lot of time on this. I don't know. This whole section needs, what I feel needs revised. And it has to do with hot water heating, hot water pipe, the fixture units, everything else. And I went through it from a 2066 to an EPTA to being problems with the plumbing code. And that's what I'm trying to address here. And instead of wiping the whole section out I seen what you guys were doing and I went through and modified it and kept as much as I felt we could. And that's why I've came up with this. Anyway,
Okay. So when I click on the agenda and I click on proposal 236, I don't get what is on the screen right now. And so I'm guessing other people on the tag have not seen this before. Someone speak up if this is what you get to, or if you've been able to review this ahead of time.
Yeah, this was just posted this morning. It was sent in by Larry a little after 9 o'clock last night.
Okay. I'd like to postpone this just because I haven't seen it, and I'm guessing the rest of the tag hasn't seen it either.
I'll
Unless
move to postpone if that's what you want.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're spending our time wisely here. So Larry, we'll cover this next week. Sound
thank
good?
you. Thank you.
And thanks for your effort. It's just, yeah, I haven't seen it. So, okay, do we have a second for the motion to postpone?
Second.
Yeah, I heard a second. Further discussion. Okay, all in favor of the motion to postpone, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, postponed. We are on to 232, Lisa.
Well, I think Diana might be back if we wanted to go back to her.
Oh yeah, if Diana is here. Are you here, Diana?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so let's go to 217. Your proposal, and you have the floor.
Great, thank you. This is a revision to an earlier proposal. It was previously workshopped, or now workshop based on previous feedback, to include or clarify which systems should be contributing towards the 5% listed in the small systems electric heat. So those are now, if you scroll to the next page, it has the revised language that I workshopped with Dwayne. Just to clarify, what of the other exemptions do contribute to the 5%, and then clarifies that any others not listed do not contribute. So essentially you have your low heating capacity dwelling, your heat pumps, your auxiliary heat, and district energy, a few various ones there. But this is what Dwayne and I workshopped together to just add some more clarity to the section. Any questions?
Motion to approve is shown on the screen.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thanks, Nathan. Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve as shown on the screen. Andy.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for putting together some updated language. The like specific scenario that I'm still thinking about, that how I would typically think of this 5% exception is the little miscellaneous electric heaters that you can't size under the BTU per square foot to be a low energy or low heating capacity space. Like a stairwell freeze protection unit. That's still a conditioned space. Like those are the things that I would typically expect to use here. But then if you have to count these things, I don't think that there's still going to be any 5% room left for that. Is that already covered? Because did we pass that proposal that allowed you to install a larger heater size if it was like 100 square foot room and you just physically couldn't get a small enough heater to stand under the BTU per square foot limit? Like, is that covered there? I just want to make sure that we're not closing off
I
that
think
type of
that was
scenario.
previously, because to meet the, yeah, I think it was previously approved in one of the earlier rounds, because 100 square feet at 2.5 watts per square foot gets you the 250, which we kind of established as the lowest heating,
right.
Lowest commercially available electric heater. So this would be, that wouldn't, my hope is that this wouldn't replace that, that would still stand. And you could use those. So I guess if those are used under the low heating capacity, do we need some sort of clarification about that portion? If we're including the low heating capacity, but excluding the smallest available size, maybe something like that?
Oh, I think as long as it's addressed in that low heating capacity proposal, that alleviates my concern. The one other thing that I think disappeared here was I also liked that the original had some clarification language about temporary heaters for like a future retail TI space. Did we lose that clarification intentionally?
No, when Dwayne and I reviewed it, we figured it was easier. It was more efficient to list which do contribute than which don't. There were the ones which don't contribute to the 5% were longer. So the language here, since the temporary systems is under an exception not listed here, those would be exempt from this 5%.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Greg.
I was wondering, as a friendly amendment, if you just scroll up a little bit to the, so right there, what if we just struck the words electric resistance and just say appliances? I mean, I don't, for temporary systems, I see those as being electric resistive, but the fact that we call out electric resistive, we don't call out fossil fuel, does it make sense just to say appliances and leave it generic?
How does the maker of the motion feel about that?
So that is the old wording. The new wording is lower under the revised proposal section. So I think we actually did remove that, if I'm reading it properly. So the building in which electric resistance to our fossil fuel appliances, that's still listed as the first portion, but you're thinking.
Okay, I didn't scroll down. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I think we've addressed that then.
Awesome,
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to approve. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you for workshopping that and for getting it done.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
We are on to 232, Lisa.
Hey. And I want to make sure we've got the right one in front of us because I sent an update.
Yeah, this is the one from the email this morning.
Perfect. Oh, yeah, that looks good. Okay. Thank you. So what this proposal is attempting to do is we submitted multiple questions to the MVPE committee to help clarify how this whole section works with regards to how you figure out that primary 50%, first 50% primary, second 50% supplemental, all those details. And so we asked the MVPE committee quite a few questions, and they have provided, they've posted some of their responses currently to the SBCC website, and some of them we noted the preliminary responses at those meetings. And so this proposal attempts to capture everything we heard from the MVP committee to respond to those questions. So that's the gist. So if you go ahead and scroll up, Krista, so we can see all of C404.2.1. Okay. And no, sorry, I guess you can't see it all in one go. Just to go back up to the top. Thank you. Okay, so the charging statement here, it clarifies, as we've talked about during other conversations today, that the capacity is intended to be split into, the primary capacity is split between two distinct buckets. You've got the first 50% of primary capacity that is required to be provided by a heat pump, and then the second primary 50% capacity can be provided by any equipment type. There's no limitation. So that kind of takes care of the I-2066 element of it. And also, as we heard from the MVPE committee, that that primary 50% that has to be provided by a heat pump, it needs to be configured as the first stage of heating capacity. So that's what that section captures. We are also proposing to move exception number 1 which was the 24 kW plus 0.1 watts per square foot of electric resistance capacity out of the exceptions and into the body of this section as a base site allowance. And the reason for that is that supplemental heating is based on the capacity, the primary capacity of the system, and any capacity that is deemed an exception to that lowers that number. So by having that exception or that allowance as an exception, it actually reduces how much supplemental capacity the project can have. So by moving this up into the body of the section, it allows that to be taken into consideration when determining the amount of allowed supplemental. So that's that detail. If you look at what's now exception number 1, there's 3 treatments of how these exceptions are applying to this requirement. And so the first one I just described, of course, is that electric resistance. The second one is these are sources of heat energy that can be provided in lieu of the heat pump requirement. So it's not an exception. It doesn't get those systems out of the requirement of C404.2.1. It just allows you to use either solar, heat recovery chillers, these other items, as you can use that in replacement of heat pump to take care of that first 50%. And so we've just kind of rearranged the wording in this so that's a little bit more clear. And
Hey, Lisa, can I?
Mhm.
I'm sorry to do this, but can I ask a more basic question, which is, if we look at proposal 279, it strikes out almost all of C404.2.1.
Mhm.
Joe, we've been working to actually add that back in with Johnny. And so,
Oh, you have?
Yeah, and so this, we've been working, and Lisa's been part of that, and we've been working to address that, yes.
Okay, so this would be back as part of 279. So, yeah, you anticipated my question, which is this an alternate path? Or, I guess to the extent, Lisa, that it's possible, are you suggesting that this type of language would be incorporated into 279 or be an alternate path to it?
I think the plan is it's going to be incorporated into it. It depends on where
Okay.
79 lands. Mhm.
Okay, so I guess the purpose of discussion today, which if we, let's just say we approve this, then that would go to the 279 group, who would then bring it back, and we would eventually modify or reapprove 279 with this language. So if we approve this today, this would give a recommendation to that group that this is good improvement language. Is that kind of what
Yes.
you're thinking?
Mhm.
And we have a integrated 279 draft where we actually have Johnny's proposal, and we've taken the other proposals that have modified things that we've incorporated in. Like some of them, though, is like if we accept something like what Lisa's done today, then it'll make it clear because we can just note, oh, TAG's already accepted it. It's not a unknown.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, just good. Thank you. That's really helpful. Okay, keep going.
Sure. Yeah. Only a couple more weeds to cover here in the detail. Okay, so for exception number 2, with regards to the NEA standard, we've added some clarification here. Let me scroll it up for my viewing here. So we've added clarification here that all the specified equipment on the exception, they have to be products listed under the NEA standard. It's called QPL, Qualified Products List, for commercial and group R2 occupancies, excluding hybrid heat pump water heaters. The reason for that is that NEA's QPL for group R includes hybrid heat pump water heaters, but the MVPE committee determined that that particular product type doesn't meet the intent of heat pump water heaters as the code is addressing them. And so we're just incorporating that decision by the MVPE committee. and that we also are including that a project, the documentation for a project that is utilizing this exception, it needs to list all the applicable criteria in this standard, and the project design elements that meet that standard. Because we've heard questions from several jurisdictions where if somebody were to come in and say, well, I meet this exception, I meet the NEA standard, unless they go through and read through the whole NEA standard and try to wrap their head around all the details in it, it'll be hard for them to know if that design actually meets the standard. So we're just asking for some additional documentation to assist the jurisdiction. So that's the purpose of that. And then number 6, we just kind of wordsmithed this just yesterday, and so hopefully I got it right. This is the essential facilities exception. And Greg, I reworded a little bit, so you might have some additional comment. But the intent here is to maintain that there's an exception for group I2 and I3 essential facilities. And that this is talking about additional capacity that is permitted to be met by any type of surface water heating and has to be controlled to operate only when the primary system is not available. And so this just clarifies that exception. And if you scroll down, most of the...
If you had a comment on that specific item, go for it.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg, if you do.
I was just going to note that, so Dwayne has another proposal, which is not on the agenda today, but he was going to add an exception 10, and we'd work with changing, potentially changing the language on, you have it listed as 6, but he had his as 7, and combine him, which is exactly what we did in the space heating. So I would suggest we reword that, that one closer to what Dwayne's language was, but that's something we can dive into later.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, if we pass a subsequent proposal that modifies something in here, we can note that when we pass it. So if we pass this and it says 3.5 something or other, and we pass another proposal and it says 4.0 something, then and we're aware of that when we do it, then the 4.0 would take precedence. Go ahead, Larry.
This is 275, right? Is that
232?
What is it?
232.
232. No wonder why I got problems. Sorry.
And Larry, I admittedly I submitted this draft or this update this morning amongst the pile, and so you'll have to look at what's on the screen.
Well, so this is kind of going over what I went through for the last 2 weeks that I finally got out to you guys yesterday. That's what I'm relating back to now.
I see.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
now,
Okay. I didn't realize this was only posted this morning.
And so, I mean, fair's fair here, guys. I mean, I'd like to see what she posted before we got going here. I thought it was 275 and I was trying to figure out what the heck's going on here. But then I'm reading all this stuff and I'm saying, well, that's what I read at about 8 o'clock last night. And so I really think, to be fair here, that we should move this till when mine comes out. I mean, and we take them together. I mean, that's what I feel, but you guys do what you wish. Thanks.
If it helps, the primary change that you're seeing here is in items 6, and then also the description. So yes, that language was changed from my original proposal, and so I'm almost done. If I could finish my explanation, then you guys can...
Please finish, Lisa.
Yeah.
It sounds like there weren't a huge number of changes between that were sent in this morning, right?
They don't substantially change the proposal, no.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. They were refinements that were recommended by various TAG members. Yeah.
Okay. Keep going.
Okay, almost done. So now if you scroll down into the section C402.1.1, I just did some making sure that the sections line up correctly, because the numbers weren't lining up the way you should, as you know, you've got the charging statement, and then you've got all the subsections that go with it. So I'm, making it clear here that for primary heat pump system, these details here all apply as subsections to that section. So that's a little bit of rearranging to make sure that it's clear they go together. And then if you scroll down, it includes supplemental water heating as a standalone provision. So it's not a provision under the primary heat pump system sizing provision. It's standalone. And then it explains in a little bit better detail, get it in front of me, that the output capacity shall not exceed the total sum capacity of the primary heating system. That's the reason why I'm proposing to put that 25 or 24 kW allowance as a baseline allowance, because of that sentence, in that that does the total sum capacity of all the primary equipment is what is the basis of what's allowed for supplemental. And then let's see, the rest is mostly editorial. It does say sources of service hot water exempted under C404.2.1 shall not be included in the supplemental water heating allowance. And that again was the determination by the MVPE committee on how that allowed capacity is to be calculated. I think that's it.
Thanks, Lisa. Go ahead, David.
Thanks, Shel. Thanks, Lisa. So Lisa, on the exception for the unitary water heaters, if you can scroll up to the first section of the proposal, this revision to the, I guess it's exception 2 here, regarding the NIA QPL. So are you proposing to say that you can't use a QPL listed unitary heat pump water heater would not be acceptable, exempted?
Yeah, the only clarifying detail here is that you could use any product from the commercial or group R QPL except for hybrid heat pump water heaters. And that is based on the MVPE committee's determination that that particular equipment type does not meet the definition per this section of a heat pump water heater, because so much of the capacity is electric resistance capacity.
Right. So I'm reading a draft opinion from the January MVPE meeting that has a sentence that says, however, the NIA QPL does include hybrid heat pump water heating products for residential occupancies. Therefore, blah, 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 it would be eligible under the exception in the current 21 code.
Yes, that would be correct. And so the MVPE committee, what they have to do is look at the language as it's currently written and say, okay, well, based on what we see here, this is what we believe is the correct interpretation of code. However, they also mentioned that hybrid electric water heaters actually don't meet the definition.
Yes.
But there's nothing in the code that says you can't use them right now. So I would say under the 2021 code, projects can have hybrid heat pump water heaters from that QPL and they would comply. This is trying to take both of their answers, combining them into the logical result, which is they actually don't qualify. So under the 2024 code, that would apply.
Okay, so this is related to that earlier proposal to, when we talked about how the residential buildings 3-4 stories and below could fall under the commercial code in certain cases if you have interior entry. So in that building type, what we often see used are unitary heat pump water heaters if they did fall under the commercial code, under the 21 commercial code. And they would, rather than having go central, they would utilize the existing exception of the 21 code.
Now, when you say unitary, are you saying that a unitary heat pump water heater is the same as a hybrid electric?
Yeah, sorry. A unitary hybrid heat pump water heater.
Yeah, we're not attempting to take a position on this. This proposal is, the purpose is to capture what the MVPE committee decided and capture it in code language. And so that's the purpose of that. So I'm not, it's a good point to make, but this proposal not attempting to do that. It's just capturing their published interpretations.
So if a building did fall on a residential building with, you know, as we talked about earlier, a woody walk-up, for example, garden style apartment building, they would effectively have to go to a central heat pump water heating system if they fell under this commercial code. There's no exception to use some sort of unitary in-unit water heating equipment.
Well, that's a good point. I'm going to defer to others on the tag on whether that,
A woody walk-up would be under the residential code.
yeah.
Not
That's
if it had enclosed the stairwells.
Okay, yeah, I guess the woody walk-ups I'm familiar with have exterior unit entries.
Right.
So you're saying that hybrid electric heat pump water heaters would be the only viable option for it, you couldn't do a standard heat pump water heaters, is your point?
Yeah. I mean, the unitary equipment is the only one that I'm aware of. Well, that is affordable, that can work with that kind of apartment type. And Shell, to your point, like we work on projects that are 4 stories walk up. Those fall under the commercial code, you know, regardless of the exterior entry. So just bring it up to the point that, you know, under the current 21 code, that building type, we often see using the hybrid heat pump water heaters that meet the exception in the current 21 code. They're on the NEA QPL. And my read is if with this change, that would no longer be the case, and the options are very limited under that scenario.
Okay, well, that's a very good point. And so, I mean, if the tag feels that that should be allowed as an option for that particular occupancy type, then I'd accept that as a friendly amendment. Just noting that it is a change of, well, I guess it isn't a change of scope from the 2021, but it is ignoring the MVPE committee's interpretation about hybrid heat pump water heaters. So we would be removing that
Yeah,
interpretation.
and I think what the MVPE agreed was that hybrid heat pump water heaters are less efficient than the regular heat pump water heaters. And that's why they would be not under exception 2. So if we're losing the efficiency by allowing them, then we'd probably want to address that somewhere else.
But
Well,
that's
it's kind of like,
oh, God.
I would say it's not unlike the exception for electric resistance heat in C401 or C403, whatever. You know, it's deemed equivalent to putting in a heat pump effectively, because it's such a low wattage. So I guess I do acknowledge they're not as efficient, but it's a pretty cost-effective technology to use in that particular building type. And affordable housing that's, you know, that's the direction as opposed to a central system.
Sure. Well, then I would say that if the tag believes that, this is supporting, the advancement of the code by allowing that particular technology, even though it has been deemed to be a little bit less efficient, then, I'd take that as a friendly amendment to just strike that part of the sentence where it says excluding hybrid electric heat pump water heaters.
Thanks, Lisa. Appreciate
Sure. Thanks for the context for that.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I want to say great job. I think this makes your proposal, Lisa, makes things a lot more clear. So excellent job on it. Just a couple of friendly amendments. Well, first off, your base allowance, moving it out of the exceptions, your explanation makes perfect sense. We do have to make some changes with Johnny's to deal with that with the equations, but we can deal with that. But there's one thing that was missed where it says for electric resistance. We already accepted proposal 207 had or fossil fuel, so we need to add those words older or fossil fuel right after electric resistance on the base allowance.
Sure. So, so Krista, what the edits that are being requested? Yeah, so there's that. And then to go up under where it says base side allowance in section C 40421. Permitted.
Yeah, right there. But then it says electric resistance right after it.
Yeah, electric resistance, or
you just strike electric resistance. Or electric resistance or fossil fuel. I think you'd put both of those.
That's the language we did before, or fossil fuel.
Yep, I think that's good one. Good catch.
And then I'm just looking at my notes real quick. On the exception down there, if you scroll down slightly where it says solar, you have half of it shown right there. Perfect. Where it has condenser and heat recovery in accordance with section, steam condensate, and refrigeration condensing a condenser. Where it references those sections, where I think there might be some confusion, is those sections, if you read through them, they talk about where you have to do those. And so it's like if you're over so many square feet, or if you're over this much cooling capacity or heating capacity, you have to do it. So I'm wondering if adding a reference to a place where you have to do it makes confusion, because now it's like, well, shoot, can we only count the refrigeration, the waste heat if it's over a certain system size, or so I'm wondering if it's clear if we just strike the section reference.
that's a really good catch. In fact, I would say, because you added that language at the end there, which is a really good catch, where you say, and the same heat energy capacity is not used. I changed the wording a little bit to demonstrate compliance with. I think that you could add to the list C403.9. And then if you did that, and then struck that out of, struck the in accordance with in all three of those items, I think that captures it correctly, because otherwise, you're right, it would allow folks to double dip on this. And unless
And then the
want to allow that.
last thing I have is I emailed Krista some language for that exception 6, which I know there was talk that we could remodify again with Dwayne's, but just to get ahead to streamline things, it might be simpler to just take that language right away. And it's basically virtually identical what we did in the space heating. So I emailed Krista the language as an option.
Good looking.
And if we don't like the word standby, we want to use backup, we could use backup either way, but we use the word standby in the space heating section, so.
I think the only reason why I was hesitant about this is that the original exception applies specifically to group I2 and I3 essential facilities. And this language opens it up to any occupancy type. And I was not intending to change the scope of the code with this proposal. So that's why I opted to not do that.
Yeah, I mean, this is just looking ahead. I mean, Dwayne's adds another exception that does that, and we already did the same thing in the space heating category. We open it up, and this is a copy from, I think, was the Seattle Energy Code. Dwayne could correct me.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So what's on the screen in red is what's in the Seattle code?
More or less. There's been a few massaging. There were two separate exceptions that we combined into one, which is what we did during the space heating.
So you're saying the limitation to groups I1 and I3 is not essential or not?
Currently, if you open up the Seattle code right now, they have the exception for I1, and then there's a redundant exception, another exception that just says, oh yeah, you can use backup for everything. And so, and we look during the space heating, what we did was just like, well, if we already have a second exception that says you can use it for everything, why don't we just make it into one exception?
Well, that, my only hesitation for this, as I said, it does expand the scope of this proposal by providing an exception that covers many more building types than what was currently in the code. And again, I was trying not to change the scope of the code. I was just trying to clarify it. So I don't know if I
Or
would
if you
probably feel more comfortable leaving it with the current scope, and then we could make that change in our future, because we're going to do it anyway. But I mean, I'd like to get feedback on that from folks, so if they would be comfortable expanding that exception to all buildings.
I mean, if we have a code proposal that's going to do this exact same thing, I'd rather just deal with leases now, and then when we get to that code proposal, we get there. And that will then modify this code proposal, and the reason is then we're, you know, moving in bit by bit and not trying to.
Okay, that makes sense. Then should we, since Lisa's proposal does change things for that, should we just not make that change so that, because when we're going to walk over that same change again, just keep 6 undone?
Let's see. Well, I mean, if we're going to take it on, I would be fine with that too. I'm trying to look at the language to see what this does accomplish. It doesn't change the scope at all. All it really says is that this additional capacity is permitted to be met by any system type. So it doesn't really, right now, it doesn't change the scope of that exception. It just clarifies it, and then we can build upon this for the next one. That would be my preference.
Okay, well, I'm fine with leaving it as long as we just have a caveat when we do a motion that will be superseded, it could be superseded by other proposals.
Sure.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
All right, Larry.
I got several questions. I think you should be able to use.
Larry, I can barely hear you.
Is that better?
That's much better. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. I think we got several things here, like the instantaneous gas water heater in these apartment buildings that are sealed combustion, 95% efficient. I would challenge them like any day against your hybrid 50-gallon with 50-gallon storage, because you're most of the time you're only taking the shower in the morning, and the rest of the time you're sitting there trying to regenerate your hot water, which is losing through your jacket and then coming back. And then on top of it is, I think that we got to have a fossil fuel path here for hot water heating, that you can take the fossil fuel instead of a heat pump. I'm talking about kitchens and large kitchens here where we're making up. We have 1.5 million BTUs going into these kitchens at 95% efficient. And when you start running the numbers of what you'd have to do with a heat pump, it's not there. And because of the size of the tanks you'd have to have, and the size of the heat pumps and the heat pump systems. And
so, Larry, do you have suggestions for code language?
yeah, I think what we should do is have an exception in here for 95% gas heaters, you know, the instantaneous that are sealed combustion. And that exception should be in here. And I think we need to have, instead of saying that it's just, you know, you gave us a nice path for heat pumps, that's fine, but you should be able to run on 95% gas equipment without heat pumps. And I would put that in as exception, or
So, I mean, the purpose of these exceptions are to exceptions for, you know, highly efficient equipment.
That is highly efficient equiment.
Well, equipment with a certain efficiency. And
I've actually shot with the new 95, 98% equipment. I've shot 100% efficiency when I got 50-degree water coming in, when they're having a high demand. 100%. There's nothing coming out the stack.
Yeah. And what is the efficiency of a hybrid heat pump? Hybrid electric heat pump water heater.
it can't be as good as you only using for 10 minutes. You go in the shower for 10 minutes, boom, you got your heat, and then you're done. Okay. Where
So I
you're
guess-
storing 50 gallons for all day long, and you're and then you're siphoning off the energy out of the building. Hopefully it's heated with heat pumps, but a lot of them they're using backup resistance, and you're storing all that energy all day long, and it's weeping energy, it's bleeding energy all day. And so you're much better. You're going to have a lot less energy use this way if that's what you really want.
So
Thank
these
you.
are exceptions for using an air source heat pump water heater. So the assumption then is you're using an air source water heater unless you meet other things that are just as efficient under here, or other exceptions like waste heat and things like that. So I guess you're bringing the bigger picture in here, which is if we're striking excluding electric hybrid heat pump water heaters, do we now need to also bring in highly efficient gas equipment? And I guess is gas equipment on the QPL list for NEA? I'm guessing it's not, because the QPL list is about commercial electric advanced water heaters.
So that's a failure right there of what can be done. I mean, this is all to promote heat pumps and but not to reduce energy. I mean, pure energy use here. That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah,
And
so
this
Larry, this is within a larger context, and larger context is use a heat pump with these exceptions, or get a few more credits, or a lot more credits in some residential cases from another section. So this isn't saying you can't use it. It's just saying if you use highly efficient equipment, that's 200% efficient or whatever, you can, you're using the heat pump path in this case.
But
And if you're not using 200% efficient equipment or whatever, then you don't get this exception. There's still other ways through the code for all that equipment that you're talking about. So,
but the thing of it is you put a central system in, you're gonna lose out on the efficiency by the time you have your tank loss, your line loss, your recirculating lines, and everything. You're gonna have major losses, and you don't have a way to account for all that. Here's a prime example, Shell. Fairchild Air Force Base. Okay, Fairchild Air Force Base had a really good steam system that was highly insulated. Okay. They went out and put individual boilers in all the buildings. They shut off the coal-fed system. Okay. They cut their energy use almost by 75% because of the line losses and the tanks losses and everything. And when you have these big central systems like this, and you're going to have line losses, and I can pencil out all the
these
line
aren't steam
losses.
systems, Larry.
Hot water systems, the same thing. It's all pencils. You look at the insulation value of the pipe, where's the insulation? I got the piping insulation charts right here. I can tell you how many BTUs you're losing per foot, and you're losing bunches. Okay. Central systems in apartment buildings should be a thing of the past. Okay. Because you're losing, you might have great equipment out there, but by the time you get to the end of the line, you have tremendous losses. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. We have a code proposal in front of us. It has some language. We've wordsmithed it a little bit. It sits within the context of the entire code, and I think Larry alluded to that. Gary, go for it.
Maybe I'll ask a quick question. Is the intent not to vote on this today? Are we just kind of socializing the language and bringing it back? Or is the intent to take a motion to approve or disapprove?
I think it's in order to, we could approve it today or do something else with it.
Okay, then a couple of things. I haven't seen the most recent 279. I would like to see that and get a copy of it. I'm wondering how this would fit, because this now becomes a requirement to utilize electric heat pump as the primary water heating source, which I still question is whether or not that violates EPCA.
Well, it doesn't
or,
require it to
might-
be, it's just, there's
Well,
pathways in
this
the
is
code
in-
and
this-
other pathways in the code.
This isn't a prescriptive path, correct?
It's in the prescriptive path. So I haven't seen 279, the latest version either, Gary. And what we heard, I think, from Greg, who has been helping on that one, is that if this passes today, this would inform the 279 group that at least the tag is agreed on some things about how we want to approach C404. And so it might be helpful in that regards. In the, I don't know where 279 is right now, and we're going to consider it possibly next week, possibly later than that. Once the group gets 279 back to us, and we have, many days to review it, because it's, it's big and it's got lots of stuff in it. But this doesn't, it says it requires heat pumps, but there's pathways where you don't have to use heat pumps either. So these are just exceptions to using a heat pump in the heat pump pathway.
Well, if we're eliminating the fossil fuel pathway, that's, in my mind, you're eliminating the fossil fuel pathway, you're making it basically the primary source here needs to be an electric heat pump.
And what I heard from Greg was that, I don't know, that,
well,
Greg, if you
I'll
want
get a chance, I'll get a chance to talk with Greg. We don't have to suck up meeting time here right now.
So
I would like to see what we don't need to talk about it right now, Greg. I'm going to let you guys move on. But I did have just another question in this regard, and whether the group working on this would consider incorporating gas heat pump water heaters if I can provide some acceptable language.
I think you should propose some language, Gary, and also just to clarify, I won't say that this change or Johnny's change completely addresses all the challenges, but we're not really changing what the tag already accepted with Johnny's per se. It was just Johnny's was there was a gap with what was approved with Johnny's, was when he struck out this section of code, it kind of broke things on the equations. And so that's where the realization is, hey, we really need to keep this because when he struck out the section, it was like, how do you calculate the credits from which system are you going with? And so we're not really, I mean, if you look at this, it's really the original language that's currently in the 2021,
right?
And it's just
Which
modifying.
Which we were saying was not compliant, because that's why these proposals to strike the fossil fuel path are being considered. So anyway.
And I don't disagree with you at all. I mean, I'm not arguing whether I mean, there's a good argument that it still won't be compliant. So that's a very good argument, but the tag did vote on doing Johnny's, and so it's just merely trying to make it functional, and then the debate on whether it being compliant or not can occur elsewhere. So I guess I'm just qualifying. It's not saying that this is going to make it compliant. It's just we're trying to make Johnny's functional and work.
Got it. I'd like to maybe get re-engaged in some of that work, and again, be able to provide some language that maybe we can get some gas heat pump, water heaters coverage in here too. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Okay, I feel like we have language. It's been the same language for the last half an hour in front of us.
Motion to approve is shown on the screen.
Okay, thanks, Dwayne. There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second. This is Luke.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All right, so this would, as I heard earlier, this would help inform the 279 group and be part of whatever they're working on, and be helpful to them. So, all right, go ahead, Larry.
like to make a secondary motion that, I'd like to have time to read this thing after we got all the changes done with it and postpone it back to when mine comes available. I think that's only fair, but
Okay, so
whatever.
it's a motion to postpone.
Yeah.
Do you have a second? Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. Lisa?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Gary's comment that I also have a proposal 294 that incorporates gas heat pump water heaters into a couple different sections in the code. I'm not sure where that is on the agenda. I don't think it's on the agenda today, but we can coordinate on that with your proposed language for these sections as well. So there's a proposal that we can utilize to do that.
294.
Yeah, 294.
Great. Thanks, Lisa.
Okay, we have a motion to pass this. And we have a second for that. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, I heard one dissenting vote. All right, motion passes, 232 passes. Lisa has another one in 144. And that's the next one.
Great, thanks. So we also decided to take on refrigerated spaces, and a lot of what you're going to see in our proposals for section C410, we took notes during one of the integrated draft tag meetings and took into consideration the concerns that were expressed by the tag members. And so we attempted to capture that and address it in several proposals. And so this is one of them. And so this particular proposal at the top for under section C 406.1, the first thing it does is it just acknowledges that for the load management credit requirements, that it states that it doesn't apply to warehouses, and we're just clarifying that that does also include refrigerated warehouse coolers and freezers, just to make sure that's clear. And then under section C410.1, this attempts to clarify and address the discussion about coolers and freezers that are either a standalone building or are an actual like a unit inside of another building. So we're trying to clarify what we heard is the preference for this. So this section states that the spaces that are served by refrigerated systems, and that was another detail too, is that this section doesn't talk about that we're only talking about buildings and spaces that are served by refrigeration systems. So this makes that really clear, not HVAC systems. And it states that whole buildings and portions of buildings that are a refrigerated warehouse cooler or freezer, they are required to comply with section C406 and C411. And that a refrigerated warehouse cooler and freezer that is fully enclosed inside of a otherwise conditioned semi-heated or low energy space, that space does not trigger any of the C406 or C411 requirements. Those requirements are based on the space it's located within. So that's the gist of that. What this means by applying this, when the requirement for C406 and 411 only applies to refrigerated warehouse coolers and freezers, means that they only apply to those buildings that are 3,000 square feet or greater. So it sets that threshold. The rest of this is mainly just editorial little pickups. If you could scroll up. Let's see what else. Yeah, it's mainly just editorial pickups and then making it clear that the energy metering requirements also apply to refrigeration systems, because that's not clear in the code. And so, I mean, there is a section about it. There's section C409, but it isn't mentioned in C410, so we've added a pointer. And that's my proposal.
Thanks, Lisa. I have a question, and I'm trying to remember is this based on an opinion of the MVPE as well?
No, this was based on what we heard from TAG members during an integrated draft meeting.
Okay. I'm trying to read the last sentence of C410.1 as modified. And I guess I understand it as saying new cooler and freezer spaces that are fully enclosed within an existing building are not subject to the requirements in C406 or in C411. That's how I would read it. Otherwise, I guess I don't see how normally freezer spaces are not required to meet C406 and C411 by themselves. But if they're new cooler and freezer spaces within an existing conditioned semi-heated spaces, then of course they wouldn't be required to meet C406 or C411. Is there any sense of new versus existing in this last sentence that you had when you put this together? You're on mute, Lisa. Hello?
Oops, I'm sorry. I'm here. I'm talking away and I wasn't unmuted. You're bringing a good point because typically if you had a cooler or freezer that is installed inside of a space, so its ceiling or roof is the ceiling of that unit is not the roof of the building or doesn't share any envelope. Yeah, that it would be clear that whatever occupancy and space conditioning type the building that houses it in, that's what's going to determine how many credits are required and the C411 renewable energy. So that's pretty clear. We heard that there was some confusion about that, so we put that in there. I mean, we could highlight it as saying that if a cooler is added to an existing space, that would not trigger it.
Isn't that the intent of the last sentence, is to say that adding cooler and freezer spaces doesn't trigger C406 and C411 if it's in an existing building? Isn't that the intent of it?
Well, kind of. Part of it is that if you have a standalone refrigerated warehouse, then you would look under the all other column for C406 on how many credits are required. But if this is a large, like it's a Costco, and you've got a large, say 3,500 square foot area of that Costco fully enclosed inside that building, that would be considered a group M building, not under all other. So the number of credits, it changes the number of credits on how you treat it. And so that the point here is just saying if you've got a cooler or freezer and if it's fully enclosed inside another occupancy, that other occupancy is what drives how many credits are required. The warehouse cooler and freezer is not considered a building in itself.
Okay, so then I guess when I read this, I think are not required to comply with C406 and C411 doesn't exactly tell me what you just said right now. Maybe it should say are, part of the larger building or some better language around that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. We could say it just
We'd use the space type from the larger building that they're within or something like that.
Yeah, and it just even, it doesn't, it's a piece of equipment basically, even if it's considered a warehouse. And that's what's so weird about this. The cutoff's 3,000 square feet. Well, if you've got a 3,100 square foot freezer inside your Costco, well, now it's all of a sudden become a warehouse. And so I'm just trying to make that clear that as long as that space is located within another space, that it doesn't drive these particular requirements. That the occupancy of a warehouse doesn't drive that.
Okay, so if it said something like, they're fully enclosed within a conditioned space, would use the space type for the building there within for C406 and C411.
Yeah, you could say something like that.
Okay.
What you just said, that'd work. I don't know if Krista got that.
No, Krista did not.
Okay. And right after it would say fully enclosed within a conditioned space, would use the space type for the building they are within for C406 and C411.
Yeah, so yeah, you keep the conditions semi-heated or low energy. I think that's important.
A space, and then after the space, it would say would use the space type for the building they are within for C406 and C411.
Perfect. That's
The
very good.
word would is not great, but I'm sure some code language expert could.
Say shall.
Shall.
Yeah,
Yes.
would with shall.
For section C406 and C411. Yep, shall. All right, I just wanted to get that out there right away.
I'll use a space type. Let me make sure of the building they are in. Right.
In section C. Yep, that makes sense. Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
That's better.
Dwayne. Dwayne, I don't hear you.
Sorry,
There.
I presume that the term climate controlled went away. Is that from this proposal?
Yep, all that, I incorporated all of your recommendations in this proposal.
Motion to approve as slightly modified by Chell on the screen.
Thanks, Dwayne. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. All right, Larry, go for it.
I'm starting to really question the benefit of having the refrigerated box inside the space. Because if you take the refrigeration box and you put it on the north side of the building where it doesn't get any heat gain to speak of from the sun, and then you take the compressor system and you put it inside the warehouse so that rejection is into the warehouse. And for the amount of days that we heat more days than what we cool. So I'm thinking maybe we're kind of misguided here a little bit. Because if the average temperature outside is less than 50 degrees, it would be better to have the box outside of the space, because the inside of the space, even if you don't put no heat in it, is probably going to be 50 degrees. And so
Is
for
there
the
a code language suggestion, or like I'm trying to see where you're going with this?
Yeah, what I'm going with is we're giving extra credits. I mean, it's to put the thing inside the space. And I've been debating this ever since we talked about this. I think a couple months ago we talked about this. And I had a talk with a couple refrigeration experts that do a lot of freezers, market equipment here in Spokane. And then they weren't sure about that. So I'm thinking that maybe we're not really doing the right thing here yet. Thanks.
I guess, Larry, I'm trying to get to code language and seeing what you're suggesting would be different about
Well, it appears to me that we're giving them benefits for being inside the warehouse versus outside the warehouse. And that might not be in reality what we thought was good might in reality might not be good.
So
Okay.
you're saying like the warehouse requirements are different than the preferred.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And I think this could be help from Greg because he knows what the average temperature is for the whole year. And if it's below average is below 50, then I would say you probably want to have the box outside rather than inside, especially if you could put it on the north side of the building. I mean, I'm just looking at here how to get the most for bang for the buck, okay? And reducing our energy costs. Sometimes what we think we're doing really isn't the best thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay. We have a motion to approve as modified. All in favor, say yes.
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 All opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Lisa. We are on the Lisa bandwagon now, and we're going to 233. So Lisa, you have the floor.
Great. Yeah, Christy, can you scroll up? You can see the exceptions. Okay, this proposal, all it's trying to do is, and a lot of this could be moot with all the work that's being done with C401.3.3. However, currently in the 2021 code, under C406.1, semi-heated spaces are required to have the same number of credits as a conditioned space. But under section C401.3.3, there is an exception that says semi-heated spaces only have to meet 50% of the required number of credits. So we've got this disconnect between two sections of the code. So all this does is align the two. I would say that if all of C401.3.3 is removed from the code, this still is helpful as a standalone item. I think it was decided under C401.3.3 that semi-heated spaces, just by the nature of the types of systems that go into those spaces, and the fact that the you don't count the walls in those spaces, that it's more difficult to meet the full number of credits. And so I think it'd be still worthy to keep this as a standalone change to allow semi-heated spaces to only meet 50% of the required credits. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. I guess initially, why would exception 3 not be just another comma under exception 1? Is there a functional difference? Looks like there might be a functional difference, but I haven't put my eye on it yet.
Well, actually, yeah, I see, it depends on where C401.3.3 lands, but we could, to keep it simple, say equipment buildings, unconditioned spaces, and then add after.
Would that be so? Yeah, it's exempt from load management.
Yeah, it's the load management element of it.
Okay, so there is a difference. Okay, I just wanted to know that. Thanks.
Yeah, and I don't have an opinion about that, on whether semi-heated should be exempt from load management or not. This proposal was purely just trying to make sure that this exception is the same in C401.3.3 and C406.1.
Okay, I guess I could see being exempted from load management. If you're semi-heated, you might have lower loads. So it might fit under one, but I guess.
I'd accept that as a friendly amendment if folks think that that's a better place for it.
Does anybody have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I do think it would make more sense to also exempt it from the load management, just because again, limited opportunities in what you're even doing in a semi-heated space.
Yeah. Okay. Why don't we put it under the first part of the sentence under exception one?
Perhaps insert it, maybe Chris did it, where it says equipment buildings in accordance with section C 402.1.2. Put the semi-heated spaces in accordance with section C 402.112. Insert that afterwards, and then have, in between that and unconditioned space. So right there.
Brett, go ahead.
Yes, in my proposal, 178, I'm thinking we just have done the same thing, the 50% reduction for semi-heated.
Yeah, I saw that. I think our proposals were very similar.
Did we pass that yet or not?
Yes,
Brett?
we did.
Okay. How did that handle it?
I think in the same fashion.
Okay.
I had proposed changing the table, and the discussion was, let's not change the table, but put in this 50% reduction for semi-heated. So maybe we can compare the text for the exceptions between 178 and this one and see if they line up.
Okay. And that could be reconciled here, or it could be reconciled in the MVPE committee or some other venue. I'm looking up 178 right now. And
Christy did some edits during in the session, so they should be there.
Okay. If this is generally similar to that. What was that, Dwayne?
Do we have a motion yet?
I don't believe we do.
If we're ready at this point, I'd like to motion to approve what we've got on the screen.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion, we have a second to approve what's on the screen. Further discussion. All right, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, thank you. Motion passes. That was 233. Now we're off to 182. Gary.
Yeah, hi. Maybe I can help make this one a little quick. Let me see. I'm going to wait until it gets up on the screen here. So I was going to ask to divide this one. The first section there was a recommendation or a proposal to replace the C 406 efficiency packages in the Washington State Energy Code in whole with the C 406 additional efficiency credits in the IECC. I think when you went through and created the integrated draft, you decided not to go that route. It appears as if your preference is to use proposal 279 going forward and its construct. So I guess what I would like you to do is to vote up or down on that first half of the section, and then maybe vote to postpone the rest of the language, which basically deals with gas heat pumps for space and water heating, so that I can rework the language. Looking at Lisa's 232, 294, and Johnny's 279 to see whether I can integrate language there into those proposals. So if that's okay, that's what I'd like. That's what I'm requesting to be done.
Yeah, you can make a motion, I believe. Are you?
I can't. I'm not a tag member. Although
Oh,
if
you're
you
not a
want me
tag
to
member
be,
anymore. Okay.
well,
So-
there's Kevin.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, what is the motion, Kevin?
Well, I'm sorry. I should find out where this is at the moment. Has it been modified?
No, here's where it's at, Kevin. I've asked this to be divided.
Okay.
And to vote on to vote one way or the other on the top end of the package here, replacing the IECC credits section with replacing the WSEC credit section with the IECC credit section, because I think the tag has indicated their preference there to not go that route and to go a different route. So to vote that up or down, my guess is I think I know which way that might go. And to postpone the rest of it, which deals with gas heat pumps for space and water heating, so that I can maybe work on some improved and integrated language that might fit in better with a couple of proposals that Lisa has and with Johnny's 279.
Okay, thank you.
So,
I guess the
yeah,
motion is to first divide the question, section 406 being one portion of this, and then C 403.3.2.8, et cetera, be the second portion. Is that
Yep.
in
And I
order?
think you just make a motion on part of you. I don't think you need to make a motion to divide it. I think you could make a motion to do something with part of it, and then make another motion to do later to do something else with a different part of it.
Okay, then let's do that. So motion to approve section 406 changes is indicated on the screen.
Okay, and just to be clear, I'll restate the motion. The motion is to approve the section 406 as seen on the screen, which would replace the entire C406 in the integrated draft with the C406 from the IECC 2024.
If I may, maybe I wasn't clear, and apologies, Kevin, for making you do this or letting somebody else do it, but to reduce the pain, I would just recommend disapproval of that first section, because I think it's just going to suck up discussion time and not go anywhere, because I don't think it has support from the tag. And then to move to postpone the rest of it so that I can rework the language.
Okay. Kevin made a motion. I didn't hear a second for it. I didn't ask for a second for it. And it was to approve C406 changes. Is there a second for that motion?
Well, can we just move to postpone until it's reworked? That sounds like the best route.
Yeah, I think what Gary was suggesting was we could deal with them in separate bits. We could postpone the whole thing, but we could also just deal with half of it right now if we wanted to.
Well, if it resubmits to include to cut things out, then that's the easiest way. We just move to postpone, and then we can consider what he rewrites. So I move to postpone until Gary resubmits.
That supersedes my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone the whole proposal. And a second for 182 Gary. All in favor of postponing, say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is it? Sorry, go ahead.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, 182 will be discussed in the future.
And I realize a motion to postpone needs to have a date.
Yep.
I said until Gary resubmits, so.
Okay, that's fair.
Yep. We're back to Lisa with 147. Lisa's the star of the show today.
Getting it all taken care of all in one go. So this is similar in spirit as the earlier proposal. This adds an exception stating that refrigerated warehouse cooler and freezer spaces in accordance in section C410 have to comply with only 50% of the required number of credits per the tables. For the same reasons is that there's really limited opportunity when you look at the list of available measures that can be applied to a refrigerated space. And so therefore, we're proposing to at least reduce the number of credits by 50%.
Okay, so we just approved one that was semi-heated spaces. And now we're looking at one that's refrigerated warehouse cooler and freezer spaces. And that, would that also fit under exception 1, do you think? Or is that not applicable there?
Actually, what that could do, because in I forget which number other proposal, I included the language that warehouses, including warehouse coolers and freezers, are exempt from load management. So yes, if we just took this and added to the list, maybe in front of unconditioned spaces again, refrigerated warehouse coolers and freezer spaces, then yeah, then that would take care of it. And actually, that would negate the need to clarify that warehouses include refrigerated warehouses as well, but that could be an editorial change.
Larry?
Yeah, I just sent some documentation about outside air temperatures. I think we're making a big mistake in what we're doing here. Spokane, the average temperature is 48 degrees. The average temperature in Seattle is 52 degrees. The ground temperature is 50 degrees. You're much better to put the unit outside and then have the compressors where you're rejecting the heat back into the building than you are to do anything else. And I think it's a problem that we're not really doing the right thing. And if we want to save energy, we need to look at this. And given inside warehouses, probably isn't the right thing for our part of the country here, and might be for your part over in Seattle. But when you start thinking about rejecting all that heat back in that building, because we heat a lot more than we cool, you're probably less energy but our code is giving it the other way. I'm sorry, but that's reality. Thank you.
But that's not the question we're dealing with right at the moment. We're dealing with whether refrigerated warehouses should be only required to get 50% of the credits of other conditioned spaces, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that was the last thing we voted on.
If that's the question,
yeah,
that's the last question.
Isn't that where we are now, Lisa?
So
yeah,
anyway.
I think maybe just to clarify, this has nothing to do with where that refrigerated warehouse cooler resides, whether it's outside or inside the building. All we're stating here is that a refrigerated warehouse cooler or freezer, which is a space 3,000 square feet or greater, only has to comply with 50% of the efficiency credits. That's the entirety of the scope of this proposal.
And to remove it from load managed requirements.
Yes, yeah, actually, you're correct about that. But that was actually picked up in my first proposal. I have to go look at the number again. That was just one of the editorial details I included where I added.
So are we good now? Can you withdraw that, the next, the other proposal then, if we already got it?
No. It was just, that was just one detail amongst many. And so I can send that to Krista and say, okay, this particular detail is not needed. All I added was that warehouses, comma, including warehouse coolers and freezers. That was it. That was under item 3. That's just one editorial detail.
So the point I'm making is I think this is a good adjustment to remove the proposed new exception and roll it into exception 1. However, that does expand the scope a little bit because it used to be just 50% credits, not exempt from load management requirements. However, I think you argue in your reasoning statement that that still makes sense. There's not that many load management elements in a refrigerated cooler freezer space, so it doesn't really make sense. So I think this is an improvement both in language and in scope.
So I do have a question, which is when I see refrigerated warehouse cooler and freezer spaces, are you talking about the freezers and coolers within a warehouse, or are you talking about a chilled or freezing warehouse?
Well, if you look at the definition under warehouse coolers and freezers, it's kind of strange where these definitions are set up, but it is what it is. That it simply states that it's a refrigerated space that is 3,000 square feet. Thank you. Warehouse cooler, enclosed storage space that has a total chilled storage area of 3,000 square feet or greater, and a refrigerated warehouse, refrigerated or a walk-in cooler is less than 3,000 square feet. So we've got this arbitrary division. It doesn't say anything about whether it's sitting outside and it's, the envelope of that space communicates to ambient, which is what Larry's been talking about, or whether it is a unit that's inside of another building. It doesn't talk about that at all.
Okay, because I think that's germane when we're looking at your code proposal.
Yeah, so that's what the proposal that already passed was, making it really clear that you can have a warehouse cooler or freezer that is its own standalone thing. It's not enclosed in anything, or it could be a box inside of a box. And so we just passed a proposal that made it very clear what's required in those two scenarios.
Yeah, and it seems like a whole building should not be exempt. Well, yeah, I guess a whole building. Yeah, when I see the code proposal you just had up, which is about coolers and freezers, I think, well, of course, a cooler within a larger building is exempt from C406 credits. You'd never need to get C406 credits for a cooler within a larger building.
Right,
So,
but I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
So what I was going to mention is that the reason why I tackled both C406 and C411, because I can see where you're going with this. If you've got a really large, controlled atmosphere space, potato storage, whatever it is, it would make a ton of sense to require C411 to have renewable solar capacity on that kind of a building. However, with regards to C406, when you look at the list of available measures, and I think I explain it in this particular proposal. Chris, if you could scroll, I don't remember if I'm at the top or the bottom. I did at the bottom. Can you scroll up to here we go. So this is where I show very, very limited opportunity to comply with C406. There's only just a handful of measures that you can even do in a refrigerated space. And so once I did the math on this, it's like I don't even think you can get there with what you can do in this
And
building.
that's for a whole building that is a warehouse, cooler, or freezer.
That's right. It
Yeah.
could be little or huge. It doesn't matter. There, you just look
And I
at the.
guess I'm wondering about if you design a building and half of it is cooler or freezer and the other half of it is something else. Is someone going to say, well, I will subtract the cooler and freezer from my C406 square footage or area because it's exempted under this?
Well, it's not exempted though. I mean, we're saying you still have to do
Need
credits.
half as many.
Yeah, it's just, it's the same thing as different occupancy types, right? It's just, it's a space conditioning type, which just makes it kind of unusual. But you would still have to comply with CU 406. We're just dictating how many credits that occupancy or area would have to comply with when you're doing your area weighted calculation.
Okay, I guess I'm fine with that. Go ahead, Larry.
I have a hard time understanding here. I mean, if you go down to the Lamb Weston plant that's down in the Tri-Cities by Pasco, I mean, you got a potato plant there, and then you got an orange Corningware freezer that's a block long. Okay. Underneath that freezer floor, you have insulation, and underneath that, we use hot oil so the doesn't rise the foundation off of the freeze. Okay. And so no matter what, I don't know what you can do to save energy here, to be honest with you. I mean, you have to freeze it, but you also have to heat it underneath so the foundation doesn't rise up. And so what would an energy management system do for you in a building like that? You're locked into a certain temperature that you have to maintain for the freeze. And so I just don't understand where you're going to get, unless you put PV across the whole top of the roof, maybe, and then have some wind turbines out front or something. But other than that, I don't know what you could do with that building to get any more energy credits. I mean, they're going to have the most efficient compressors they can get because of the amount of space that they have to do. And there's no variation here. It's constant. There's no setback.
So I think the proposal addresses that and makes you required to get less credits.
Yeah, and this, what's on the screen here, this was our analysis of what's, feasible for this building type. And so currently it would fall under all other, which requires 49 credits, which is almost impossible to get to when you look at really what you can do there. You can comply with the renewable energy credit, you could meet enhanced envelope, you could do the base reduced air leakage, or you could do enhanced reduced air leakage. That's about it. And so by cutting the number of credits in half, then it just makes it more achievable. And really, I can imagine that most of these buildings are going to put PV capacity on there. A little bit more capacity than what would normally be required.
Okay, I'm sensing that we're getting close to being able to make a motion and vote on this. I feel like we've not a whole lot of dissenting opinions out there. So anybody want to make a motion on this?
Yeah, motion to approve is modified on the screen.
Thanks, Kevin. Greg?
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion and a second, Greg.
But I wanted one thing. I'm just so as I'm listening to all this, I agree that it's necessary. But I'm wondering, is this same issue going to comply to other types of buildings too? Do we need to come back and revisit and verify once we get the credits calculated by P&L and verify that it's actually feasible for everything?
I think that'll be up to, we'll pass a good proposal, set of proposals. PNNL will come back with some modeling, and if they say something else can't comply, the council and the MVP committee can always address it there.
Okay.
All right, Brett.
Yes. And as we talk about these rooms within a room or the entire building, and I brought this up before, it would seem like these would be defined as process spaces and process equipment. And C401 exception, those process equipment and spaces are exempt from the commercial energy code.
Yeah, we've had that question come up. I think what complicates it, and I don't disagree with you on your interpretation, but what complicates it, the fact that we have this section C4010, which takes on refrigeration equipment. It takes on buildings, display cases, all of that. And so because C4010 governs that particular type of, we'll call it equipment or process, then that's why we're trying to address it.
Larry?
My question to you is, there's never going to be a 70% reduction here in a building of this type. So if we can never get there, what's that mean? And I don't think this has been addressed. I mean, should the section be removed totally so that it's not counted in as a building? Because you're never going to get that 70%. You're not ever going to get close to that 70% replace. Okay. And these are, they're hard questions, but they need to be answered. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay. All right, all in favor of the motion, which is to approve as modified, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. We are on to Clarence Clipper or Jeff.
Hey everybody, Jeff here. Oh good, Krista, it looks like you got our updated proposal that we submitted earlier today, so thank you for bringing that in. This proposal was to adjust the C407 credits to align with the actual potential that a building would get if it was to connect to a thermal energy network that meets the requirements as defined by the code. And the last time we presented this, the TAG had asked us to go back and refine these to break out the credits so that you, instead of having cooling, heating, and domestic hot water kind of all together, but to actually split them out into separate separate values. And so we've gone ahead and done that, and kind of keeping with the same methodology that we used originally. So we haven't changed anything other than to break the credits out into their separate buckets. And hopefully this is what the TAG had requested that we do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, I like how you have it different categories. I mean, ultimately, I think we've already agreed and voted in the past to have the actual values in the calculations to be done by P&L. And so, I mean, I like how you've provided the different buckets, and then just have, so I'd recommend that we defer on the actual credit values to be modeled.
Yeah, I think it's kind of understood that everybody on the TAG would like P&L to remodel these things with a steady hand and a consistent, assumptions, etc., for all of these. So I think that's assumed with every proposal, that if there's numbers in here, somebody will remodel them, and it will most likely be P&L. And I've heard through the grapevine that P&L is going to do it. So yeah, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Let's see here. So I'm thinking of a heating only district energy system. And I imagine that would garner a lot more than 2 points. But I'm not sure. And if you have a like a thermal energy network style ambient temperature loop, then it's going to be heating and cooling, and you're going to get both of those. I would almost want to have yet another category of like heating only or something. And that I'm not saying this proposal has to do that, but I'm going to guess whoever models this, PNNL or otherwise, will need direction for that. And that could be just an instruction, I mean, from the tag. I don't think we have to get this totally right programmatically to get the benefit of it.
Kevin, if I can address that,
Sure.
There is definitions already in the thermal energy network definitions for a heating only system. And there's certain efficiency requirements that you need for a heating only system. And it's slightly different than what you need for a heating and a cooling system.
That makes sense. My concern is that I'm just going to guess that a combined heating and cooling system should have one set of points, and that a heating only system should have its own set of points. In other words, another row for each of these categories.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to complicate that, to be honest. I mean, I think you could certainly do that. And I see Andy's got her hand up, so she can maybe answer that question better than me.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah.
Andy?
Yeah, I was just going to comment that, Kevin, I think that's a great point about PNNL will probably need some direction on how to model that. But I think that the way these are going to be broken out, where there's kind of the allocation of points to cooling, the allocation of points to heating, I think that's going to take care of your concern, because you'll just basically, whichever loads you're connecting, you'll get the points for it. So I think that that's something that can be addressed with coordinating with PNNL on how they do the modeling to break apart these different loads that are getting connected to the thermal energy network or not. But so I think that should address if you've got just a heating and cooling system, but service hot water is, local on site, or if it's like a service hot water only system. I know that's something that Corix has looked at a few sites. So I think that should get addressed in the PNNL modeling. I don't think we need additional categories.
Fair enough. And I mean, 2 points for heat just seems remarkably small. Anyway, I realize the points are not the issue. So
yeah, I'm optimistic that will change when PNL does their modeling. We had used the same points structure that was already in there for improved HVAC efficiencies. So that's
makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Greg, go ahead.
So this is a broader thing I'm going to bring up. So I think we all want to encourage thermal energy networks. What I'm seeing, and we talked about at a prior tag about, and I think it was one of your prior proposals that we had talked about on the permitting process and, the challenges with, the permitting. You recall that conversation? But I'm seeing a bigger barrier to entry that maybe we should address. So the bigger barrier that I'm seeing to entry is, so we have in here low carbon district energy, or whether we call it, but we're always referring to them as being the source of energy for the district energy being electricity. And I know of one specific customer in our service territory who wants to put in a thermal energy network. They can't because we lack the electrical capacity to actually serve them. And so one way to get around that would be if we allowed the thermal energy as a stepping stone, you allow the thermal energy network to be powered by like a combined cycle, like a CHP microturbine, where it had the thermal recapture. And then that way we could, their geothermal system would be electric powered, but the source of energy powering it would be like maybe a gas microturbine that has over 90% efficiency recapturing the heat. And then in the future, when we get electrical capacity, then you can just automatically switch over if you wanted to. So I'm wondering if there's, and maybe this is bigger than this proposal, but is there something where we should strike the words on low carbon, or you know, what I mean, or something like, or have an allowance as a stepping stone so we can encourage people to get there?
I like where you're going, Gregory, and yes, we obviously want to try to reduce the barriers to entry for district energy and get these systems built. And you're absolutely right that there is like a economies of scale and a critical mass. Once they get to a certain size, all of a sudden, other technologies start becoming viable. But the chicken or the egg, you got to build the systems, right? So I appreciate that thought. We do have definitions in the thermal energy network definition that it does not specify that it has to be electric only. It does specify that you need to have waste heat incorporated, and that you can't use, a certain amount of electric resistance or fossil fuels. But it's not that's not what that would be kind of rewriting the definitions. We're not proposing that here.
Yeah, and I think the general proposals have retitled these not low carbon district energy, but something else.
Thermal energy
networks.
Yeah.
So if we approve this proposal, I think we should change the titles in here to improved thermal district energy system, not low carbon.
Yeah, agreed.
And I think that's been the intent of the proposals we've looked at. It just probably is a clerical thing at this point.
So I'll motion to accept this proposal using the terminology thermal energy network and then the caveat we've all agreed on in P&L recalculating these tables.
Thank you, Greg. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you. All right, is there further discussion on this proposal?
The only last thing I'd like to just throw in is I think we do need to go look at, maybe it's later, but we should go look at seeing the definition part again later on.
Well, we approved that, I believe, already, so we could reconsider that if you want. Why don't you look at it and see if it needs updating, and if it needs updating, you could make a motion to reconsider it at a future meeting.
Okay.
All right, Dwayne.
I'm not certain that there's any strong evidence that using a thermal energy network is going to be as efficient overall, either in emissions or energy, as just having very high efficiency equipment. I'm not sure that this is built on a realistic set of assumptions.
Well, I guess PNNL is going to model it and tell us what they think the energy savings is. I guess, are you suggesting something else?
Well, model what? There's so many different thermal energy systems.
I think there's some things in the definition that suggest certain parameters on it.
That's correct. And to your point, it may not be more efficient than, the most efficient in-building HVAC system, but, at least it will get district energy will get a fair shake compared to an in-building system.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second to approve this as modified. Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I had my head into this for several months with the passage of the TENS bill. And we're working on a thermal energy network in Clark County. And there's lots of evidence that thermal energy networks can perform better. I say can because it's not a given. And I'd be happy to provide some of that, including from a consultant that has done literally hundreds of these, Salas O'Brien. They've done numerous energy models on many systems. So if that's useful to the tag, I could rustle that up.
Yeah, I think please send information to Krista, and it can be posted on the tag information, and then it all helps. Larry.
If I was correct, Greg didn't have enough energy to add what they wanted to add without something like this. And that's reality right now. We need these type of systems to keep growing. Otherwise, we don't have the energy, period. Okay. And it's just like in the Liberty Lake area where they're using the water from the aquifer to give this thermal district for heating and cooling. If we don't start doing this, we ain't going to have the energy that we need. And Greg's company can't provide it. So we have to do this. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Greg.
I could just briefly explain how TENS are so much more efficient. One is it's basically geothermal. And so your earth is at a constant 50 degrees. And so when you get really cold winters, it's easier to exchange the geothermal heat. Also, secondly, is most of these TENS systems, well, buildings usually have a combination of heating loads and cooling loads that they're doing at the same time. And so when you have a TENS network, you can actually exchange that heat with the cooling with multiple buildings. So if you have one building that's more like providing refrigeration, just like what we talked about, they're dumping cooling into the system, and another building's taking the heat out of it. And so those are ways that you can get a lot more efficiency out of a TENS system. So lots of opportunity. I don't know if that helps answer your question, Dwayne.
I'm very aware of the whole 10 system, but we'll have to have a couple of beers and go over that.
Sounds good. All right, we have a motion. We have a proposal to approve this. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, I heard one dissenting voice, so we're not going to do a roll call vote. Motion passes. We are on to the last one in this group, and probably the last one we'll cover today, which is PNNL.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
And I understand that was a voice vote. I didn't hear very many people vote, and so I'm just curious.
Yep. So it is assumed that we have a quorum unless someone asks the question if we have a quorum or not. So are you asking the question?
No, it was just not very many people voted.
Yeah, I didn't hear a great number of names.
I was rather soft in my voice. Sorry.
Just making sure.
Okay. All right. PNNL, are you in the house? If you are, I don't hear you. Did PNNL appoint anyone else to cover this?
I'll pipe up on their behalf somewhat. This is Kevin Rose, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. My memory and notes indicate that the intent here was to look into a non-electric, a gas demand response credit alternative. So I think that there were folks who were interested in putting together a working group on that. And so if any of those folks are on the call, I'd pitch it over to them.
I got an email from PNL this week, just a couple days ago, or asking about changing this, but it was so short notice that no one got together to work on it.
Is that so this is electric energy storage, which is probably a battery?
Yeah, I got an email on this exact proposal from them. From Mike Meyer sent an email on Tuesday. So, but there wasn't really an opportunity for anyone to meet with such short notice.
Okay, so the idea was, is there a gas version of this proposal? Was that the crux of it?
Well, I mean, they were kind of just picking up the pieces on saying, hey, we should, you know what I mean, trying to figure out what they needed to change. But I propose that we postpone this until they have a chance to resubmit.
Okay, it sounds like there's a work group,
time
so
to
why don't we
actually
do that?
circle. Yeah.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, it's a motion to postpone until P&L resubmits.
Okay, we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second and a motion to postpone this until PNNL resubmits. All in favor say yes.
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 I
Yes.
hear lots of yeses.
Yes.
Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. This is postponed. Because we have a few more minutes, I am wondering if anybody would like to extend the meeting and cover C411. We have 4 proposals, and I think we could get through them in perhaps half an hour. I know it's been long.
Motion to extend the meeting, half an hour.
Second, Dwayne.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to extend the meeting by half an hour. Irina?
I need to drop off.
Okay. Thank you, Irina. Okay.
Same for me.
Okay. All in favor of extending the meeting, say yes.
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 Any
Yeah.
opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, we have one dissenting voice. The meeting is extended for a half an hour till 3:30. We are going to start on our C411 stuff with Gary, who had to leave, right?
Nope, I'm
No,
here.
Gary's still here.
Do you still have a quorum?
Yeah, do we still have a quorum?
Okay, why don't we do a roll call and see if we have a quorum?
Well, quorum for the future, right? Who will be here after 4? After 3?
After 3. Yeah, so let's do a roll call and say yes if you're going to be here after 3.
Margaret Montgomery,
Yes.
Kim Barker, Kim, are you there?
Maybe that's a no.
That's probably a no. Todd Blevins, I don't think he was here today. Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Eric
That was
Dell,
enthusiastic.
Eric gone.
No, but I am. Nick Massey is his
Nick
alternate.
Massey's here.
Yeah, but okay, so you're still here?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Sean Vig,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller. Looks like Nathan's gone. Irina Respetness
I think we just heard that
just left.
she's gone.
Let's see, Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
I guess.
Lisa Rosenau,
Here.
Irina Cesarova. Irina, are you going to be here?
No.
Okay. Andy Burnham,
Yes, I can stay.
Sloan Ritchie.
I don't think he's on.
Okay. Brad, are you going to be here?
No, I can't.
Okay. Luke Howard,
Yes.
Kevin Charup,
Yes.
and Alessandro Di La Torre.
Hey, I'm sorry. I had technical issues and was just able to jump on. Could I hear the motion again?
Oh, are you going to be available between 3 and 3:30? As we
Today?
extend the meeting.
To extend the meeting?
Yeah.
The meeting was extended to 3:30. Are you going to be able to be here until 3:30?
Yes.
Okay. That's 13 members, so we're good on a quorum.
Okay, thank you. We have a quorum.
Should
All right.
we do Conway first because he's going to leave?
We could. Yep. 180.
Great. Thank you. So this proposal, as Krista gets it up, oh, there she is relates to conditions that we've seen with our industrial developers where they're attempting to meet the solar demands of the energy code with putting PV on their roof, and the utility companies are passing through offsite improvements to hook up the energy to their grid. So this is kind of like a double hit. Meeting the energy code by putting PV on the roof and then being hit again by having improvement costs to utility grids to accept the power. So the proposal is that if the energy utility provider is going to have a pass-through expense, that the PV does not need to be installed, but all other measures of solar readiness do need to be provided.
Can you provide some examples of where this is? I know like in some downtowns, they can't accept more than a certain amount of power in a negative feed. But are there like what examples are you seeing this?
Yeah, this Central Washington, Chehalis, Centralia area. And there are also limitations on how much energy can be put back into the grid at certain steps. So there may be an inability to accept over a certain amount of power. And what will be coming off the roof will be in excess of that.
Okay, and does this proposal include anything about put on the most you can until you reach that level?
Not at this time.
Okay. Greg.
So I got two things. So I am very familiar with this, and it's not a matter that the utility doesn't have the capacity to accept the power. It's a matter of when the solar energy, total energy on the feeder, and we're not just talking about that one customer, we're talking about all customers on that feeder. When it gets to a certain percentage of the total load on there, on the feeder, then it requires the utility to do a feeder impact study, and then they have to change all the protective relaying settings on the electric grid. So that way they can trip out things. And so it's not a matter that they can't supply. It's just a matter of you're talking about possibly $250,000 cost for the utility to go change everything. Now, with that said, and because I worked on a project just last year where we were hooking up a large amount of solar, but I think we might have already fixed this problem with another proposal that was already accepted. So if you remember back, there's a proposal that I'd put in about allowing battery storage to take the place of some of your solar. So if you if you go use that provision that we already accepted with battery storage, then there's different ways you can set up your battery storage, but you could set up your battery storage so you don't export to the grid depending on how you configure your electric system. And if you do that, then you could, if you're just keeping all your stored energy, solar, what's too much above the limit, you just keep it on site, then you don't run afoul, and then you don't require the utility to do that. So I think we don't necessarily need this with what we've already accepted.
The storage solution sounds like, a strategy. It's just, again, another cost for the developer.
Well, what we did with just on that other proposal is we allowed the storage to take replace of solar, so it offset it. So it's so that the developer can choose whether they want to put solar panels or do they want to put some solar with some battery. And we set the ratio cost-wise so it wouldn't kill them in cost. So we actually wanted to encourage battery storage for that very reason. And so if you go through it, I think you'll find that battery storage will be very economical, and you might want to put battery storage anyways.
Well, it sounds like you've been rolling up your sleeves to handle this situation, but we just managing, downstream costs that get rolled back to the developer is the nature of this, and sounds like you all have a strategy. I'm not sure if that's statewide though.
Well, I mean, but that's in the energy code. So that was a change that we accepted on the energy code. And if you guys want to know how to navigate, I could help show you how you can navigate and use that provision to make sure you put something in that won't break the bank.
Do you remember what proposal number yours was?
Yeah, I can pull that up.
Okay, thank you. Looks like there's some other questions too.
Yeah, let's go to Kevin while you're working on that, Greg.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing this challenge up. It's something I'm familiar with as a solar installer and working in King County. Shell mentioned the downtown network is one regular situation. Another is systems over 100 kW over the standard net metering limit. And I agree, this is a challenge and something that that solar installers don't enjoy working through. Being that on-site renewables is an energy code requirement, I think that really the shift that needs to occur is during design, during the discovery process, during design development, the electrical engineers with the service design and the utility need to include the solar system. A lot of these are going in as deferred submittals. And so the designs get into the utility halfway through the project or even at the end of the project. And if the total solar capacity was part of that service application and design, you could get any requirements into the bid documents. There are electrical technologies that are pretty cost effective to limit export. Seattle City Light has some good details. They call it a minimum import relay. There's also shunt trip options. And if those are drawn into the bid documents, you're not going to be seeing those big change orders and costs passed to the developer. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Larry.
Yeah, I think his proposal isn't about putting solar panels on the roof at this point. I think his proposal is getting it all up to the roof and having the infrastructure for it so that later on, if the owner was to buy it, he could do that. Is that correct? That's what I kind of got from it. So it didn't look like he was proposing putting panels on the roof. It looked like to me he wanted to have all the infrastructure and all ready to go so that maybe the owner would decide with the utility that they could do that. Is that really what we're trying to get here? Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. No, it's not that. It's that where the code requires that the PV to be installed, and some utility companies are levying additional charges to actually connect the energy to the grid. And so it's a double hit, the cost of the panels and then the cost of the connection charge. And so that's what this is about. If there is a connection charge, then this would trigger in.
Greg, do you want to talk about the proposal? And the tag has already passed the proposal that you see on the screen. Greg, do you want to mention that?
Yeah, so essentially this just, you can see it's the ratio of 2 watt hours of storage will equal 1 watt of generation capacity. And so, I mean, that's allows you to do it with the idea being basically, if your solar array had 100% output, 2 hours of 100% output, and you charge your batteries up. And so by if you didn't have batteries, which was what the code was in the 2021, if you didn't have batteries in there, your only option is to export to the grid. But when you're opening up and saying now you can put in batteries that count as part of your requirement, so you can when you do that, that means whatever you can't export to the grid, you can store on site. And you can configure your battery systems to not export to the grid. And so that's one of the key things you could do to get around that.
Thanks, Greg. So I guess we don't. Yeah. Okay. So the impediment that the proposal that we're considering right now, 180, may not be as much of an issue as it was before the tag got started and before you proposed that. Thanks. Dwayne.
Yes, a couple of considerations. One is that I have a proposal coming with a number of current Seattle amendments that provide several other options for people who can't or don't want to install the required solar on their roof. Another, though, is that at a 0.5 watt per square foot in an industrial facility, it's hard to imagine that they would ever be have such a low load running in the building that they would export to the grid. It's a 0.5 watt a square foot is a very small amount, and the typical base load below which you never get is like typically 20% of peak load. It might be higher in an industrial facility. So the concern about electricity flowing out of a commercial or industrial building and onto the grid at this low level of requirement, I think is misguided. I don't think there is any such a flow.
Well, there is, Dwayne. I mean, the battery does stop it, but when a utility designs their system, they're not planning on what they have to design the protection system is what if the buildings shuts down its systems and exporting 100% of the power back to the grid. And so when we design that system, usually what that entails is you've got to put in a whole metering enclosure with relays on the customer site, so you can shunt trip their breaker, and then you got to put in probably a recloser on the line outside their facility so you can trip it offline, and you got to change your protection settings throughout the whole line. So it is, but I mean, so I don't want to minimize the amount of cost it could be, but also on the same note is I think a customer choosing to use the battery on site and just consume more of the power on site with the battery and the configure it so it doesn't export, that solves that issue.
Well, my thought is that you don't even need the battery. You don't ever get to the point where there's so much solar coming in that it exceeds your current power draw. And I think we have this problem with buildings that are in our network system in the downtown that they absolutely cannot ever have any flow out, and I forget the proper term for the technology, but there's something you can put on it that ensures that no outbound flow ever occurs. So this is something that can be overcome technically, and to just say, okay, if you're living in an area that utility treats it this way, that you're just completely excused from the whole requirement, not that you would do something else instead, is misguided. We should vote against this.
Yeah, so in the industrial space, there are also the capability throughout the country for leasing the entire roof for solar arrays. So instead of the 0.5 watt, it could be the entire roof of a 300,000 square foot roof. It might not be as strong of an issue in the Western Washington, but in Eastern Washington, where the sun profile is different, it might be different. And so I guess
this is only about the code minimum.
Yeah, we're just talking about the 0.5 watt a square foot, not about something else that they would do voluntarily.
Mm-hmm. But there's also latitude for the the applicant to come in with additional solar to meet other energy credits. Additional renewable energy.
That's voluntary. We're not excused. This is not. Your concern was getting them out of the obligation of the 0.5 watt a square foot, right?
No, it's not about
what this would do. That's the only thing this would do, would be to get some people out of the 0.5 watt a square foot that's required.
And it's not a strategy to get rid of the PV. It's a strategy to acknowledge double costs of putting in the PV and connection charges.
Yeah, and I understand that, but I mean, the way I read this code proposal is the only thing that it would exempt a project from is the absolutely required solar per C411, but not the optional solar per C406. That's how I read it, at least. Okay, Larry.
We have very large buildings over here, and the whole roof is covered with PV. I mean, McKinstry is one of the prime examples.
Well,
And
this is only code required. I want to repeat that. This is only,
yeah,
this
Yep.
proposal is only about the minimum half watt a square foot.
I know, but once they start, they get carried away, Shell, and the next thing you know, the utilities having to deal with it. Okay.
Yeah, well, we're working on the energy code, not,
That's what this is.
yeah, I mean, the only thing that this statement would do in the code would exempt people from that first half a watt a square foot. If they want to put 1,000,000 watts a square foot or whatever on their building, they can do that with or without the code. But what we're debating now is this 2.5 exemption, which is only about the first half a watt a square foot. So I want to keep comments to that, which is what we're talking about now. Go ahead, Gavin.
Hey, thanks, Joe. Interesting conversation here. Larry, the project that you're referring to, Catalyst Building and the Scott Morris Center for Innovation, is well beyond the code minimum. However, those projects include storage, such as Greg from Avista has mentioned. I do think that Greg is bringing up an excellent point here, that we're trying to move toward a built environment where storage is included, and I applaud the point. I also really want to reemphasize what Dwayne was referring to, in that this is a technological problem which we already have solutions for, as Kevin mentioned, through inverter technology that limits export, shunt temp breakers, and such. And, finally, I just want to point out, when I go put a subdivision in or a new building, I do infrastructure costs. I build that into a budget: sewer upgrades, water line upgrades, civil upgrades. And often those are then just like gifted to a municipality for further operation. Council on the 21st of last month, when considering the site versus source argument that this TIG sent to them, passed a really interesting couple sentences that discussed metered energy, metered meaning that electricity can and should, when a utility wants it, head out onto the grid via these technologies such as storage that we're discussing. So
Okay, let's not get into site versus source.
I understand
That's
that, yeah, but it's
we're gonna be here till midnight if we do that.
There's a link there, Chell, in terms of the metering of electricity that council pointed out, and I, I'm against this proposal that's eliminating the requirement for renewables. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. All right.
I'd like to just clarify one thing, Shell. I wasn't
Sure.
talking about the Scott Morris place. I'm talking about the place that Miss Kinstry has right across the river as you come over the John O'Keefe Bridge there, that their plant down there is just, the whole roof is PV, okay?
Love it.
And it's been there for quite a while. And probably Gray could talk better about it, but and then we have several of them out in the valley like that too. Thank you.
Yeah, and warehouse roofs seem like perfect opportunities for
Right.
solar. But the code proposal in front of us is only about that first half a watt. All right. I've heard lots of comments. Does anybody think we should do something with this? Modify the language, make exemptions?
Motion to disapprove.
Second it.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove in a second. Lisa.
Yeah, I just had a quick question for the proponent. It mentions that there's a double hit cost, but I'm looking at the proposal and I'm not seeing supporting language of like, what kind of cost are we really talking about here? And so just giving the proponent an opportunity to address that particular detail if
Sure.
needed.
Yeah, I understand from the developer it was a six-figure hit to connect.
And this would be, the building would have to connect. I mean, I'm also taking into consideration one of the other tag members' comments about a half a watt being something that could be used on site. Would this be the case in?
I suspect they were, the discussion about the half a watt is relevant and true, and I'm actually not sure how much square footage of PV and how much their output was going to be.
Yeah, so if it was allowed that, okay, the installed capacity is less so that it doesn't trigger this extra cost. I mean, I guess that's my hesitation about this proposal because it's kind of more of a just blanket exception versus kind of something weighted based on the amount of energy that could be used on site.
Yeah, thank you. I sense that there's absolutely no latitude in the group here to even discuss this idea or even modify the approach. So, if there is a connection charge for hooking PV to the grid, it's just going to have to be the cost borne by the developer.
Well, I would just to clarify. So if you use your battery, depending on how you configure it, you could, and you don't export to the grid, and you can get the benefit of all your solar on site with your battery, and so you can avoid that cost. If you desire to say, hey, I want the ability to export my power and sell it on the grid because you're trying to pencil in, hey, I want the additional credits, then yeah, that would cost extra. And it's probably about $250,000. So you asked for what costs are. That was what the Catalyst building in Spokane was $250,000 for the utility design and changes and equipment installed. So that's real costs. But you don't have to go that route. You can limit and the battery. If you take the battery option, then you can, and you design your system so you don't. You can avoid that cost.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to disapprove the proposal in front of us.
Can I
All in
ask who the
favor?
second was? I didn't get it.
I was the second.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor of disapproval, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, motion passes.
That's me. So
I'll
That was a
abstain.
no. Oh, an abstain. Okay. The motion passes. This is disapproved. We are off to Gary 181.
But Eric Bedell did say no.
What was that?
I got it. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Gary, you have the floor. If you're still here.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, relatively straightforward, although I'm sure there'll be discussion on maybe some of the language. But this would be to add coverage and allow renewable fuels as being part of qualifying offsite renewable energy. And so a building owner could choose to purchase renewable fuels in some fashion to either satisfy or be a part of their offsite renewable energy requirements. And as a part of that, proposing to add a new definition for renewable thermal certificates. So what I've tried to do is kind of insert parallel language to the qualifications and terms regarding renewable electricity. So it would add a definition for renewable thermal certificates. I am also proposing to drop from a 15-year to a 5-year requirement, just to make it more accessible to more customers. I would say that the new requirement in ASHRAE 90.1 is 10 years. So if there were a friendly to say 10 years rather than 5, I wouldn't argue too strongly against that. My purpose there is to try to make these more accessible to more customers as we move forward. And then down there at the bottom, again, tried that item number 5, tried to parallel the language in some fashion to item number 4 in terms of the location of that renewable fuel source. And was there anything below that, Krista? I can't recall right now.
Yeah,
Is
there's
there
a
more?
table and some
Oh
other
yeah, keep on going down. All right. Proposing to change those multipliers. I think that ASHRAE and IECC both have realized that if you put multipliers in there, it implies that you need to buy more energy that than you use, and I'm not sure if you can do that. I'm not sure if that's possible, unless you're buying RECs. But this doesn't talk about RECs here. It talks about actual purchases, so it becomes problematic if the requirement is because you have a discount in there to buy more than you actually use. And I think if you look at ASHRAE in particular, they have changed some of those multipliers for renewable energy. And then if you keep on going down, you can see I've inserted RTCs or renewable thermal certificates along with RECs. And then qualifications for how those renewable thermal credits are certified or qualified. So that's it. I see hands up already.
So I guess the first observation I'll say is combined heat and power. Are you saying that anything that's a combined heat and power is then renewable energy?
I'm
Or
saying
does it have
that
to
in
use
the
renewable energy?
in the definition, I did not make up this definition. The definition I found for renewable thermal certificates includes combined heat and power. If there was a lot of heartburn around that from this tag, I think it would be fine to strike it. But that's the definition that I found for renewable thermal certificates.
Yeah, I guess there's, harvested methane from landfills and there's an amount of that exists in the world, but combined heat and power may or may not use that. So I guess that's an initial kind of observation.
Totally understood. If you wanted to strike that, I'd consider that to be friendly for these purposes.
All right, Larry.
Yeah, can we add e-diesel on there for the 12 company that's making diesel from CO2 that the governor went over there to the new plant that's being built in Moses Lake? Could we add the e-diesel in there? I mean, it puts out like 30% of the byproducts of what standard diesel does, and it's being used in jet engines and everything. I mean,
I guess if that were considered a renewable fuel.
Well, I mean, it's made totally from CO2. They take the CO2 emissions from the air and make e-diesel.
I don't know enough about e-diesel, but I did specifically use the term renewable fuels so that it could cover whether they're either gaseous or liquid renewable fuels.
So it sounds like it'd be okay then.
I don't know enough about e-diesel to know if it's 100% renewable and 0% fossil, so to speak, then
yeah,
I suppose it would be
0% fossil,
biogenic, biogenic and not fossil.
It's totally made from CO2.
Is that the sustainable aviation fuel, Larry, that you're talking
Yeah,
about?
that's the new substantial aviation fuel. In fact, they think they're going to be able to power a jet engine with very little fuel when it leaves the ground. And when it goes through the air, it will take the CO2 out of the air and make the fuel to power the jet engine. It's pretty an incredible idea. You have to have fuel to get you up there. But once you get up there, the CO2 going over the engine will be made into e-diesel, and it would power the jet engine.
Ooh. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. Thanks, Gary, for the proposal. I like a lot of the cleanups that you've done here. Appreciate your thoroughness on that. I think the only detail in here that's giving me pause is reducing the length or the time period required for the RECs contract. Because 5 years is not a very long period of time, and folks can use this in lieu of their on-site renewable. So I do have concerns about that. Maybe you can talk a little bit more about why such a drastic reduction in the length of time?
Well, again, not being an extreme expert on this, the feedback I've heard at times is 15 years is quite restrictive, and not a lot of many less building owners would be willing to commit to a 15-year contract. But again, if ASHRAE has moved to 10 in their requirements, if 10 was a better length, again, I think for the purposes of discussion here, I'd consider that friendly.
From what I know, ASHRAE 240 and 228 are 15 years. I don't know what ASHRAE standard you're talking about that's 10 years.
ASHRAE 90.1 has, and it's 90.1, 240. I'm on that committee, and I don't think it has any reference. It's only a quantification methodology, so it doesn't have any actual requirements in there.
228, I think that I was thinking
228 might have it in there. I'm also on that committee, and we're in the process of reviewing that for potential updates for its next update, which was actually scheduled for 2028, and we'll be discussing that. But right now, ASHRAE uses 10 years, and I believe there's also a 10-year requirement in the IECC. I'm not 100% sure about that.
Okay, we are out of time. If anybody really wants to stay here and keep talking, I've got time.
Can we end with the motion? I motion accept with 10 years, splitting the difference, because that sounds like what people want.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion to accept this proposal with a 10-year time frame in here. I'm seeing some hands up. Poppy?
Yeah, I definitely do not have enough information at this point that I would be compelled to vote yes on a motion like this. One of the main things that gives me pause in understanding these RECs and how they're structured and what they represent is that we're really focused on energy. And it sounds like these types of RECs are focused maybe more on carbon, because we really do need those types of fuels, but they can be extremely, even if they're technically renewable, they can be extremely electricity intensive, energy intensive to actually create. And so I'm not sure how this actually relates to the energy code or benefits the energy code as an offset for energy.
Well, if I may just respond a little bit there, and I know we're out of time, and maybe the best move here is to is to postpone so people can further digest this. But in regards to renewable electricity, for example, you know, there's a lot of energy and emissions that go into building solar panels and wind turbines too that need to be overcome. You know, these renewable fuels are renewable fuels. In this particular case, we're not necessarily talking about hydrogen. We're talking about renewable fuels, biogas, etc., which are renewable. Yes, they do take a bit of energy to create, but certainly they're and I know we're not necessarily talking about emissions here either, but the reason we use renewable electricity is basically because of emissions, and because there are zero emissions there. You know, after you overcome the embodied emissions, I guess. So this proposal is to say to treat renewable fuels similar to renewable electricity. It's all much better, I guess, than using fossil fuels or electricity generated by fossil fuels. So again, maybe the best move is to postpone, let people digest. And if you'd like to provide feedback, I can work on the language. What I also heard from Chell is maybe we don't like that combined heat and power up there in the definition. We could certainly strike that.
One other piece of feedback is I think we should define these things so that everybody knows what they are in the code. So there's no.
So define the renewable fuels.
Yeah, what
Okay.
constitutes renewable fuel and what have you.
Okay,
if we
that's
postpone
fair.
it. Dwayne?
Yeah, I don't like the fact that this is going backwards on the number of years for a contract. I mean, if you put solar panels on your own roof, then those are good for 20, 30 years, not 5. I don't like the fact that offsites are being dragged back to getting the same credit as on-site renewable energy. There's a lot of difference, and as Poppy pointed out, there's some things like, you know, generating hydrogen that can be an extremely fuel-intensive process. None of this is covered, so I'd like to hope we get done with this conversation quickly so I can vote against it.
Well, I hope you don't just dismiss it again out of hand here, Dwayne. I think there's some value here. Renewable fuels are better than fossil fuels. If we need to tweak the language just a little bit, but I'm hoping that you can agree to postpone this one because we're way over time and people just want to be done. And I would hope that you didn't vote on it just because you want to be done.
Okay.
That's my 2 cents worth. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary. All right. I'm feeling like there could be a lot of discussion here, so maybe a motion to postpone would be the
How
best
about
thing.
a motion to call the question and vote?
That's
my motion. Call the question.
Okay, we have a motion to call the question. If 2/3 of the people agree to end debate, we'll end debate. Is there anybody who?
A point of order?
Sure.
I don't think there's a motion on the table.
Yes.
There is.
There was a
Okay.
motion to
What's the motion?
approve this with a change to 10 years.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
Yep. And then there was a call to question on this. All in favor of voting immediately and cutting off debate, say yes.
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 Any
Yes.
opposed, say no.
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 No. No.
Okay. We're going to do a voice vote on the call to question. Call the question here. So, voice vote, roll call. Sorry, roll call.
Okay. Remind us of what we're voting on this.
So the vote is a call to question, meaning ending debate on the motion. If this is successful, in other words, we have 2/3 majority, we will end debate and we will vote immediately on approval of this proposal.
Okay, thanks.
So a yes vote ends debate.
Margaret Montgomery,
Yes.
Kim Barker. Kim is gone. Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Nick Massey,
No.
Sean Big,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Nathan Miller, Kevin Duell,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews,
No.
Lisa Rosano,
Yes.
Andy Burnham,
Yes.
Brett Conway, Brett gone now. Yep. Okay. Luke Howard,
Yes.
Kevin Charup,
Yes.
Alessandra De La Tour.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-4.
Motion carries 9-4. That means we're voting immediately on this without further debate. So the motion is to approve the thing we see on the screen, the proposal we see on the screen with 10 years instead of 5 years, which was in the original proposal. So we're going to do a roll call vote on this as well.
Margaret Montgomery,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Nick Massey,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller. Oh, not here. Sorry. Kevin Duell,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Rosano,
No.
Andy Burnham,
No.
Luke Howard,
No.
Kevin Charup,
No.
Alessandra De La Tour.
No.
Motion fails 4-8 with 1 abstention.
Motion to disapprove?
So the way we've handled this in the past is if a motion to approve doesn't pass, it is disapproved. That's how we've handled it in the past. Right?
Okay, I withdraw that motion.
Is that right, Krista?
That's what we've been doing.
That's what we've
Whether
been
that's
doing.
right or not, that's what we've been doing.
That's what we've been doing in the
So,
last good cycle.
Point
And
of
same with this
order. Point of order. If you look at the tracking log sheet, and we have not disapproved by automatic failure, and I feel like we're trying to cram this in at the end of the session. I think we should postpone. So,
well, I already made a motion to disapprove. Maybe we should follow through with that then, if you want to do that.
There's a motion to postpone. Is there a second? Or sorry, there's a motion to
Second.
disapprove.
Second.
No.
Wait.
Hold on.
There's a motion to disapprove. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove and a second. Now someone could make a motion to postpone if
I
they
move
really
to
need
postpone until next meeting and have this on the first item on the agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone and put this as the first item on the agenda next time. And we have a second for it. Lisa, do you have something to say?
No, I think I get it now. Is the change that's on the screen, is that what is staying?
Right now we have a motion to postpone is what we're going to vote on.
That means
Okay.
we get a debate, and the questions that people had, we can discuss at next time, and chances are we'll probably divide the question and do something different.
All right, thank you for that
Okay,
clarification.
motion to postpone. Let's do a roll call vote on motion to postpone this to the next meeting.
Hang on just a second.
So yes vote is to postpone it.
Okay, Margaret Montgomery,
No.
Dwayne Johnson,
No.
Nick Massey,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Kevin Duo,
Yes.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Roseno,
Abstain.
Andy Burnham,
No.
Luke Howard,
Abstain.
Kevin Charup,
No.
Alessandra De La Torre,
No.
motion fails 4-6 with 3 abstentions.
Okay, motion fails. The motion that's in order right now is to disapprove this proposal. Let's do a roll call vote on that. Motion is to disapprove 181. Larry, go ahead.
Well, I think we need to extend the meeting if we're going to do any more, because we're way past the time limit. We went to 3:30 and now it's 3:45.
Motion to extend to 3:50.
Second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second to extend the meeting. Greg,
I'll after we do this vote.
You're
all in favor of extending the meeting, say yes.
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 Yep.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, meeting is extended. We are about to vote on this. Greg, go for it.
So one thing that's important, since we haven't had a debate, we cut off debate. Well, at least on the earlier one, important thing that we got to note is we have to comply with statute and also be consistent. So electric solar panels that produce electricity, that does not reduce your amount that you're consuming of electricity. It just means you're generating your electricity from renewable sources, and we count that renewable sources that we're generating as being a wash. And so we say that. So it's important that we do the same thing for gas. If you're going to capture methane, that's going to have way more greenhouse gas, and we're going to capture that renewable source. Instead of drilling in the ground, you're capturing the methane from landfills and from cows, and you're delivering it to the site and using that instead. You're off. It's to be consistent. It's important that we treat gas and electricity the same, and so you could argue that yes, using renewable natural gas doesn't lower your consumption, but it's in the same thing as solar panels. Solar panels don't lower your consumption anymore. So we need to be consistent and treat them both the same.
Thanks, Greg. Lisa.
Yeah, it's just a question for the proponent. would you accept as a friendly amendment to put it back to 15 years instead of reducing it?
Through the
We're
chair.
we're in the middle of a vote right now,
I
aren't we?
mean, the motion is to disapprove it.
It's disapprove as on the screen, is that correct? So with
It's disapprove the proposal.
regardless of the change that was made. So it's back to the 5 years.
Yeah, it's disapproving this with 5 in it, but if we disapprove it, then we won't consider it again unless somebody who votes yes on disapproving it votes to reconsider later.
Okay, thank you.
Poppy.
I just had one thing to add in response to Greg's comment, but I don't know if we're having discussion right now.
We're having discussion. The call to question was on an earlier motion.
Oh, okay. Just one quick comment that it's not clear to me that these recs are only limited to biogas. That would be a whole nother discussion. And I'm not sure if I would even support it if it was only biogas. But as it sits now, it's not clear that these recs are only limited to biogas. So I don't know that there's that equivalency with renewable electricity.
Thanks, Poppy. Gary.
Yeah, I've made several offers to tweak language to see if we can make this work. Debate was cut off. And I just, I'm disappointed in this process going forward. So I just want to say that, disappointed. Debate was cut off. No opportunity to really improve the language or work on the language. And it's just going to be dismissed again because it's another proposal coming from the natural gas industry. Thank you.
So I think we
Gary,
could.
I mean, debate is open now. So debate was cut off on an earlier motion. Debate has not been cut off on this motion or other motions. Go ahead, Greg.
So maybe we could come to a compromise. What if we kept the, I mean, so if we, Dwayne, would you be willing to withdraw your motion if we kept all your renewable energy factors as was, kept the 15 years as was, and all we're doing is just saying renewable natural gas would count the same. Would you be amenable to doing that?
At this point, no. I think we're done with this one.
Larry? Larry, I don't hear you.
I'd make a motion that we move that back to the 15 years, and I'm looking for a second.
Well, the motion is to disapprove, so we have a motion on the table to disapprove this. And I don't know that we could make a motion. I don't know that an amendatory motion is the mandatory motion you're trying to make. I don't believe that that's in order or that's possible.
I move to call the order. It's 3:50.
Call the question.
That's correct. Dick Massey.
Okay. All in favor of ending debate, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, let's do a roll call vote, and the motion is to disapprove what's in front of us. So a yes vote is to disapprove it. A no vote would leave it in limbo.
Hey, Margaret Montgomery,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Nick Massey,
Yes.
Sean Vig,
Abstain.
Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
No.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Larry Andrews, Larry, are you there?
I don't hear you.
No, I hit the wrong button. I had to come back in.
Okay, we got that.
Sorry.
Lisa Rosenau,
Yes.
Andy Burnham,
Yes.
Luke Howard, Luke, was that an abstention?
No, I was a yes. I'm sorry. My voice must be hard to come over the wires.
All I heard was
Yes.
Kevin Sharp,
Yes.
Alessandra De La Torre.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-2 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for the extended time, and I hope to get through everything a little faster next meeting and move on through this. So thank you all for your time. We're going to cover a few things, but including Chapter 5 next week. Thanks again.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.